Gay or serial killers?
Oh, man.
I got nothing.
You really did, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude, it's amazing about my life.
Anything at all, just anything, Trip.
Dude, I can walk again. No. I'm working.
You can?
Off. Dude, I'm working at AT. I can walk.
We already talked about HEB last time, right?
Yeah.
Can you really walk?
Yes.
All right, do it. There's a little joke from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one we go. Stumped him with the anything except for gay or serial killer talk. We got a whole bucket of from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one.
Yeah, I can walk.
We already talked about it.
Oh, man.
I got nothing.
You really did, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude, amazing about my life?
Anything at all, just anything, Trip.
Dude, I can walk again. No. I'm working.
You can?
Off. Dude, I'm working at AT. I can walk.
We already talked about HEB last time, right?
Yeah.
Can you really walk?
Yes.
All right, do it. There's a little joke from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one we go. Stumped him with the anything except for gay or serial killer talk. We got a whole bucket. Oh my goodness, here he is. Wow. Look at that. It's a shame she doesn't want to fucking kill a gay tonight. I don't know. Nothing's making any sense right now. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Henry J, everybody. Henry J. One more time for Henry J, everyone.
I can tell my phone was made in China because the default skin color on my emojis is yellow. If Johnny Depp has a one-night stand and then the next morning gets an Amber Alert on his phone, does he panic and check his dad for any surprises? I think he does. Is the utensil of choice for non-binary people sport? They date exclusively with that when they eat brunch. If a plane makes a successful water landing, do the black passengers panic harder after the landing? If a guy goes on a date, on a Tinder date, with a girl that ends up if a guy goes on a date, on a Tinder date with a girl that ends up not being a girl, did he get catfished or swordfished? Thank you.
All right, Henry J. Without a doubt, his first time on the show. Ron White. Riddle. jokes because you have a good face right there. But those are jokes. Those are riddles. That's what those are. All of your material
I just thought it was a unique style, where the question and or the setup and the punchline all just in the question.
Yeah, how many of those do you have? How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years.
2 years. All of it in Austin. Salt Lake City. Okay. That's your style. Your question. Is it exclusively just questions? Do you have any other material?
I have a lot of other stuff.
Can you do one joke that isn't a question?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, doing a joke that isn't a question. Henry J.
I was studying abroad and he got freaked out. That joke slaps.
Yeah. Okay. That is not a question. Still a little Ridley. Slightly Ridley. Still some thinking you have to do, and then you go, ah! I bet you get a lot of those in the Henry J. fan club. A lot of you. You're going to love this guy. Are you sober? But you got to be sober for it. You got to really pay close attention with your thinking hat on for the wild comedy styles of Henry J.
Everyone in Utah is sober.
Well, not everyone. I did an arena in Salt Lake City on Saturday night, and nobody was sober. We have different crowds, Henry J. Those people in Salt Lake City fucking party. For those of you that don't know, it is one of the top 5 cities in the United States of America. Shout out in Salt Lake City. Shake that bed, bitch. I have no idea what that means in this context. Wait until we're talking about mashed potatoes and bacon before you Henry J., what do you do for work?
I'm a finished carpenter.
What does that mean? What that means? 5 cities in the United States of America. Shout out from Salt Lake City. Shake that bed, bitch. I have no idea what that means in this context. Wait until we're talking about mashed potatoes and bacon before you Henry J., what do you do for work?
I'm a finished carpenter.
What does that mean exactly?
So I installed doors and do a bunch of custom anything woodwork related. I just asked. I struggle closing sales because I never actually.
What's your love life like?
I'm married.
You're married?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. When you popped the question, was it all like, would you, if you would?
I just used the 20 questions thing. We got there eventually.
Love it. What is she?
She's stay-at-home mom.
Stay-at-home mom. How many kids do you have? 2. That's adorable. How old are they?
My oldest is 5, and I have a little girl.
Love it. That's incredible. When you come inside of your wife, do you say anything weird? Do you make a weird face or anything? Do you make a noise? What is a guy like you? You seem a little goofy. You seem a little silly. I'd imagine you do something a little wackadoodle dandy.
We like dirty talk. So.
Really? Give us an example of your dirty talk. Do you like that penis?
It's all questions. Yeah. I just kiss her neck a little bit, work my way through her ear, and then just.
And then you nut inside of her?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, take us through it nice and slow.
I'll just.
Very romantic.
I'll just tell her, or I'll just ask her. It's like. I'm not gonna ask a question. No, I'll just I'll work my way up to her ear, and then I'll just say, "Baby, I would skip church for you."
Wow.
That's our dirty talk.
That is indeed Utah dirty talk. So you're on the Mormon side of things up there, I'm guessing? Very religious. You were raised that way? Now, how did you end up finding the Mormons to be your religious choice?
It's kind of a long story.
I bet it is. I want to hear it. I want to know. I always assumed that Mormons, I don't know why, but I always kind of assumed that you have to be like born into it, raised into it. I don't often find people that find God finding the like silly alien. Deep Book of Mormon, the creators of South Park. You should see it.
Yeah.
Unbelievably hilarious.
I heard it's
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to him, and I think he communicates the best specifically to the right place at the right time.
What?
Help people. I heard it's
and I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to him, and I think he communicates the best specifically to the right place at the right time. Help people or not. BYU was highlighted in my mind there, and I felt like that was him putting that there.
BYU was highlighted. What do you mean exactly?
Like, this is a thought that came in my brain.
When did this happen? After high school?
I went through a little after high school.
Explain to us what you mean by BYU was highlighted. You're an atheist. And then
I found out before this, but yeah, just entertainment in my mind like that's what I wanted to do, and it's extremely powerful. I could tell it wasn't mine. So.
You went to BYU? Finished at BYU?
Good songs.
I guess I'll just ask her.
Billy, I'd imagine you do something a little wackadoodle dandy.
So we like dirty talk, so...
Really? Give us an example of your dirty talk. Do you like that penis?
It's all questions.
Yeah.
I'll kiss her neck a little bit, work my way up to her ear, and then just...
And then you nut inside of her?
No.
Oh, okay. Take us through it nice and slow. Very romantic.
I'll just tell her, or I guess I'll just ask her, just like... I'm not going to ask her a question. I'll just I'll work my way up to her ear, and then I'll just say, baby, I would skip church for you.
Wow. Wow.
That's our dirty talk.
That is indeed Utah dirty talk. So you're on the Mormon side of things up there, I'm guessing? Very religious? You were raised that way? No? How did you end up finding the Mormons to be your religion of choice?
It's kind of a long story.
I bet it is. I want to hear it. I want to know. I always assumed that Mormons, I don't know why, but I always kind of assumed that you have to be like born into it, raised into it. I often find people that find God, find the like alien, the funny one. You guys are like the funny religion. The deeper you look into it, the wilder it gets. You've seen Book of Mormon from South Park?
No.
You should see it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably hilarious.
I heard it's hype.
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to them, and I think he communicates with us specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time. So, help people and help or not. BYU was highlighted in my mind there, and it felt like that was him putting that there.
BYU was highlighted. What do you mean exactly?
Like, this is a thought that came to my brain.
When did this happen? After high school?
I went through a little atheist phase after high school.
And then explain to us what you mean by BYU was highlighted. You're an atheist, and then
I found God before this, but yeah, it just came into my mind that that's what we wanted to do, and it was extremely powerful. I could tell it wasn't my own God. So,
and then you went to BYU. Finished at BYU. You dropped out. Okay.
How did I feel about that?
So you drop out. You didn't finish, much like your work. And then, how do you find is your wife Mormon too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you met her at church?
I met her, so I messed her on the
See, you really did. You had the name tag and the white polo and the black tie, and you're knocking on doors.
CIA of Jesus.
Okay, sure. Okay, this is how you meet your wife? Paint the picture for me.
Yeah, so I met her. We go to a little training center for a couple weeks before we ship out to all the different locations. And I met her there.
You met her at the training center. I didn't realize.
She was also a missionary there.
Is it you guys have sex in?
We are masters at the missionary church.
Do you only do missionary positions? Really? Do other positions with your wife?
Other ones, yeah.
Like what? What other ones? Give us an example. Just rattle off some positions for us real quick. No big deal. If you want to get a Ron White named 75 positions.
The lazy dog.
What exactly is the lazy dog, Ron?
That's where you get in the doggy style position, and both of you at the same time. That's the important part. Fall over. Now you're doing a lazy dog.
Ron White is the coolest guy I've ever heard.
Where did you get your mission assignment? I mean, did you get it? Or where is that?
Fort Lauderdale.
Wow! Look at that.
Not bad, but they need some saving there.
Yeah. Dude, so what was that like going into Fort Lauderdale and trying to teach people the way of aliens and whatnot, being God and all the very, very, very hilarious religion?
No, it was interesting, and every time I saw a black person, I couldn't tell if they spoke English, Creole, or Spanish. So you just kind of
stick with that for a second. When you say that, what exactly do you mean? Like you hold one and then
we talk to people on the streets a bunch, obviously, and like I just be like, "Hey, how's it going?" Like, you know? Oh. I learned the basics of freedom.
Wow.
A lot of hand gestures.
Okay. Were you able to sign up any of these black people for Lauderdale? Ron White shaking his head no. I am on the inside also shaking my head no. I don't find it believable. Did you really sell a black guy on being a Mormon?
How many black people are in the Mormon group?
How many times did they answer the door and just go, oh, hell no? What, you a bill collector, motherfucker? Get the fuck up. All right. Red Band, what do you think about Mormons?
Man, I just like the things they did because they can't have sex. You know, like the shaking the bed thing was a real thing where they go in bed and they like their friend shake it, so they're like rubbing against each other's skin. That kind of stuff.
You know about this, Henry?
I've heard about it.
Can you describe one of the wackiest things that you had to do sexually to respect your religion before you got married? Did you cheat a little bit? Did you stick it in a little bit? No? How about the backside? I know you guys, a way that the Lord doesn't see the old beehole in Mormonism, from what I understand. We study these things. On top of mashed potatoes and bacon, he's a butthole specialist. So. Come on, give us a little something.
You ever hide in the backseat of your car with a couple friends and watch them make out in the front while you're parked? No?
There must be something. How long with your wife before you got married?
9 months.
Not that long. So for 8 or 9 months, you guys were kissing, tongue kissing, hand stuff, fingers and hands. No. So you had no idea what this lady's pussy smelled like, and you're like, I want this forever, and it could have been a disaster.
Forever and ever.
It could have been a fucking BYU, you know what I mean? Taking chances. Oh my God. So not a hand job, not a dry hump, nothing with clothes on, not a fully clothed, so you could make out and you could get a boner, right, while making out, but you couldn't be like, oh. Nothing at all. Nothing. So you would like make out and then go to the bathroom and like jerk off sometimes?
Blue balls, the whole person.
Wait, there was blue balls?
Blue balls, the whole person.
Blue balls.
The whole person.
The whole courtship. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it came out, was it curdled or anything?
Oh my God. You couldn't even jerk off thinking about her? Is that one of the rules?
No, you can't even drink coffee. Drink coffee.
Man, Red Band knows all good.
Teach me.
I was getting some bill work done, and they didn't turn the gas up so I could feel it. And it was just like some kind of dental school in Vegas. I broke it too. And I told the guy to turn the gas up because their regulations taking about wow. And I said, where'd you go to college? He goes, Brigham Young. And I'm like, turn it up to cat. Never let a Mormon say your buzz level. Never. And here's why. They don't understand fucked up the way you and I do. They're guessing and they're shitty catchers.
We're the best designated drivers, though, out there.
We got Waymos now. Henry J. Fun times. Great interview of the night. Henry J. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you for joining us. Sign up again. Come back again. All right. Here we go. Pool number 9. And I got to tell you, and you would get a boner, right, while making out, and you couldn't even be like, nothing at all. Nothing. So you would make out and then go to the bathroom and jerk off sometimes.
Blue balls the whole portion.
Wait, there was a blue balls?
Blue balls the whole portion.
Blue balls
The whole portion.
the whole courtship. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it came out, was it curdled or anything?
Oh my god. You couldn't even jerk off thinking about her? Is that one of the rules?
No, you can't even drink just the coffee. Drink coffee.
Man, Red Man knows all the rules.
Teach me.
I was getting some dental work done, and they didn't turn the gas up where I could feel it, and it was just like a I don't know, some kind of dental school in Vegas. I broke a tooth, and I told the guy to turn the gas up, and he goes, "There are regulations to staying about." Wow. And I said, "Where'd you go to college?" He goes, "Brigham Young." And I'm like, "Turn it up to Catholic." Never let Mormon set your buzz level. Never. And here's why. They don't understand fucked up the way you and I do. They're guessing, and they're shitty guessers.
We're the best designated drivers, though, out there.
We got Waymos now. Henry J. Great interview of the night. Henry J. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you for joining us. Sign up again. Come back again. All right. Here we go. Look at pool number 9. And I got to tell you, this, without a doubt, looks like a good name. The handwriting is impeccable. All caps. Clearest, best handwriting of the night, and a catchy name. Make some noise for Honey Donowitz, everybody. Honey Donowitz.
So, I just think it's fucked up that our government cut funding to 20 billion children's food because they don't want to fuck fat kids. I get it. It's been hard out there for them. They're having to recalibrate a whole dating pool. The last time they had to get their own 11-year-olds, believe me, it was still taught in school. They're just figuring some shit out. And, I don't think it would be necessarily better if you and I had never heard Jeffrey Epstein. Crazy shit for sense. You just know there's, some guys somewhere just, watching the headlines, seeing monarchies get called out, and they're just thinking to themselves, do we have another 9/11 in the chamber? And they did. Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in June 2019, I believe. December, we're starting to hear about COVID. March, we're shut down. We don't even know who he is anymore. So, that's my conspiracy. Thank you.
Honey Donowitz. Welcome to the show, honey.
You mentioned that the handwriting was really nice.
Yeah. Handwriting is incredible. The joke writing, not so much. Let's talk about it. Honey, how long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
Okay. That's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Were you been doing it all in Austin?
Yeah.
What made you want to start now?
So I got cancer, and then after I have some moderately funny jokes about it though. But after I got the all clear that I wasn't gonna have to go through more procedures and things, I went to Creek and Cave just to see if it felt good, and I bombed there too, guys. So I
Did the open mic there?
I did some mics there, yeah.
What kind of cancer did you have? Is that okay? You mind talking about it?
Yeah, I talk about it on stage. I had pussy cancer.
Pussy cancer?
Yeah.
How exactly does one get pussy cancer?
Well, you see, funny you should ask. Tampons are they're made largely from recycled electronics, I do believe. There's something there.
5G.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Our senior tampon correspondent, Brian Redman. Mashed potatoes, bacon, Mormons, and tampons, and buttholes.
Yeah.
get pussy cancer?
Well, you see, funny you should ask. Tampons are they're made largely from recycled electronics, I do believe. There's swamp in there.
5G.
Yeah.
Our senior tampon correspondent, Brian Redband. Mashed potatoes, bacon, Mormons, and tampons, and buttholes. It's incredible.
He gets it.
So you were using, like, cheap tampons? Or
No.
how does it work?
No, I was using like a name brand. I'm not gonna say it because like I'm not that good at this yet. I can't get sued, but I was using a brand of tampons, and that's the only thing that certain doctors can tie to why women my age have to get new ones.
They kind of tell you, they're like, yeah, this happens with people that use these tampons. So what would you recommend for the ladies out there with perfect pussies? What should they do?
I'm gonna be super for real because I had the surgery in Texas. They made me keep my period, so I still use the fucking tampon. I don't know what else to use. Like the cups are weird.
No, the cups are great. You just pour it out in your garden. It helps the garden.
Oh my God, Red Band.
TikTok like.
You've tried the cup?
Yeah, it freaked me out.
It freaked you out.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that's like.
It's a fucking cup.
Yeah.
You put it right. I don't.
Okay.
Red Bay can
So
definitely tell you.
when you say they operated on your pussy, what exactly did they do? Can you describe exactly?
So it's like this, right? Like a pussy.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
took out the round.
This is all new to me. Are there balls attached or anything? Okay.
Understand, this can be confusing. It's more comparative to an ass for
Okay.
you.
Right. So there's a pussy hole. And,
like-
and originally there's like a little something there. You had a little something.
Yeah,
A little something peeking out, like a little.
I wouldn't say it was speaking quite yet. More of like a.
I'm a cancer pussy.
Yeah.
Like that.
Damn near.
Okay. So then what did they do? What did they trim away or take out?
Just like cut off a layer of it, and then just like put a new graft on.
Was it the outside?
Sort of.
Kind of the inside?
Yeah.
How far inside?
Like an inch.
Okay. So perfect. So Red Band would have a brand new
Yeah.
pussy to fuck.
Yeah.
Do anything with the cauliflower thing?
Okay. All right. We're gonna Red Band, turn off your microphone.
I don't like have to answer him, right?
What?
I say I don't have to answer him.
No, you don't have to answer him. He's just here for the jokey jokes, kind of. And the more groans and oohs and ahs. Okay, so did it hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah. The cancer hurt.
No, it wasn't even. No.
So how did you find out that you had pussy cancer?
Okay, so
What stinks in here?
no, I
Red Band. Red Band. What did I tell you? That is out of line. This lady is a survivor. That is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, it's
What stinks in here? That's not right. This is the only young lady that's been on this show. And if you ask questions, if you say things like that, women aren't going to want to. Women with pussy cancer aren't going to want to sign up for the show anymore. Did it stink? Did your pussy stink?
more than anything. That's cheap writing, I think. Honestly, no, it didn't stink. But I was doing like a little bit of, activities, and I noticed that it was hurting more, and things weren't stretching as they should, or whatever. So I had to get that checked out.
You went to a gynecologist.
Yeah.
And I was like,
She.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's risky. You may not have had cancer.
I mean,
Female doctors.
I've never met a man who could navigate a pussy, so I think that the bets were on the girlies on that one. But
Have you ever done the lazy dog?
I heard about it just now.
Did it with its Okay, so how long ago did you survive pussy cancer?
So that was like a year and a half ago.
Fun fact, pussy cancer is my Wi-Fi password now.
Now it's the first time I've heard that.
Year and a half ago. Wow. And then what's the first thing you did to celebrate not having pussy cancer anymore?
No, like literally, it was going to Creek in the Cave at 5:45 p.m. and doing an open mic to 7 guys who didn't think it was funny. That's what I did to celebrate. That's how I ended here.
Wow.
That's a true story. And then I left my family and moved here full time to do this all the time.
Wait, what kind of family did you leave?
Children, dog.
You left children?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But it's okay. I was raising boys. They were going to get fucked up by me anyway. Boy moms are toxic. And I was raising white boys. They could be shooters. We are better this way.
Wow, you just came to life there when you've been kind of reserved this whole time, and then you talk about abandoning your children, and all of a sudden you're fucking Forrest Gump telling a whole story on a park bench.
I do try to hide the accent a little bit. People think you're dumb if you're from here.
No, yeah, totally. So how old are your kids?
Well, I don't think we need to write that down. Shit.
No, I'm just, fun fact, I'm not writing it down. I just keep drawing over the word pussy cancer because it's fun. It's something I do here. Sometimes I just write over the same thing. Yeah.
They're 12 and younger.
12 and younger. How many? When you say they, there's 3 of them. Okay. So, where were you before exactly?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. It's only in an hour away. You're aware of that, right? It's literally a short drive. There's a Buc-ee's. There's a Buc-ee's halfway there.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't that entice you to go see your kids?
Yeah.
Don't you go, I can visit my 3 kids and grab a bag of hot nuts on the way?
Yeah.
So when's the last time you saw your kids?
Last week.
Wow, okay. That's not that bad.
No.
Pretty good.
I'm a moderately decent mother.
Okay, when you say moderately decent, what exactly do you mean?
I mean that I moved here to pursue comedy, but I love my children and I raise them well. I help pay for therapy.
How many of the 3 are in therapy?
Eventually all of them, but so far one.
Okay, the oldest one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's how it goes.
All right. And they know about your pussy cancer?
God, no, but now they will. It's YouTube.
Right. Oh, right, man. That is not the sound effect of her pussy. For those of you listening, it is indeed a swarm of flies flying around. That is... Mommy, why are you butt sick? Oh, my God, Red Man.
I'm a little bit confused here.
Yeah, go ahead, Ron White.
So you've only done one other set? And that was at the Creek of the King?
No, that's how it started. For the past 4 months, I've been every single day doing these things.
Okay. And what was it? And so you moved to Austin just to do stand-up comedy?
No, I have a day job. I'm not living in my car or none of those kind of things. I do work.
What do you do for work?
I run a sign company. Yes. We do graphics and production for festivals and stuff. It's called Molten Productions.
Okay.
We're pretty cool.
Does everyone that works there have a pussy cancer or something? You guys how do you all know each other?
Well, I am the only woman there, so I am isolated in that, but everyone is aware of it.
Let me ask you one more question that I just thought of, because you said you got a skin graft, right? So where did they take the skin from that's now on the first inch, the entry point of your pussy? I have to know, where did they take the skin on your body from? What is now the entryway to your pussy? This is an interesting thing, because no matter what, if someone puts their dick inside of that, they're what? Here we go.
Another my pussy. I think that they understood how men might feel, and they grafted from further inside pussy so that it wouldn't be weird for any of the boys.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds painful.
So they didn't use your heel or anything?
No.
Yeah. Yo, this pussy smell like a foot, bitch. Yo, this bitch got a stinky foot pussy. Oh, shit. Yo, why did a fingernail hanging out that pussy? Could have been your ear or something. You could have heard the dick going in and out somehow, some type of phantom.
If I had gotten a dig, they would have taken skin from my thigh. I did find that out in my research, though.
If you wanted your what?
If I had gotten a dig instead of a new pussy.
Right, yes.
There's options on the table.
Yes, I know. I looked into it. I was thinking about adding a dick. I was thinking about being Two Dick Tony over here.
Two Dick Tony.
Yeah, that was going to be my name. I had a big plan, and they told me it would hurt, so I was out.
Well, the hog science isn't there. It's only going to be like that big.
Let me ask you this. What's your, what kind of guys are you into? What's in the baby daddy? Is he...
An anomaly.
Yeah, what race is he? White. Oh, geez, you said it like a real racist.
Well, okay, so here's the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
Not a ton of the people I've slept with are white.
I can tell by the way you're.
I knew that's what you wanted to get.
No doubt about it.
So somebody told me to make that joke when I started comedy. They're like, if you get it out of the way, it saves everyone else the trouble.
That's true.
I helped you at least, right?
No, I did it myself.
I could have lied.
In honor of the guys that love you, you're walking away with a big black joke book. Ladies and gentlemen, Honey Donowitz has made her Kill Tony debut. Wow. All right. This is a long episode. We're doing one last bucket pull. We're going to get it up and out of here real quick. D-Madness is furious. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Luke Rabel, everyone. Luke Rabel. Here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant. There were no words on the menu, just pictures of the food. And I knew this was going to be the best meal of my life. Eat it all, having a good time. And then I feel the rumbling. The gurgle guts are upon me. I stand up and it is detonating. Just bah, 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 bah. Make my way to the bathroom. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes of farting and sobbing. Get up. Push the handle. Nothing happens. Push the handle again. Nothing happens. Well, I need to tell someone about this. And based on that menu, they don't speak a lot of English. So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in. I point to it. I push the handle. And down it goes. I invited... I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes. Time. And then I feel the rumbling.
Luke Rabel. Here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant. There were no words on the menu, just pictures of the food. I knew this was going to be the best meal of my life. Eat it all, having a good time. And then I feel the rumbling. The gurgle guts are upon me. I stand up and it is detonating. Just bah, 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 bah. Make my way to the bathroom. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes of farting and sobbing. Get up. Push the handle. Nothing happens. Push the handle again. Nothing happens. Well, I need to tell someone about this. And based on that menu, they don't speak a lot of English. So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in. I point to it. I push the handle. And down it goes. I invited this poor immigrant to attend a funeral for my shit. Thank you.
All right, Luke Rabel.
That actually was pretty funny.
This quick is we're in overtime. How long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
6 months. What do you do for work?
I work full-time at a grocery store.
Okay.
HEB.
Nice. Yeah, notice you say grocery store. It's not HEB, or else you would probably say that. You should be proud of that, right?
It's related to HEB.
A lot of winks there.
Yes.
What does that mean exactly?
It means it rhymes with petrol carpet, but I don't know if I can say it online.
Oh. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? What do you do at the grocery store?
I work in their cafe area, so the people come in, they tell me what they want to eat. I hit a touch screen, line cooks make it, I hand it to them, and I smile like a good little Chick-fil-A manager the whole time.
Okay. Yeah. Do you work hard? Or are you a little lazy dog?
I have such a guilty conscience.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm not doing something, I feel like, well, they hate me now, so we're going to go out there and we're going to make these people write me into their will if I have my way.
Okay. What made you want to start stand-up 6 months ago? How old are you?
I am 27.
27. What made you want to start now?
Well, I moved here from Maryland and grew up in Frostburg, so like very small population, and there was a small theater there, and my friend was on the board of directors. And he said, "Hey, I know you like doing stand-up. Would you be interested in doing a show here?" And I said, "Sure. How long do you need?" And he said, "Well, we need to justify opening the bar, so if you can make it about 45 minutes, that'd help us a lot."
You had never done stand-up before?
I did it when I was 17 for like a few minutes at a church picnic.
Wow. Okay, so no.
Pretty much. Yeah. So I timed out everything I had, and I said, "Hey, I got 2 hours. Let's make it happen." So went up there, did a 2-hour set. It sold out, so I had 100 people in there because everyone's desperate for entertainment.
How did you sell it out? You just go, I'm doing stand-up.
Just put it on Facebook, and it was kind of like, I know this person who knows this person who knows that person. Like everyone.
Frostburg.
Yeah, everyone's a third cousin.
Okay. And then how did that go?
Well, it went really well. They were laughing the whole time. We sold out of the alcohol during the intermission. I wore a Hawaiian shirt, and I wore this hat.
That is a wacky hat. Just go back to it. Turn around so that people can see.
It's the assless chaps of hats.
Okay. Is that one of your jokes? You do that?
Once in
Like
a
if you
while.
were doing a 2-hour set, would you do that? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing about your life before I get you out of here? The thing that you think makes you different than anybody that's ever been on this show? Something perhaps from your childhood, your family?
Based on what I've seen of the show thus far, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's engaged.
Okay. You're engaged right now.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Where'd you meet this girl?
She was up from a mutual friend. I met her in an abandoned parking lot at 9 p.m.
Last night?
A little over a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
9 p.m. was very specific.
It was dark.
Uh-huh. And
It's not more specific than an abandoned parking lot.
There used a high school there, but demolished it for some reason.
I don't care.
what happened when you met her at that parking lot that night? Luke.
Well, my friend didn't tell me what she looked like. She didn't send me a picture, so she got out of the car, and I thought, okay, not bad for a silhouette. I wonder what it's going to look like. So she came over, we started walking around this vacant, talking for a little bit. She said she wanted to race me, so both of us take off running. She thought, oh my God, I'm going to marry this girl, aren't I?
Wow. One of the jokes you did in that 2 hours.
No, that was before I met her.
Amazing. Okay. Luke. All right. Did you guys something?
No.
You just kissed?
Yeah.
Nice. Here you go, Luke. There you go.
Thank you.
All right. Here goes the table, everybody. Hey, try to get one more up here, make it interesting. You're a sweet boy, Luke. Sign up again sometime. There you go. There he goes, Luke Rabel, everybody. If you would have told me that, it would be hard. I would have guessed that was the Mormon guy, right? Like a sweet boy.
Race.
Yeah, we just raced on our first date in an abandoned parking lot. I gotta tell you, William has been sick the last couple weeks, but he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Hall of Famer with the record for all-time appearances and interviews on this show. The Manila Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler. This is the return of William Montgomery. I met her in a dark parking lot, and I fell in love with her, and I killed her in the parking lot. Scientists have developed a way for people with severe lung problems to breathe in and out through their butt. Right, man, I can see that you are doing that right now. Go second ass bitch! Right, man, I can see that you are doing that right now. You second ass bitch!
out to the Middle East to perform, and it's crazy because I had no idea I had such a big following in the Taliban. Perform for the troops, and it's crazy because I had no idea I had such a big following in the Taliban. One time in Chicago, some guy gave me AIDS. My buddy has a foot. My buddy has a foot fetish, and for Halloween he dressed up as Quentin Tarantino. He went to a Halloween party, and there was a girl dressed up as Bigfoot, and she ended up pressing charges because he wouldn't leave her alone. Okay.
Wow, what a relief to have William Montgomery back. Red Machine is fully operational yet again. You've been out for a few weeks.
I was very sick, and Tony, it's actually very sad because I messed up my sciatic nerve again, so I haven't been able to row for 5 days, so we'll see what happens. But
You love your row machine. You've rowed many miles, almost
love it.
around the world, people are saying.
Yeah, that's 1,400 miles. Yes, I've been almost around the world.
Yes.
It's incredible. Almost around the world this year, 1,400 fucking miles. Google it, whatever. It's around the world. The circumference of the Earth, 1,400 miles. I've done it on the row machine, so it is pretty impressive. I think that's why I messed up my sciatic. I just got it into the 38-minute time period this past week, and I was almost there in my last stroke I pulled. I just did it really hard, and then I felt something pop in my back, and I got up and tried to stretch, and I felt woozy, and it's real hurt. So,
And that was recent. That was the last.
yeah, that's Thursday.
That was Thursday, but you were out 2 Mondays in a row. Tell us about this little ailment that you have.
Tony, I mean, I was coughing a bunch of stuff up, and I was real sick. And Tony, if I'm going to be honest with you, I was pretty sick, but I was also every now and then I'm just feeling very funny. I wasn't feeling funny, and now my sciatic nerves all fucked up, and I'm telling everybody I got fucking AIDS up in fucking Chicago. I mean, it was early a couple of weeks ago, some dude fucking gives me AIDS up in Chicago, whatever, so that really isn't helping any of this. Seriously, Ron, I mean, it's bad, and my fucking sciatic nerve hurts, and Red Man looks as stupid as ever, and those plastic-looking clown glasses that you wear, what are those things? They look real plasticky and cheap and stupid. What are those?
Yeah, what are those? They're glasses.
They're glasses! God, you always sound like a monster to me. Tony, I did my longest set last night in Louisville, Kentucky. I did 56 minutes. It's the longest I've ever done. I never done that. It was also in front of maybe the smallest crowd I've done comedy in front of him in a while. It's probably 30 people or something. But Tony, I felt real comfortable, so I got to figure that out. I got to figure out how to get that comfortable in front of any size crowd, because I felt good. Yeah, 56 minutes, 4 more minutes, and I would have hit an hour. Maybe someday.
You know, Tony, there was a personal trainer here last week, and he wanted to talk to you really bad because he said that the rowing that you're doing is really bad for your health, actually.
Okay. What do you mean?
I don't know. He was saying something like it's really bad.
So what? He wants me to turn out like you're fucking fat.
Like he said, it was
I mean, you can die soon, you fucking idiot. So what? I need to just stop doing the row machine, you fucking nasty person. Seriously, shut up, dumbass. That's part of the reason I started feeling kind of sick, and I think, God, I'm gonna see fucking Red Man's fucking stupid ass up there, and I swear to God, it tips the scale for me not wanting to be here. I swear to God. Red Man, it tips the scale just so much. Like if I'm kind of feeling sick and then I'm thinking about your stupid ass, I think, no way. And then I have to call Tony and it's awkward, but it's because of you, Red Man.
Wow. You know, a little fun fact is that pro is a thinking man over here. Poopy butthole, mashed potatoes. All right. So, a fun fact about the first 2 weeks ago when you called out sick for the first time is I believe it was Michael Gonzalez says, or somebody sent us a picture of you post-workout that day, which we found interesting. So kind of,
I know. God, I was worried. I was thinking Tony's caught my ass.
yeah, I did. Because people are like, I don't know why he's sick. Check out this picture of him earlier. And it's crazy because when we met William, I mean, holy shit, he was so bloated and so fat.
7 years ago, I swear to God, it's almost been 7 years I've been doing this show. Like this week or last week or something. 7 years.
And I saw this picture of you, and you're fucking ripped. Would it be too much?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm on 2 hours of sleep.
The abs are unbelievable. You don't have those abs? Then they want it.
I was 2 hours of sleep. No, I don't feel good. I still don't feel good. I'm on 2 hours of sleep.
Why did you only have 2 hours of sleep?
Because my flight back to Austin was so early. I was trying to get on back to Austin, and I just stayed up. I was up there 56 minutes. I was so pumped after that, so I stayed awake for hours.
What did you do?
What did somebody say? God!
What did you do when you were awake all night? What do you do? You are just on your phone, or do you do something in bed? Do you count sheep? What the people want to know? Because people have been watching you for almost 7 years. Every week they see you, and they want to know, what does a guy like William do while he's laying in bed? We've talked about everything. We've talked about your favorite board games, your favorite books, your favorite snacks, your favorite vegetables. We've covered it all.
Oh my God, Tony, you know what offended me the other day? Something when you were just talking like that to me. I'm talking to somebody out where I do the workout stuff, and I'm talking to this guy, and we're having just this regular conversation, and out of nowhere he says, "Do you have a learning disability?"
Yeah, he does.
And I just walked away.
Well, what would make him ask a question like that?
I don't know. I've been doing self-reflecting. I don't know. Do I have a learning disability, Tony? I don't know.
Red Man's nodding his head.
Of course he does. What do you think I have?
Because you can't show your abs because you're tired. Your abs are tired. You can't show your abs right now.
You're supposed to be weird.
Let me ask you this. Would it make you feel better if Red Band showed his abs first? Look at the little giggle over here. Come on, look. Troy's got his camera out. This is going to be a magical moment. Red Band. The crowd wants it.
Stand next to me.
Come on. Stand next to him. Come on, Red Band. Come on. It can't be worse than what we already have in our imaginations of what your abs would look like. No.
I'm unshaven right now. Maybe next time.
Do you think that matters? I don't know if that's better or worse.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah.
Can you just show me a little bit from under the table?
Oh
my God. Dude, you might have pussy cancer, bro.
All right.
William,
so nice to be back, Tony.
We are so happy that you're back off of 2 hours of sleep, and yet you did it again. Unbelievable material, sneaky little deliveries and treats. The Chicago Eats thing in the middle, I love. Just a funny setup, and on to the next one.
I was hoping that was going to work, because if I couldn't get the beginning part, then I was just seeing there are times where then it just snowballs and then nobody's laughing at any of it. It was so fun tonight, Tony. Thank you so much.
Everybody loves William Montgomery, and you did it again, William. You see him on tour. He's doing his longest sets. The baby boy is all grown up. The Hall of Famer, William Montgomery. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebel is in it. It's fucking awesome. It's Ron White. That is cool as fuck. Let's see what the local artist Chris Rogers drew up tonight. Oh, is that Dave Attell? Fuck yeah! Another one of the goats. Dave Attell, one of the best in the world, if not the. Along with the Appalachia. On tour every once in a great while. Lucky Oklahoma has them on New Year's Eve. Tickets at tatersalad.com. I'll say it again. Ron started this gangster shit in Austin, Texas, and it's going to be fucking written about in history books. People are making fucking YouTube documentaries, from what I understand, about Austin every day. So that's a thing. We're having a blast here. Ron White, and then Joe Rogan, Tony, Segura, Christina P., Duncan Trussell, Shane Gillis, Matt McCusker, it goes on and on. Like, it's absolutely crazy the amount of talent that is here all the time. It's unbelievable. And now you got your Dedrick Flynn added to the mix. It's so exciting to watch everything happen in real time. Shout out to Marcus King, who joined the band all night tonight. One more time, his brand new album, Darling Blue, is unbelievable. I have a copy of it. It's on my vinyl record player right now. It is fucking unbelievable. Thank you to Sean Greenberg and the rest of the best damn band in the land. Brandman,
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. I love you guys.
very few tickets left for New Year's Eve at the Moody Center. We hear you people say, I try to get tickets all the time, but you can't get tickets. So you can get tickets for New Year's Eve. Why spend it anywhere else? Come to Austin, Texas, the capital of bars per capita, the live music capital of the world, the live comedy capital of the world. We love you. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Mad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Senator John Kennedy is on the Adam Carolla Show.
Good to see you, Senator.
This one. Well,
With his left hand, he's applying some sort of a front headlock here. Not much happening with the right hand, but that left hand is up to something sneaky here. Our official Hunter Edwards taking a good look here, making sure. And we're off. Immediately, both competitors block the seatbelt escape from their opponent. It looks like Ledoux is in trouble. Jennings has the jump, and he has the seatbelt around the neck of Ledoux.
all right.
Push it downfield. Second down and 15. Sanders over the middle is after the completion. That's the first catch today for David Njoku. A gain of 8 that brings up third down. Let's find out what this quarterback can do as well. Third down and 8. Pressure coming off the edge. Sanders in trouble, and he is dropped. Ball came out late. It was Kyle Hamilton who has the sack. He's ready for it. They are maniacs about development as Sanders has his pass broken up by Rousier. And it's from opportunities like this, forcing George Sanders, where you've got so many reps over the course of the season and practice, and now you get a chance to go out there and execute. Third down and 10. Sanders takes a big hit, and he's picked off. Intercepted on the play by Nate Wiggins. Sanders needs some help getting up as Wiggins has his third pick of the year. And back out of the field, Sanders rolling right, throws almost intercepted again. He threw it right to Kyle Hamilton. Keep an eye on these tight ends now. The Joker 85. Sanders rolling right. Now coming back the other way, steps up, and he's got the first down. Shador Sanders moving the chains for the Browns. Third and long. Gets the Baltimore defense. Sanders Third down and 12. Sanders steps up. Nobody there. He'll just run it, and he runs out of bounds. 2 yards shy of the first down. It's fourth down for Stefanski in Cleveland. 17 snaps today for Sanders. As he's looking to go to the air on first down, locates Judkins, who lost the football. Wyatt Teller falls on it, and they're saying it was incomplete. Second down and 10. Sanders fires. Looking for a penalty marker. It was Kyle Hurts from Baltimore, and now it's third down and long. Johnson as well. Let's see what the call is on third and long. Do you just want to get out of here? Sanders just throws it away, and out comes the flag. Coming out there. It was Trenton Simpson applying the pressure, and this is going to be grounding against Cleveland. From the 35-yard line, Sanders on first down. And Jones wide open instead. He goes deep to Fenton. Big play. Shador Sanders to Harold Fenton. A gain of 25. Let's see if he wants to bring extra.
No, that's offensive. I'm Canadian. You guys are totally being offensive right now. No, don't be rude. Don't be disgusting.
Well, you choose to be offended by something that came out of my mouth before I even knew about the memo of you being offended by it. You chose to be offended by something.
Listen, I've never heard of Michigan maple syrup. Not once in my whole entire life.
Well, that's because you up there in the frozen tundra, okay?
Michigan maple syrup.
Do I gotta post a picture of it? Sorry, here you go. Some hate things.
I need to maple syrup. I need to see it. My own eyes now. See it.
Alright, you about to see it. You about to see it, Barbie.
Don't AI that shit.
No, this ain't AI. What you about to see my hand in the show?
Oh, there it is.
You think it's AI? Hold on, look at that.
I love this. I love that you said just yeah, because it's part of my I can turn my back on my heroes. Oh my gosh. See that?
Some Canada turned their back on their own citizens.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Canada did freaking unwrite against us altogether. They don't want us there. They don't want us there. No, they want to take it. Never, you know what? Never mind. I ain't gonna do that.
You get pulled over in Canada for racing driving and put you in 24-hour timeout with your car.
No, I don't talk about this.
It does happen.
My brother comes to me and like a DUI.
In Canada, like they can have your car for 24 hours.
I mean, if you're like in the United States, maybe that's not true. That's not true at all. I've never heard anybody having their car in the car for 24 hours. That's not real. But it is a communist country. It is run by communist countries. Under the financial spectrum, if you start dusting away some fake drainage, it's not a great country like Canada, Australia. Yeah, a little bit. It's a little Indian.
Maple syrup again.
I can't see it. You put it in the junction? Thank you, Barbie.
Nah. balls. Attach my balls. Ow. Fuck. Attach my balls. It's athleticism.
Everybody should be following everybody. It's not that big.
Speaking of getting threats, I don't know these are somebody.
Thank you, man. I want to try to threaten me. Come on, man.
Oh, no. So you got back up.
You know I'm a wizard too. I'm all about everybody. It's about everybody getting the raise, moving up together. That's the way I see it. Anyways, we are trying to do this, just like you guys are. Just like everybody. We gotta try our best to make things happen. But
Trash been up in here every night trying to bully me. Talking about the mafia out this and the mafia out that, and he's leaving letters at my door.
I don't know, man. I can't even get him to switch till freaking Soul God. So he did to get on his trash panda. So I just respect that. So whatever.
I was talking to make me one trash panda. It never happened. Man, I just teased me, but it isn't true. Under the bus. That's the problem, trash bird. You think you're bigger than the program? This problem. No, I know he's a great guy, but it's like, why would you get to know him? I don't know. So I can feel that I can be to it, like be a part of the team like that. But I have to be the outsider then. That's just how it is. It's weird to be called trash man and not be a human person. It just is so. How would you trash man as a kid? I would say like a man inside of a trash bin. I've been to the trash. Speaking of that, you notice you remember the game? Forget that. I remember the game. That's Rabbi.
Is it me first? I thought the rabbi had his hand up.
No, it's a moment for me. You know,
Yeah, can I show? I want to show myself. I want to show things.
You want to do what?
I want to show.
Oh, show. Okay, sure. You want a 60-second show?
Can I do a 60-second show? I think I got this.
Well, this is very good. We have trash bin and happy. We have
Sounds like I'm in trouble.
60 seconds starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
You guys know who it is. This is the Bitcoin Brothers. This is a new account. My other account got suspended, so make sure that you give this one absolutely a follow immediately. But that's not why I'm here today. What I do want to do is tell everybody, just as I slightly mentioned earlier about Rabbi, I'm going to be hosting a space on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time where you can come in and play bingo. Loteria is the Mexican version of bingo. Instead of numbers, you get pictures. But there is a real buy-in. So for 2 ICP, you can buy a card. It's part of my time to play. You're entered and eligible to win a portion of the pot. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, if you want to learn how to host or want to play a game, let me know. Get my DMs. It's going to be fun. Again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. Let's go.
So you have 4 seconds. Call the panel bitches. Gonna have to write them down. Alright. Let's open up the panel. Anybody has questions first? Let's start. Panda, see you laughing. Ask your question. Questions. Yeah. How long does it take roughly, and how on my phone does it have to be to organize? Because I'm working at that time, more sleep most of the time.
So it is like an interactive game, right? So I'm not sure if you want to play bingo, but essentially what I need to do is the numbers on the picture that come up is all the bingo. You get, so I just got a caller, sorry. If you get a full card, like if you log off everything, then you get. Shoot, you bring it up.
I think she got a call.
Yeah, I'm getting a call. Sorry, 1 second here, guys.
It's somebody, by the way.
I'm busy. You know I'm busy.
Yeah. I get it. It's 2 points. Take it down right there. You have to follow before you get up here, but I'm sorry. Now you want to get up here and chill your life away, but you gotta follow the host, the co-host,
And Barbie.
And Rabbi, of course. Ooh, the happy. Damn, happy. Pretty,
Happy.
nice. Look at the show that changed, though. She doesn't show that change unless I click on it. You know, wait some happy. Yeah, true.
That's that too. It's just like, I'm the check, but like, I got a gift and I'm going to take it.
What a gift. You got a gift?
I got a gift. Yeah, that's a surprise. Maybe we'll see how the space goes.
Wow. Barbie, you like out there? What the hell was that?
Oh, sorry. I was at the type of person I was like, I'm in a space right now. Hold on. At the time, so yeah, you definitely gonna have to pay attention because like the pictures will come up or whatever, like the calls will be made, and you're gonna have to like, pay attention. So this is gonna be my first run though, so this is definitely gonna be trial for me. I'm still gonna be playing around and figuring new things out. So hopefully that answers your question. I don't have all the answers right now, but we're gonna run the first one and then see how that goes.
Sounds good, Burbs. Sounds good. I can't sound that because I get a break. My just
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
if also let's get to the question. So Barbie, if I'm a host of the bingo, can I also participate in the bingo? As a conflict of interest.
That's a really good question. Another one I don't know. I don't know if you can do it from the platform, but maybe if you're using a desktop and then a phone, you probably can.
Also, can you pin whatever you're talking about to the top? I would like to have that.
Okay, you want me to pin the space?
Whatever you're talking about, you show. Whenever anybody show, please pin it to the top first, then show for your 60 seconds.
Yeah, I just posted it up for the space. I don't have the website. I gotta get the website down, but I'll use it that out in a second. I'm the bingo guy. Nice to meet you guys. I know here. I was like, yeah, we're enjoying it. Nice to meet you. I followed all you guys. If anybody else wants to follow me, I'll back. But nice to meet you guys. If you guys have any questions, let me know about NFT. No idea. We brought bingo to the blockchain, basically. And Barbie is gonna be one of the hosts. So we already had one beta test in 2 live games with it's on the ICP blockchain. So we use ICP gold, which is GLDT, which is a tokenized gold, and then we accept CKBTC, which is Bitcoin on the ICP blockchain. So most of the games are ICP. Yeah, Nomi, you got a question?
That was a question I was going to ask you. I didn't know what ICP was. You just answered it, so that's good.
Yeah, that's another one. But yeah, you can buy ICP. Sorry. You can buy ICP through like Coinbase or any like normal exchange or whatever, and you can send it over to the website, like your wallet on the website, so you can buy your cards and play around.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know what ICP is, I think it's like the only thing right now. So it was doing pretty bad, except for like the past month. It's been doing really good for the past month. But yeah, basically ICP, it's like it's a coin, obviously, but instead of just being a coin on a ledger, you can actually host both the front end and the back end of an application. So for example, our application, btcbingo.fun, we're framing it towards Bitcoin because you can use Bitcoin, but basically you can host applications on it instead of just being the ledger. So like if you do an NFT, the NFT is also on chain. Other than this, other blockchains, you have to do sometimes you have to do different things. You have to do something on Filecoin, and then you can do your token on Solana or Ethereum, and then there's a lot of workarounds. ICP basically you just put everything on chain. So if you like it or don't like it, just come support us anyway. You just buy a couple of them just to play bingo, and then if you want to cash back out, you can sell it and buy your other favorite coin. But yeah, we're bringing bingo on chain. We're also an NFT project. So come join us if you want to buy the NFT. Basically, if anybody picks your bingo card, when they win, and we might change this to where you get paid every single time anyways, but when a person wins with your bingo card, you get a percentage, like 10 to 20% of that jackpot. So let's say people are playing for $1,000 and they win on your bingo card that you own on the NFT market. The canister, that's what it's called. That's what we call our smart contracts. The canister will detect who owns the NFT
meeting with Crow and Axe earlier and invited them to do that. So, let's see, because I think one of their nights could be a cool bingo night. I'm trying to get some of the people I know that host regularly to do one every night. So it's not just me doing it, but everyone's like, okay, Barbie's bingo night's on Thursday, but Grow and Axe is on this day, and Cyber Mode's on this day, and whatever. So we have like a full week lined up. So if any of those days you want to hop in to play bingo, someone's hosting a game. So I just want to work with everyone to get everyone kind of having a bingo game every night at different spaces.
Oh yeah, I wanted to take. Did you have a question? I kind of answered earlier. There was kind of a note knows. But it's just those two currencies that might be that buy into the cards so far. Or is it going to grow farther past that? Or are we going to turn around? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
So right now we have ICP because of blockchain, so we can give credit. We have CKBTC. We're working on adding Bitcoin Minter. So CKBTC is Bitcoin Twin. It's not like by us. It's on the network. It's like on the network level, so it's like super secure. It's like one of the securest ones. We haven't added that because we have to do like this API thing where it links up and like it mints you the CKBTC, which means you enter Bitcoin and then you can use it on the ICP network as CKBTC. So if you're gonna play for like 50 cents or like 10 cents, you can do that without waiting like half an hour, without like paying a transaction fee. You pay like a quarter of a penny or something like that. And then we have GLDT, which is gold. It's tokenized gold in Switzerland. The reason I added that is because I work there under social media manager for Gold DAO, so I gotta give him credit too. But I would like to grow to where it accepts Solana and any other like popular tokens that people are really into. And then once we launch our token, because we don't have a token yet, we only have an NFT, but the NFT holders are going to receive an airdrop for the token. So before we get to that, then all of the tokens that we collect, I'm looking at a mechanism to where we switch those tokens and we buy our token, and then we either burn it or store it or stake it or something, so we can become like hyperinflationary. But all of that is in the future. Right now, we just have the NFT and just ICP network. But in the future, we'll try to add Solana and like the popular ones.
I have a quick question. Sorry if I can just hop in just for my own knowledge as well. Are you guys working with Omnity, or are you just...
No, I did contact Omnity in the past, and I think I owned one of their NFTs, but I haven't talked to them in a long time, so we're not doing any of that yet. But that might be one of the avenues to get into.
Let me meet with Sheldon. I'm really good friends with him, so let me make sure that you guys get him, because that'll open up too, as they're opening up the ICP rails for the cross-chain compatibility. You might be able to
Yo, what's going on, Trace?
Nice. And you have a question?
I'm in the middle of a Twitter discussion, so apologies I can't talk right now, but maybe in a little bit. All right, well, cuddle up. I'll keep you company.
Marketplace. I don't want to say issues, marketplace competitions, because they're building a new one, and the guys building the new one are very competitive. But the current one that we have, the best one, it's not a marketplace, it's a marketplace aggregator, and it's called DGDG. So if you go to dgdg.app, which is just the letter D, the letter G, and then D and G again, I'll give you guys the link. I don't know how to post things, but I'll post it on the comments. If you go there and you search Rothschild, you'll find it and you can buy it there. The floor is at 55 ICP right now. I think that's like $300. So we have 363 pieces. So it's very, sorry about this, my phone. We're very close to
just with a lot more knowledge behind it. But Thursday's our first round, so pull up, let's play, and yeah.
That is a deal for Senor Victor. I'll even tell you what you meant, man. So basically, I don't know if you respect the soul gods, but we have a wizard cabal, basically, that creates a group chat full of people that they bought into the collection of the soul gods collection, but there's wizardry that we decided to have a group chat full of different builders, investors, etc. Everybody in there is just really just building up each other up. Just really connecting and networking. Basically, since you don't know, but you just chill tonight. And since we are giving you a deal, let's allow you like 24 hours to spend in there, connect with people in there, like-minded individuals that's trying to learn different projects and see different projects. So, yeah, man. So I'm just gonna add you into the chat right now, and you can just continue to chill in there. All right, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I also, the comments I put up where to buy and where to play. So the first link is the DGDG link. That's where you can buy. You need an ICP. If you're in Solana, I recommend Plug Wallet because it's similar to the Solana wallet. It's kind of like, it reminds me of it. And then the other website is btcbingo.com. I'm sorry, I spelled that wrong. It's btcbingo.com. Let me delete that and retype it. But btcbingo.fun, and that's where you actually go to play. That one, you don't have to link up your wallet, so don't worry about security or anything like that. It works with internet identity. So you basically peek an internet identity. And the way that works on ICP is it creates a new wallet for every new thing that you're into. So you don't have to worry about like hacks or anything like that. It'll make a new one for that.
Thank you so much, Victor, for coming up and doing that. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you guys. It means a lot to be lit up to speak and all that. That's what I thank you guys. I'm trying to add to the chat, but it's like, just chat thing, man. It's
fucking hand is so huge. It's crazy. I just think about the stuff ever, guys. I still never.
This feature only works with encrypted conversations with and it will keep that message for
so fucking random. But Rabbi has his hand up, and I don't know if Trash Panda has any more questions. Trash. Congratulations on your deal. Sounds like a very good project, and it's all your team, like, the team, like,
yeah, so our dev, his name is Damali, he's with Canister Software, and some of his other notable projects, he's working on Internet of Things on the blockchain, so he has this, like, switch that you can, this is really hard to explain to someone that, but basically you can control things, like actual things that move, like little switches or robots on the blockchain. So he's working on that, and his latest creation is he's doing like a tracking device, I think. So I'm assuming it's like a GPS tracker on chain. I don't know if that's going to be for like trailers or I don't know what he's doing with it. He didn't tell me much, but he works with us. He's our dev engineer, and I think we're his side project actually. I don't think we're his main project, but yeah, he's the dev and artist. the artists, we have collaboration with Master Rap 2. He's the one that drew the cartoons. Like for example, if you'll see some characters that look like crypto. So you know how like one of them looks like Devo the Bull, but really it's our own the bull market, and then the bear, it's not the logo of the bear, it's like our own in-house that's made by artists. We also have two, and then we have One Piece that's done by Rico. He does mixed art, and so we have a collab with him for that One Piece. And if you know what I'm talking about, I'll post here. Let me post a picture of what one of the botellas looks like. Because the botellas are actually really pretty. If you just an NFT collector and you're not worried about utility or anything like that, just the art is really good. This one's an ultra rare. That one, I think the one was just 175 ICP instead of 55 ICP. But it's basically the characters or the little pictures inside of your bingo board. Each one has 16 of them. And yeah, so that's the team, and Barbie's helping us host some games, and I'm gonna try to get more people to help us. We have a couple other influencers on ICP. Bitcoin Renegade is going to host a game for us. Six Fig is the real Six Fig is going to host a game for us. And yeah, so basically, but anybody's free to do so. By the way, you don't need permission. If you would like to host a bingo game, all you have to do is go to btcbingo.fun and click host a game. And if you want to stream it, kind of like the point of this is to stream it as kind of like live stream. So you can use StreamYard, Streamlabs, whatever. You share your screen, and then people kind of see you. Barbie's going to do the first ever space one, where it's just a space. So you can just host your own bingo games on a space or on a live stream, and then people join on the other end to join a game. So you do host a game, they do join a game. And anybody can just host their own game. So you can select your fee. If you want to charge 5%, if you want to do it for 1%, let's say you're doing a charity. So for example, you're collecting money, to feed children or the puppies or whatever. You can set the host fee to like 40% or something larger, and then you can let people know. Or if you have some sort of emergency, you can do that too. Like, hey guys, I gotta pay my rent. I'm hosting a bingo game. Please also be used for that. It can also be used to support your own projects. So, for example, two of the things that we're experimenting on. The one thing is, if somebody is hosting a game, you can monetize it by charging people or advertisers, paying people to mention your project while doing the game. So, for example, Barbie can be hosting a bingo game, and at the same time, she can say like, "Oh, this bingo game is brought to you by the NFT, blah blah blah." And like, you can mention things, so you can monetize your stream while hosting bingo games. It's like double monetization, and then you can also pay people for that. And then the other thing is that you can do something where you can do like, okay, we have a 20% fee, but 100% of that fee is going to go to buying and earning XYZ token and whatever. So then people in a specific community can play bingo, have fun, and then at the end they buy and earn their own tokens. So then we benefit from that too. So I mean, the possibilities are endless. This is our first week. To be honest, we were doing beta testing, and I wasn't going to launch until next week. And people were like, "No, I'm going to play now." So I launched the beta testing, and everyone just like started playing. So I can't hold it back. But yeah, we fixed a bunch of bugs, so that helped us. We have like multiple parts now. We have a return to game where you can reset that. Some people are getting lost and returning to the game. And yeah, hopefully in the future we'll add a whole lot more tokens and a lot more mechanisms to make it a good environment for everybody. So yeah, it's a really good opportunity to like hang out together and make a couple tokens.
Yeah, that's, I appreciate that, Victor. Like I said, I feel bad. Can you go to Rabbi? I feel bad.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of human. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. This is the biggest event in global history. I'm king of the internet, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential, and I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they are in my profile. They're also in my pinned post, where you can also find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. We just celebrated our 2,500th member, and we're always growing. In addition to making you rich and wanting to help bring about world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that is we build wells and towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a social media marketer, if you're a reply guy, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please feel free to reach out to me. Send me a follow. I'll follow you right back. I'll reply my Discord. I'd love to connect with you and can make you more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all, personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely to let you know I appreciate the ability.
Actually, not really. I actually looked at it. That's crazy.
100%. Thank you for your high praise.
I think we actually do have to connect because I was just talking to one of our other dogs, TJ, about this. I think he would be great for like a 24/7 nice meal. And listen, I don't know if you overheard this second flying into French, whatever, connection, whatever.
Absolutely. It's serendipitous. Hi, everybody, if you're watching me right now. What up, Trash Panda? I'm shouting you out, Trash Panda. Absolutely. I'm based out of Irvine, California, just located in Orange County near Los Angeles. I've streamed IRL as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed to Beverly Hills in Los Angeles, and basically everywhere in Southern California. I do my best to, but I also am not a prisoner to the camera. So if I ever want to take a break from it, yeah, if I want to take a break, I keep the streams going certainly, but I enjoy being on. It doesn't really bother me, but if I'm gonna run to the mailbox or something like that, I may not start up an Instagram reel, but sometimes I do just depending, um, and what I may have going. If there's not a lot going on and I want to create something cool, sometimes I'll fire up a stream. But even then, there are cameras outside the house, so I guess I'm still on camera then, but it's not the same. Obviously, one is closed circuit and the other is live stream to the world.
Would you be down to do like a miniature Big Brother?
Yeah, in the future, that's what I want to do. So I'd like to give people a first person view of my life. I'd like to do this for the rest of my life. I mean, I've been doing it since I was 35. I'm now 39, and really have intentions on doing it for the rest of my life. I think humans will be able to learn a lot from this, not just about my life, about human biology. Uh, just learning people's eating habits, their drink habits, their sleeping habits, their circadian rhythms, their breathing patterns, every aspect about a human biologically, their personality habits, behavioral habits can be studied from multiple angles over the course of long periods of time, uh, unadulterated by perhaps a clinical environment. And also, I've been able to capture just amazing moments of history: the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, assassinations and assassination attempts. I've been in earthquakes. I've seen the birth of AI from a large language model standpoint. I was live streaming prior to large language models being integrated in our lives. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user November 30th, 2022, when it formally launched. And we've been able to see how AI has changed our lives since. And it's only been 3 years or so. And we've had the opportunity to be able to see not just ChatGPT, but Claude and Copilot and Grok and Gemini and all of the others. And I think it'll be really interesting for people to be able to track in the future what life was like back during the pandemic and in the time since.
Yeah, man. I do have a few questions, but what I wanted to talk to you about is like, are you into crypto at all?
Absolutely. I'm a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency, one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Its ticker is Bitcoin. It's worth anywhere between 50 and $100 million. Has had an all-time high of 360. The 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 community is amazing. We're very strong. We have 12,000 people in our Telegram live streaming in their Telegram. I have been for more than 2 years. Coin was launched. Very close with the dev team in their fantasy football league. I've been in crypto since 2015 personally. And so while I'm not in the earliest of stages with it, that's longer than most people. So I've been able to see its development, certainly, and ride out the highs and lows that we've seen in the years since.
Yeah, man. Doing your marketing and stuff like that. Like, too. At those times, because I'm seeing a bunch of picture, like your live stream.
Yeah, so
Sponsorships you working on.
so I'm sponsored by this cryptocurrency, and so they sponsor my merchandise, and also I've been sponsored. I have other sponsorships of different cryptocurrencies. Generally, I keep it to cryptocurrencies. When it comes to my YouTube, I don't really focus on that growth. That's really to archive my life. So every few months or so, I will just create a brand new YouTube account and start streaming on it, and then fill it with a few hundred videos or so, and then move on to another one. The reason why is because I don't want to have all my eggs in one basket when it comes to YouTube. I don't want people to be able to get one of my accounts banned and take down all my content. So I do my best to multi-stream. I'm live not just on YouTube, but I've got over 49,000 people on Twitch, and on Discord. I have 2,500 people in my Discord alone. Um, and you know, I I've lost a lot of accounts like Barbie. I had tens of thousands of people on my Twitter that I've lost, and there's just no support getting those back. So you got to start from the beginning, and that's what I've done with this account. So over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've gained like 900 and some odd followers, and that's quite good. I'll take that for 2 weeks of work. Axe, I see you, big dog. Yeah, I just shouted you out. Absolutely. Hey, Axe, you want to see yourself? You can see your PFP on my phone. That's okay. I understand. But yeah, thanks for joining, and we continue to grow. And just to everybody out there, I'm a positive person, and I like to surround myself with positive people. That's who are members of my Discord. And positive vibes to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share. Uh, yeah, I am. I'd like to travel the world when I go viral, but at this point, I really like to maintain my streams and my community, and it's easier to do that from desktop streams. But in the future, yeah, my plans are to travel and to basically live my life on camera while going from one location to another.
I was looking at it on YouTube, so you were talking, and then when I clicked on it, I almost broke, but I knew that shit. Yeah, and you know, you're on Twitter, and since you were, throwing your platform here, maybe I can give you the BBC. Are you looking to grow your account?
Well, actually, not really. I hate to say. You mean my Twitter account? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. What? Yeah, absolutely. I just understand that I never know if it's going to get banned, so that's why I don't get the blue check mark again like I've had in the past. But what is the? Please explain. What's the BBC?
Okay, so it's the Mark Brandon course. It just help you grow on Twitter. Basically, you have like a short name that fits in the bio, like maybe Rabbi instead of Rabbi Rothschild.
Oh, I understand. No, I actually don't want that. I want to be different than everybody else. I want to be different than everybody else. So, I like that. Everybody else has a short name. Yeah. Oh, he'll find me. He'll find me. I'm not worried about that. Oh, no, I understand. I want to be different than everybody else. Everybody does that. I want to be different. It's important to me. I understand. I'd like to go against the grain. I'm a salmon going against the river. But everybody with short names. Exactly. Yeah, no, I get it. I've had names that are exactly mine. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. I've had at the Rabbi, at the Rebbe. All of those, they've all been banned. I've had over 2,000. I've had over 2,000 accounts. The reason why I use the handle that I use is because it's not mine. And then I think it makes it a little more difficult for Twitter to ban me. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I've had over 2,000 Twitter accounts organically banned. So I basically kind of want to just go against the grain a little bit. And at least in the past 2 weeks, this account hasn't been banned. I think I got it back earlier this year or something. And the fact that it was aged meant that I might have the opportunity to avoid those bans because it just happens. And there's nothing you can really do to get that account back. Twitter doesn't provide any human support. So let me say this though: if I were doing things again the normal way, that's how I did it when I first started. I was just at Rabbi Rothschild. That was 15 characters. I was at Rabbi, or my name was just Rabbi Rothschild. It was short. It was simple. That's how I did it when I first started. But after 4 years of banned accounts and fighting the system, I've had to basically take on some, uh, let's just say, avant-garde strategies, and at least it's working for me now. I mean, I've gained 900 people in the last 2 weeks, and continue to grow. But let me say that I know that there's a reason why people do the standard way. I get that in the short names. I understand that. But this is the the choice. This is the path that I'm on, so I'm gonna roll with it.
I just want to say I'm taking off going to bed, but I did leave in the Louisville for any of the ladies, women. Morgan built a kind of like a Rolodex of contacts and stuff to start a Women's Day kind of thing where you can, it's like a break, it's like basically a ledger of all the different women of Web3. And it's kind of the start to build a directory for all the women in Web3 and to try to bring in like corporations and stuff. So if you guys are not on there, I appreciate you guys would join up because we're trying to get like 100 people on there, and every person that gets on is going to help get there. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Morgan and what she's doing with the women of world, sorry, the Women of Web3 International Day. And I did get a chance to pop in there. Their first monthly space, and that's held on the 11th, guys. I don't know the exact time, but definitely I'll second that. Add her up. She's a super hard worker in the space and definitely trying to build something really interesting, cool, and different.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Web3, let's make sure I'm in the DMs as well, so I can show my support as much as I can, okay? Anywho, Trav, sorry, you didn't see your hands up.
Oh, yeah, I got something to share. And it's actually something, for me, before I start, for me, this is a totally digit play, but if you've been around the space long enough, then you should recognize pretty much what it can be. Of course, I'm talking about the legendary Solana gold bars. Can you even call your treasury in your DAO or whatever a treasury gold?
Hey, what's up? My name Cowbell. You already know what it is. Gringo Poppy live stream, bitch. Alright. I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite comedian, Cowbell. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months. So stand up, I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right into the bit. Alright? Check this out. Some dudes be fucking like this. But you know how Cowbell be fucking like, oh, shit. What's up? Cowbell, man.
These rooms for years, just saying, until stuff finish. I swear. So what do you guys have? I don't know you stay at home, oh my god. You guys watching accounts more than 5 times in my email.
I swear, but make some money in crypto and move to Lagos, not Waka on Lagos or Ibadan or Osun State. Today, oh yeah, all of you traders, everybody should come up because today we are talking about trading. We're talking about leverage trading, trading like a pro. So everybody should come up. Hey, Rabbi, good morning. This is the first time I have a Rabbi in our community. Welcome to this space.
Thank you so much for letting me be here. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Shiny. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet, and this is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want you to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. There is a link to all of my streams. Okay, please allow me to finish, and then you can ask me any questions you wish, but it's rude if you cut me off. May I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Okay, well, let me finish off.
Thank you. I will answer any questions that you have when I'm done. You can find my link tree in my pinned post along with a link to my YouTube streams. Those are available to you from all of the different views. Additionally, my link tree has more social media than any person you'll ever meet. Feel free to look at all the content that I have there. I also have a link to my Discord, which has over 2,500 people. Feel free to join it if you wish. In addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I want you to know that I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want a coach, a mentor, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. Send me a follow. I'll be happy to follow you back. I want to help you to become more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support all of you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for that. And yes, guys, let us avoid disrupting. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Anyone who have a question for Rabbi? As a CK Cardano always call me in the right time. Today we're talking about leverage trading around everything. That's so perfect. Welcome to the space, CK. KG Barista B, welcome. Yeah, let's welcome everyone into this space. Let's make sure to retweet this space. I'm also saying oh my god, a lot of GM have not even replied. Yeah, so let's go. Passing the mic to you, Nort.
I'm glad to ask you about this guy that's fucking sorry, just is it like leverage now? I joined this space the other time also. I want to like just the area wasn't one you need to help that kind of action. So I'm taking that advice. So I just want to
Yes, when it comes to market analysis, trading, like Swami is a very big one there. So don't feel his advice. You know, when Nigerians like this, anything like this, the way Nigerians trade, even if you see the Nigerian call groups, you see BTC, different kind of coin. But that mindset have to change, I beg. Yeah, it's better to focus on one. And it's not only sorry that I've heard that stuff from, because you have to study them. And like that, you want to be a very good trader, it will take like 4 to 5 years before you can say, oh, I'm an excellent trader, I'm an excellent analyst. So now just look at yourself now, analyzing like 10 various trades, BTC, so SRP. Yeah, that means 10 times 4. That's 40 years before you can be good into all those 4 10 that you pick. So it's better you pick one and then study it and understand it very well. You know, it's much better that the mistake we make it, especially most people make it that if you like, yeah, if I have $1K now to trade, let me put it in various things, and then that's kind of a trading block, or try to like, that $1K, invest it in a business. Because that trading that you are trading, you are a BTC trader, your business is about trading BTC. What is that BTC that you are trading? The BTC that you are learning starts with maybe $50, $10, $20. Explore it. Don't go for the rush that, I want to make more money from that stuff. Yeah, so it's better to make a system. Yeah, I trade on Ethereum, this is what I trade. I trade on BTC, this is what I trade. And then you'll be able to understand that even you don't need, sometimes you get to see that you don't need, you just look at the market like that and be like, this is what will happen. It's not because of magic or anything, but it's because you've been adapted to it, you've seen it, you understand everything, so very, very important thing. I think I resonate with that stuff too. Yeah. Call groups can drop various ones for you. That's why call groups can actually help. Like let's say we have our call group now is solid. Now we have not the one trading BTC, MetaPlace trading Ethereum, this one. You can always trust your decision. You drop this one, we enter. Drop this one, we enter. Because look at this person is very solid there. And there are various streams you get. So yeah. So let me pass the mic to Murphy. Welcome, Oliver. Rabbi. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Murphy, you have the mic. Rabbi. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Murphy, you have the mic.
So, I just want to answer what you just said about the question. Not asked is really
Kill him however you need to kill him. Krishna says, no, shiny Hassan, camera, mo problem, mo
But you know what I'm saying, you guys missed me, so I'm back. I got on this.
Most humans is different because the execution of Torah uses the lashon of most humans. And what is most humans? That double lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Jason has the right to execute it. However, you get executed. I didn't so learn out from this. Learn out from Rothschild that Allah Kalamaisa, when someone is liable to a penalty, just kill them. However, you can kill them. There's Rothschild, but all of them takes away. There's Rothschild. There's also all of them. Remember again, right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally. So Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuven. By God, Adam also they have the ability to kill Reuven however they want to do it. Say, Allah, say, what do you got here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin HaGoyim Ke'achad. I have two mitzvahs or two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Before Shnei Ksuvin HaGoyim Ke'achad, Ein Malach. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. So I will say again, but I look at myself. So therefore, so again, we learn 2 halachos. Number one, Number one, not only is the homeowner the to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two part of the law. Another part of the law. Machteres. Any of the machteres. I only know if the thief is tunneling in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Karfifominai. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzner, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's going through a window that I could also kill him. Talmud you must say Hagana if you come off him. The pasuk says you must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you're allowed to execute him. In pain, Ma Tamur Machteres. That's the reason. Why does the pasuk say Machteres? Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tanya Yidak Machteres, any Machteres. I only know that if he tunnels in. Hello, if he comes in through the window, through the clutches, through the roof. You must say Hagana if so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, so he has to also off. Because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, let's say we have to stop a bit for today, but l'maisa, this is now going to end. This is going to lead into the next sugya, which is: does the thief require hasra? Is the hasra the same in this case? The Gemara suggests tunneling in, by definition, is your hasra. No further hasra. Then Shabbos will stop over for today. Oh yeah. Okay, great run. All right, to on Zoom. I will get these back to all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Have on Zoom. Jerry will ask you, married up and shared everything. London? Oh, okay. Next, go ahead, Bob. Advance mazel tov. Go ahead, everyone. Sorry? It's only extenuating circumstances.
I'm happy to do credit programs. So before I always try to be like, my credibility shitting on someone is amplified by the fact that I will give them easily credit where they're good at it. And so, as far as podcasting, because I've been trying to podcast with people, and if I ever hella toxic, and it's like, but it's a learning process because I get to a little toxic. Organize that true crime dog. I'm like, you haven't watched any podcasts that are just like
all right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Touch Shin Pei for the year 5785, Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. In the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Anish Cohen. Mazel tov, may they be Zocham Yeretz Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, and it's so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shai Tov and Mitzvachos, and should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. So let's say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our countries how to use it. And Eretz Hashem bring them home, the shalom and the karam, and all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole naaseh yidehem. So let's say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where this journey takes us. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. So you must just command as well as Samuel. Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement. So there was never such thing as a Bais Hanuga. Bais Hanuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it, and receive reward. Who does this really reflect? Kabbalah Ben. Like Kabbalah Benjamin. That's how much the scientists now is Muslim. She went over religion and said, Shira Kishteg Greece and Ashtei Avonim, Kishteg Solid. The carries of it. So again, in order to have Saras on the bus, remember again, there's a whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, I could point out that Halacha L'maisa Saras in the home was not a punishment as much as it was a bracha. Because that's to point out before the Jews came into Israel, the indigenous nations, hid treasures in the walls of their home, and it was the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with Saras, because that would require the removal of stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, in order to have Taras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greasing. A grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avanim are two different stones. Vishtei Ksavim are two different walls. The Karen is Zavis. So essentially, you don't have to be in a corner. Our Kokish greasing, but our Kokish grease, you have to have a length of two greasing, a width of one grease. So my time of Rabbi, what's the Rothschild's logic? Why does he say this? Ksiv Kir or Ksiv Kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about Taras and it says it appears on the and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, Ezu Kir shoot the Kiros. What ultimately again is a home, or what is a wall that is like a wall, plural? How the Omer is that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya wrote Tzadok. So I'll say, so it says, Makom Hayir B'Tchum Aza, V'Hayi Korim also, Chorbisa Segirta. So the Gemara said, but it's in Aza, and they call this place in Aza, Chorbisa Segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here, Churba is in Tzora. And Churba is called in Tzora. The Torah so essentially, what the Baruch is saying is, well, that is manage a home. You also have Saras, each Farakov Hataraki Begov Gavi, but it's not considered also of Avanim and the Gauls Kinu Misham. So in the each Farakov says, one time I went to Gavio, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they say were removed from a home afflicted with Saras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension on one hand, first opinion saying it was never a home with Saras. Never happened, too much specificity. The other opinion saying, no, we actually saw home with Saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Hayakman Gide, O Higer, O Ilain, O Suma, O Kirish. First, it's when we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a Zora Mora, as Rothschild of the Gemara was, the parents have to be Shabbat. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now, the reading what I was talking about over there was that the parents have to be Shabbat, the Kol, the Mara, the Kol. They have to be Shabbat, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gidin, Rashi points out that Gidin is they're missing the hand, an amputee. O Kiger, or the crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk. O Elaine, or mute. O Sumo, or blind. O Perish, or Perish generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Soramora. The child can't become Ben Soramora. This is a technicality. Now why? Get Shnamar, because listen to this. The tough suitable of the Nemo, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing the hand, then a kid can't become a Ben Soramora. Rothschild also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below illness, not if they're mute. The name is that they will identify this son below Sulu, and not parents who are blind. And then we show me the color. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to us. He's the low person and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, mercy. Maskosha or Makinos. They warn the Ben Soramora, again there's Hasra. They warn him from the presence of free, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Chazabikilgal. So you're about to say it's interesting to see what it introduces something new. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three. Right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat from the wife, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of topics. It's warning in front of the babies in the streets, and then again they flog him. They give him Malchus. If he repeats behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Sorah Mora. If he goes ahead and repeats errant behavior, he is judged by the reason of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. Now let's go. But again, he's only executed if part of the reason of 23 consists of part of the I should say differently. The original three who essentially judged him for Malchus has to be part of the structure of the basis of 20. Because they have to say the parents at the end that this son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Sorah. Incredible. Shmak Shamsina, you want to see here. But you know, crop. Keep it safe. I will say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you want to say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Sorah Mora, right? So the pasuk says, the top super of the video, his parents will take hold of him, and they will take him out right to the base of him. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you should see things in a literal sense. Because what do you see from the Shabbos enough, but even Krah Kibitziv. You have to follow a pasuk as really very changed. You must say, no, this is different. Shiny Haka, why? On the base. We're making progress. Shiny Haka. 71b. The Kulik Kra Yisrael. So as I say, no, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi. Kulik Kra Yisrael. The Matzi Mikra both says and also Shara here. Holy skeleton. You know, you could read out this whole thing, canceled Rabbi, and just say, you can't give two the faith, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such long here indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah is telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from coming and so on. Okay, so let's move with this up and warn him in front of three. So he was in Ramadi. Why do you need three? But trace out here. Why do you have short for three? You just need have short for two witnesses. A Rabbi Havid come and master of between Shnayim. The mark can also between Shosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right. You want him in front of two witnesses. I was giving Malchus in front of three. Because three represents a baby. So Mar says, whoa. Malchus Ben Sorah Mora. Where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Sorah Mora? Right? The only thing we ever see by Ben Sorah Mora is what? His execution. So, where are you getting Malchus from? Because you have both. Remember, you have both. But now you have the Yisru. So let's say you make it Zero Shabbat. The Yisru. So it says the Yisru also. The Yisru Ben Sorah Mora. And then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then again, the Yisru Ben, Bayam Ben Akot Harasha. So essentially there's a Zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sorah. To teach us that first time offender, right? First offender, Sorah gets lost. Okay, incredible. He must cause of the guilt of the Mechapilo. So again, then Sorah once again repeats his negative behavior again. How do you judge this time because of the reason of 23? Because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Hayim Boyle Zeh." So the Gemara Darshan is B'nei Zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshan. That's how Darshan the Mishnah. But 1 second. Hayim Boyle Zeh L'Osur. Now remember again, but we already use that Zeh. That Zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? That Avot L'Maisa, the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become Ben Sorah Mora. So how are you now using that same Zeh for a different drasha? In the B'nei Hu, my B'nei Zeh. The pasuk should have just written B'nei Hu, but it says the B'nei Zeh. Shmami Natarti. So don't say Zeh teaches me two things. It teaches me number one. It teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Sorah Mora. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basin for Malchus have to be part of the basin of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, or Akashlan, Madino, the Akakar, Heket, Zaki, Zakana Takton, Parker. Okay, so once remember again, in the beginning of the Ben Sorah Mora Sugya, that Ben Sorah Mora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a Katan Samoch, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sorah Morad immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raised a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sorah Morad, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be a judge of the Ben Sorah Morad. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He ran away, right? He escaped from Beis Din. Actually, didn't imagine no. Before the verdict was passed, and then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Potter. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sorah, and therefore, again, the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? What we call the Zikarat Hachton has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then Barak, on the other hand, okay, the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, the verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, another thing, interesting thing here. So let's say that Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed and then what happens? The Achakaya, then he converted. What's that? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? Logic. Whole Ishtanadino, Ishtanadisaso. His whole legal framework. Remember again when he was at Rashi, was very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. All the standing subtle, even the currently the Echad or the Dain Echad below us. As a one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since the framework changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Incredible. So you said, Shalom Messiah, right? Barak actually support the same idea. Ben Sorah Morad, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. And before and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Potter might have a what reason? Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Christmas says, no. Low shiny hawk. The other Hashtala Barkatalis. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and by one, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, he'd find him later on, he's going to be Potter. So Kashma, so ultimately, again, it's Ben Sorah Morad. If they delivered the verdict, but he ran away from Beis Din before he was executed, and then they find him, but by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino Kamrit, because again, our his verdict was passed. Nigmar Dino Gavakatilahu, but he's already his verdict was passed, and our of course, he's going to be chayiv. So, what a tremendous tremendous Musar. So if a Ben Noach, what's the halacha? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, the Russian of the Gemara, whole of the Ishtanim, the Ishtanim Misaso, his din changed, and therefore again, his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here, this the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. This is a very important Gemara Hashkafically, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, no, it's not a person, I commit an avera. as a person who committed an avera, I want a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I should go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Baruch doesn't change. The Baruch is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv over that, whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So what's actually interestingly enough, the way it looks hashkafically is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is where it is. But this beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's still waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for your side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom, if he becomes a yid, he becomes a yid. So at the end of it, again, he's now horribly shtani. He's a different person, and then we're a separate set of people. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go back there. So, Ben Rothschild, Pescadero, boys, that are in this guy, listen to this. A Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes in and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole bunch of trouble over here. And once then he decides to convert. Now, what stage is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But when I say again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? But let's say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says a Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to this halacha. So death penalty also can be. You saw this guy that the Ben Noach hits a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions. Had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. So the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Why would you go ahead and say, but he changed, he converted? Dino umisasa, but Dino umisasa, but in order to apply this metric of it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Here, the particular crafts of the judgment they change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Bishlam was after Sayed. Sayed is in the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, Ben Noach was Sayed. And also Michael Sayed. Because remember, Ben Noach was proposed a little while ago. Ben Noach was always executed with Sayed. So as a Gentile with Sayed, and as a Jew with Sayed, both adultery as a Ben Noach with Sayed, the hashtag, and now it's going to be strangulation. So it is different. We'll say second line down in the white lines. Ben Aram Urasa. So we'll say we're talking about the other who committed adultery with an Aram Urasa. Ebi the skill. Both of Ben Noach as well as a Jew have the punishment of skila for an Aram Urasa. I also can be as well. To me, the HS Kadero. Katani. I but says if he committed this sin with the Yisrael, comparable to Eishes Chavero, Ella, Kala Bechamura Meshach Shaycha. So it says, rather we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. How do you call that on the side Chamer? There's like Rabbi say that Sayyid is more Chamer than Chanek. Ella should have been a Chanek Chamer, my career, else we had all this before. The Kurgan Julie says that Chanek, strangulation, is more Chamer than Sayyid. What are you going to say? Rabbi Shimon said, the Bini Nasha. The Amar, Chomi Samura, the Rutmino, Eino Ella Chanek. But so we had this not hold this. So hold the Bini Nasha, the Bini Nasha, hold the Bini Nasha, always put together with Chanek. So the Shema H says each need Kara Chanek to Hash the Chanek. Shine is the case of Ben Noah committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because whether he was a Ben Noah or he's a Jew, he's punishable by Chanek. So it's either a Seach Kara Chanek Vash the Saif, or exactly. But according to this, as a Ben Noah for murder, he would be Chayiv Chanek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Saif. To which we must say, not a problem. Kala Bechamura Mishach Shaycha. Again, we assume that Saif is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chanek, and therefore again the more lenient one is included with the more common one. Let me say it right. Sarcha Biachaka Badra. Right? The Gemara says it's Tidon the Chanek. So the Gemara says Tidon the Chanek. The skila night time alone. So she would be judged with Chanek and not with skila. Why not with skila? It should be called the Ishtani. It must be because Halacha L'Maisa to my Nara Murasa Sal. Nara Murasa won't look committed adultery in Bulgaria. So what's Halacha? She's judged with Chanek. Right? The Gemara says why not skila? Because she changed from a narrow to a vulgaris. The coach came halacha, Rishtani Vagam, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. However, the open on Tani Tido and Distila. So ultimately, again, so Yochai said to Tana, you write rather instead write halacha subject to skila. Incredible. What's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. The halacha is the keeps right Surah Mora. The kid is brought to Nathan. And then he escapes. And we find him later on, what do you do with it? The answer is, it depends. It says, if his verdict was passed, right, and he escapes before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, then you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, you can no longer judge him as against Solar Mora. And there's other cases like that of the Ben Noach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then converts, the Ben Noach who goes ahead and hits his friend, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Solar Mora. We'll say this is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it's at the beginning of this entire paragraph, but okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Solar Mora. We cannot change Sofo. Ben Solar Mora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, Yamos Zakaba Yamos Kayu. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die. Kayu, don't let him die culpable. Well, why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. But tzaddikim, the death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. And we'll say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and children. We'll say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, we lose the ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Pizza, sorry, so I'll say, listen to this, wine and sleep for the Rishonim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, that usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. For tzaddikim, I will say this is incredible, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once isn't that profound? This is why. Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not the counterfeit. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, it's bad for him and it's bad for us. So here it is, right? This is the raya to what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is very bad, apparently. It feels so good. Such a raya, right? But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizra l'rishayim. Hana Elohim v'hana li'olam. So we'll say Pizra means, again, displacement. We must say scattering. It's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, la'lohem v'la li'olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate. And they're able to so for the shayim peace is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also easier. Tzaddikim is literally gathered. Peace also means sometimes it could be in one geographic place, but in a million different emotional headspaces. And when it's things like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointing, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not so. Essentially, what Pisa represents, but people, let's do this. It's the opposite. You might say kinos. Kinos will show you so kinos means gathering. When the Shayim are together, that's for them and that's for the world, obviously. You must begin to collaborate. For the tzaddikim, hana Elohim v'hana li'olam. For the tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So we'll say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, peace or scattering is bad, kinos is good. So of course, everything on a pashat shot level. When tzaddikim together, that's great. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're at this personal level, sometimes state of peace, I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. You're everywhere. Why? Because it will say peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Piso. Piso is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. Everybody says, tranquility is bad for the shayim, because when it's tranquil, the shayim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. For right when you shayim have shagat. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but it's for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef really old man. The Chilus they shot, because the baby, because the Ben Sorah Mora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. You know, there's $1 million question. Everyone here told us self-titled Shal Ben Sorah Mora. Right, the Torah knows what is going to happen with the Ben Sorah Mora. The Gemara says why? Why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to. So, he's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. On the Torah, Yomos Zakai Va'al Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die innocent. And remember, has Ben Sorah Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. And does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of the son is good. Son can kill this kid before he goes and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. I want to say that it's so fascinating. But first of all, so this harkens back. That's why I like that phrase, harkens back. Physicality, you know. Anyway, so it's like, so I feel like you say an accent. Harkens back. Anyway, so this is why we don't do that. So you want to say, so remember, this goes back to yesterday, back when we saw the podcast. Did Ben Soren what happened? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the highlight of my podcast. And I said, but it struck me. Why do you take this, right? What's the whole purpose of Ben Soren? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're thinking when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. You know, I don't know. But why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support these habits? So let's say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening here. So because this kid has never worked, one thing is he's an industrious man. He likes nice things. Like these kids like this, who like nice things. What happens? What they do? They hustle. They hustle. All right, so he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice color. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support a habit. Develop that type of mindset when you're young. That like materially, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah, and that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's like, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat thing. It's about a feeling of entitlement. You feel so entitled that you take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah a youth can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, the Sachs. Tzaddik pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. The Sachs, right? And in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the youth should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, wait a second. There's actually people who owe me something. Let's see. People owe me a car. So I tell people this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt. Or walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. Don't walk around like entitlement. And so in marriage, don't walk around feeling that you owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe something. Your friends don't owe something. It's beautiful to do something for you. And then when you think, you will feel such profound grief about cars and toys. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's real danger of the Ben Soren and Laura? It's not the meat, it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement to all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So much but Tzaddikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, which is what we saw in this order. Yayin, Shina Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shot because then they're not causing problems. Shina Yayin, but wine and sleep is not good for the Tzaddikim. Why? Because they're good for the Tzaddikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing the nice and children. Tranquility is bad for Hashem, bad for the world, because it gives them time to engage in all their negative imaginations. But Tzaddikim, Hanova, Banavi, Olam. So for Tzaddikim, it's good. For Tzaddikim, it's good. Pizor, for Hashem, Hanova, Banavi, Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. But Tzaddikim, Rala, Banavi, Olam. Mishnah. Habab Maktas, what's he switching gears now? Habab Maktas is a thief. is a thief. The Baba Teres means a thief who comes in secret. I was saying literally, Macheres, the way that Rashi understands it, the way the mind understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally again digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Macheres, we know Soho. So it says the halacha is if somebody now, the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. With the thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say again, Reuben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, so what's halacha? If I'm not allowed to kill Reuben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuben is going to be chayav for breaking the barrel. In Amo done Potter, but if at the end I'm allowed to kill Reuben, then it's Potter for breaking the barrel. Now listen, why is that? That's a killing the Rabbi, because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's a chayav death penalty. Because chayav death penalty, therefore, he is Potter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, I'm allowed my time, the Mashteras. We're saying now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right after all, again, the person is a thief. You're coming to steal stuff, so why are you allowed to kill the person? Listen to this. Chazak had the Mamin Atwa Malero. Listen to this. The Chazak is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home, I'm going to defend my property. So I mean, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar iya zilma kailafai, so Roshavikle, the kailafai kadminalei. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore what does that mean? Every thief therefore is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore a thief, and again I will say, this is a thief, this is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rodef. The thief, halacha l'maisa, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halacha l'maisa, you'll have to kill them first. That's habab maktaras. Incredible. So when it's Amarav, habab maktaras, but not what you're in the other parties. What's interesting, that's fascinating. But they didn't make it in my home. Right, really makes into my home, and halacha again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Like my timer, they've done him kanigu. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's potter for any type of monetary law, and therefore he doesn't have to return the items. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And listen, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody says their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, look, what exactly are you using for? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe there's something people don't call. Now, there's no understanding of yours. I'm going to defend my home. You're going to defend my home. And therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me. And therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rabbi says like this. So Rabbi said, this is a very wild statement of Rabbi. So Rabbi said, Reuben breaks into my home and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha makes a king of the Rabbi since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's touched any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. Rabbi says, why? So Rab's statement makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. So he stole something and then it broke, he's not tied to a financial restitution. The Gemara says, about not over, but no, he has the object, he has to give back, he has to give back. Now look at not true, not true, Rav said, even if the object is extant, still the doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayish will come in, because again, essentially, since Reuben and the thief were liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says, this is not true. Gemara says it's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsen. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah says for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe the Haba Shoah, he's no different than a Shoah. So we'll say, so what you are suggesting over here is this interesting thing with the Rab. So Rab says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So that's analyzed tonight. But I'm not just she has a puppet.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with you all?
Yes, I don't mind.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. It's a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live simultaneously on over 20 YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want a link to these different streams, feel free to look at my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you can find a link to my YouTube streams in addition to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more content than any person. You also can find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. In addition to making you rich and wanting to help bring world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most important, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater on land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a web marketer, if you have a project, you are a raider or shiller, I invite you to send me a DM, send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I'll reply to your message. I want to help you be more successful, and I want to do so for free. I'll never charge you. I want to be a friend, mentor. I want to be a coach. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support all of you, both personally and personally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you to share.
Alright, I really do appreciate your support. Guys, they want to follow Rabbi. I'm pretty sure Rabbi and what he's building. Rabbi shows up every single day. So guys, let's do want to follow him, and like he says, he's here to support us. So if you have any issue or you need guidance, reach out to him.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're very kind.
All right, Kim Pro, thank you so much for coming on board. It's good to be here. Very happy to be here. All right, hold on. Priceless, can you hear me? Priceless, are you there? Yeah. And I
Mm.
little bit of that.
Yeah, the first one, I never saw his first special until like, because convenience and when you're like, and they're like, look, man, a bunch of crazy haters. And I totally get why, because in normal life, there's a certain percentage of people that project like the absolute worst interpretation of what I look like on my personality. But being associated with Brendan, it was like, oh, he is a narcissist, so everyone perceives me to be equally narcissistic when they don't get that I'm like, I'm more autistic than fucking narcissistic, you know? Like, I'm awkward, I'm not fucking exploitative, I'm not whatever. Sure. I have a million character flaws, not in the same direction that Brendan does.
We all have flaws, dude.
Yeah. Like, you know, I'll come to everything, I'll steal man your argument. But I am a narcissist, but it would have to rely on taking things out of context. So, I don't know too much about this.
So I want you to see this question. Mark should start a podcast about loser comedy / podcast culture. No one even semi-in Rogan's orbit is funny.
Yeah, I kind of don't. I'm not a big hater, like, because it's like a trend for podcasters. It's like, everyone who's on Rogan is not funny. I like Ari Shaffir's special.
Yeah, we like Ari.
Yeah. Shane Gillis is amazing.
Yeah, Shane's great.
I like Martin Norman a lot since I did, like, I don't know about that.
Right. I mean, listen, I don't want to hate on Martin, but he's not for me. Yeah. I understand he's a comedian. He's a murderer, a tactician.
Yeah. But he's kind of like a classic late night comedian, right? Yeah. His jokes, so I appreciate, like, the genre that he's in. He does that well, and also in real time, his quips, he's incredibly quick.
Right.
He can give these.
You know what else is quick though? Stage 4 cancer. So you die right away from that. Dude, that was you write that down.
That was more Norman level. He said silver hack. But it was one of my funniest.
Oh yeah, I mean those are great clips. I'm not listen, Mark. And in no way am I saying I'm funny or better. Obviously, he's a great, like he's a very good.
I like his stand-up,
but I just don't. I don't enjoy it at all. In any way, in any way.
And I also think that, like, people don't realize. I look at comedy like genres. It's like, do you not like this song or do you not like country? You know, like country.
That's a good way.
Whatever. You know, and all comedians are different styles and genres. So,
I find Mark Norman unlaughable and trite. That's what Jeff Dye said. So Jeff Dye is the worst ever. But so Mark Norman, like,
Jeff Dye is the nicest person in person.
I can see that he was nice in person, so I feel very bad about saying that.
And, like, he's been out of the whole group that I met there. He's the one person who, like, checks up on me. I miss somebody who meet up with me. Like, so. He's a safe and
I'm definitely a bad guy. Like, he was nice to me, and I shit on him.
I always want to give him credit for, like, before I say anything about his comedy, I want to establish Jeff Dye is in real life one of the nicest people, and it was funny watching the Mark. Therapy, sorry, I got this fucking acid reflux. I was watching this Mark American beef with him, and Jeff Dye's crime was like calling out the fact that Mark Maron is an asshole. People, I didn't really get it. I was like, wait, it helps him at the end. Huh? Like, well, this whole thing, like Jeff Dye, that helps Jeff Dye. That whole thing, it's like now people talking about Jeff. He can go on the podcast. He has something to talk about. I empathize with Jeff because I was like, he was like, Mark Maron is mocking me. Like, oh, did your feelings hit her? And Jeff's like, yeah, that's the whole point. My feelings got hurt. The guy Jeff Dye is, where he's like, I don't care to admit that something hurt my feelings. It's not a big deal, you know? Okay, here's my thing. If we're going to talk about Jeff Dye, I'll just say this. If I had advice for Jeff Dye and he cared, I would just say, think a little bit about your issues with women. What's going on there? Like, are you, like, why is that a thing? Maybe, I don't know, do some self-reflection. That's what I would say. I consider him, he's not like, you know, some people get into comedy like those, the Hodge twins were like conservative black guys, I guess they do comedy shows. And I've watched them. Yeah, they do, yeah. They're funny, but like, I consider Jeff an actual comedian. If you're a right-wing audience, and oh, by the way, I posted a clip recently, a few years ago on TFK, where I was like questioning him, and he was like, "Oh, Paige Van Zandt is she's got her, kids out, her husband's posing behind her doggy style in a bikini. He's like, why'd you gotta do that? And I prompted him. I was like, hey, Jeff, you're seeing a real Christian conservative right now. I'm just thinking about it. Yeah. And his little comment section, what's wrong with being Christian conservative? I'm like, guys, it's a podcast. I'm keenly about taking the fight response to justify himself. But that is his crowd, right? So that tends to correlate with, like, kind of being critical of the fact that modern culture has veered away from traditional values or traditional gender roles. It permits more kind of soft, or like in Jeff's case, Jeff's lighthearted anti-trans stuff. Just right, it's right in flavor, right? I'm okay with that because it's like, well, that's your audience, Sure. But part of that is going to be like women. I don't think Jeff has any animosity towards women.
I don't know. It's less that, like, I'm kind of being funny, but, like, even with that, he's just not fun. Like, he's just not good at stand-up. So that's my main criticism, is that his stand-up is bad and kind of stupid.
Was there a specific joke where, like, fill me in on, when you say, like, his issues with women? Sure. Do you feel like he picks on women?
Well, he has a whole YouTube, he did a whole episode where he's like, people think I hate women. Here's a list of comedians I actually think are funny. Yeah, it's like a YouTube. And then during it, he was like, who's that? It was someone he supposedly picked. He was like, Don. Like, it was on his list. Like, did someone else pick this for you? You forgot who the woman was? And it was all, like, network. It was very, like, industry plant and famous people for the most part. I'll give it to you. He did say something. What's that?
When you say they are funny.
They say they are funny. But, dude, would you do a podcast where you're like, here are the women that I actually think are funny? Crazy. I mean, like, I know I'm acting insane here. Like, these women actually did make me laugh. And I he's like, and was one of them Whitney comments? Because that's a crime. If it was for Sharia law, he would be in prison. And we should have Sharia law. No. We shouldn't have Sharia law. I'm sorry. We should have.
Jeff Guy is a super nice guy. Like I said about that. Because I also, where he's leaning into as far as the anti-women stuff, I'm very sensitive to guys who have, like deep-seated resentment towards women. Jeff Guy's not.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I come out in comments and say, this gets laughed, or he has those sisters. He grew up with, like, a bunch of sisters.
And I would love to have them on the podcast.
I think he feels more comfortable talking about women. Kind of happy. It's like, I got my 5 black friends over here. I can say,
because he's got sisters. I don't know, man. I just like the vibe I get, but we don't need to attack him that much.
It sucks, but I have like a medical condition where I spend, putting off getting it checked out. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you have a problem with the human body? Get a grip. Balloon fart. What do you think of that name, Balloon Fart? That's one of their big fans. Oh, yeah.
Hating women is 2 male comics with talking about their CSPM.
Yeah, a little bit. And it is a little bit late, but how do we, because I was shitting on her. That's how we got there. I mean,
so you have Kennedy and Corona, or yes. Okay, yeah. That's too, like, easier if you're a gay. You're the first guy to ever make that joke.
LPJ27, good to see you in the chat.
It's so much easier. She dresses like he thinks you rock with it. It's true. Even though this whole outfit is like $20, I could literally just go, what's the outfit I'm going to sweat the least in today? Yes, it's a stringer.
Did you ever go out of the country?
Chance based on celebrity. Yeah. But then if you don't evolve the fucking WME guy. Because now I'm doing like commercial role playing pro wrestling as a machinist. Fucking done that.
Oh yeah, dude. I text you about that. You're on a run, man. It's awesome. Very cool to see you on TV.
Yeah, I do these.
Which one?
The pistachios commercial.
I've seen them all. Yeah. What were they? Is it fun? As a question, is it fun to do that?
Love commercial acting.
Yeah.
And some of the days, the first Bosch commercial I did where I played Macho Man. We shot in Canada before the Super Bowl, and they hired me for the Super Bowl after this one. It was like a 17-hour day, whatever. It was so packed, and but it's just my element. I hate doing so many jobs, and I've worked so many different shitty jobs. Acting, even when you're actually busy and the focus of everything, and I'm standing and it's like it's cold outside, and I'm it's like it's commercial, it's perfect. So it's like that 30 seconds does take all day because every single second of it has to be perfect. You know, like the cinematographer is an Academy Award winner, so. But I love doing that shit. It's such great.
I've never done it, but I consider a lot of the work we do with Rain, like when I have Rain on the podcast, kind of like a commercial for Rain. We're trying to get a deal with Sure Shot and Matthew Pine.
There used to be a frigid thing why I fucking lived off these. I would have like 6 fucking days.
That's crazy.
On no sleep, fucking, batty ringing all night and then waking up.
You need it. You gotta message girls. You're not gonna just do that without me.
Nicotine pouches. Yes. No, I just started to. Somebody sent me a bunch of them. Normally, do nicotine, but it's kind of nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, he loves. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was worried about getting nauseous because I'm like sensitive to it.
Oh.
So it's like, oh, here, take this. It's like, Sean was taking like 18 milligrams at the time. That shit would make me nauseous.
Yes, but I take 2 back to back. I started cooking like crazy. When you get commercials on TV, what's funny that happens to me, thinking it about myself, is that I get like 6 or 7, maybe more texts from other people being like, Mark's on TV. And we get.
Is anyone talking? GM.
Yeah, we both put messages on Discord, Reddit, they posted it.
My breath is burning conditions. Could be, yeah.
Oh, because of the energy drink?
Or just that bad breath.
I mean, listen. That's a
If you find out you have bad breath, I'm like, oh, shit.
I don't know where my toast is. Cody won't volunteer this information, but he broke both of his wrists playing basketball. Oh, yeah. You see the scars? 2 scars? Big surgical scars. He got crossed up. Yeah, I guess he crossed him up. Check this out, though. I was pulling plants the other day, and I re-hurt my wrist. But look at the difference between this one and that one. Do you see it? Like that. See how this is kind of swollen up? You can't see anything, right? No, Marcus said, yeah. Shut up, you heard it. See how it's like way bigger than the other one? Yeah. You don't see it? So, I think what happens is it's like some torn ligament or something, maybe. Yeah. Or like a cyst or something. I got an orthopedist.
It's got to be something.
All right. But I'm sure it's fine. I don't think it's going to need surgery or anything. But my doctor told me, I was like, when you'll live. No, all right. I didn't mean to do that. Actually, I forget that I did that.
This was special. And when I found out that Brendan had a stereotypical Asian voice to a handsome, professional Asian doctor who has a flat West Coast American accent, I was like, No one ever teach you that it's bad to be racist.
All right, so Mark, this is my best friend, back on both with Bashir. He's asking you a question.
Is Mark coming inside on Barn Doors fake BJJ black belt? Is that what it's Mark Hoffer?
Oh yeah, he's obsessed.
I believe all the stories about him faking it. That is something Brent would do because he fakes everything. Like I can think of 10 different things where it's like he wanted something. He's like, I want followers, I buy them. I want reviews of their hobby, I buy them. Now, does he have grappling skills? Of course, but I'm not educated enough in this world of black belts and what real experts consider black belt. But his story was like he didn't have it. And his son was like, but where's your black belt? It's technically, to me, it doesn't really matter because it's like, you'll see guys who are submitting all the time, and it's like, oh, but he's only a brown belt. Like, Mighty Mouse is a brown belt. He's submitted
it's like a big
so many dudes and with crazy submissions that, like, technically, it's like best to ever do it, like, to MMA. So
any belt is impressive to me. Except for podcasts for black belts.
Yeah, I think like Brendan's. I don't doubt Brendan's grappling skills. I assume they're better than his striking skills because of his lack of coordination. And speed. He doesn't look very fast. Like that's powerful, but just not like really prevention.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I share my project with you? May I share my project with you? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "Content is king." I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and Because I have more data than any person ever, I'm going to soon. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. You have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my in 360 degrees. You can find a link to all of, including a ceiling cam, in my pinned post in my profile. You can find my link tree there. I dare you to look than anybody ever. I have more content than anybody ever. You can also find a link to my Discord. We just surpassed 2,500 members and growing. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, and you want a free coach, mentor, and friend, feel free to send me a follow. I will follow you back. Feel free to send me a DM. I will respond to you. Most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yeah, like people are looking for the training, like your speech. So these are your projects, like in the future time. Like what's the project you just shared? So is it that own it or
I stream my life 24 hours a day and have for the last 4 years for world peace. I have more content than any person ever. I have the world's largest timeline time capsule. I have more social media than any person ever.
what way that should be like yeah, the only notification I would like to still find my phone that's like the same way of the type system. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yes, you're welcome. I will be at the space. Yes, I'm going to come up. Like, have a I'm sending my phone, my phone is not like last day, like it's very, you know, and you like get me and my phone. Yeah. You have to like if you want to. Okay, sorry for this. I'm a little for real life. Yeah, hope you guys can hear me because I don't know what's happening to my network successfully.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I actually feel what has been money in the space and let me first of all talk to you, Rabbi. I'm offended if that's not the conversation.
No, that's correct. Excellent.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, the truth is, you showed yourself and you said since about what to give this space. But to be honest with you, I'll just give you a simple yes and not. Last one, sometimes so, to be honest, if someone checks your profile, they will not actually get this. You join spaces very, very busy. But sometimes you have to only post many of these spaces because I've been scrolling like since I've been looking at this place, I only see spaces in Jan and I've not seen exactly what you do. So that first of all, discourage someone that's trying to
maybe your YouTube, maybe it's YouTube that invest your phone, but you're not trying to check out your YouTube. It is correct because a lot of spaces you join.
May I ask you, right in my pin post, there's a 60-second video that tells you everything that I do. Did you watch it?
Yes, of course, I have not watched the video, but I'm just trying to how X view your profile because the truth is many people here, I don't know if you like it and you can believe it or not, but I'm just trying to give you a quick tip. And I know many people will not take this, but on this our space, I'm not sure I'm saying the truth and that you actually work with them because that's all the movement force, that's what we believe in. So, the truth is, I've not watched the video and the people on there actually watch video that fast. They better still read on test they see the first of all rate test they see there. So if you can actually write more, like write more images or maybe some short clips of your video or short pictures of the videos you make and add it to the small write-up and post it. So better explain what you do than only one video and a lot of spaces you get. I hope that helps. That's a little.
I appreciate it. If you watch that 60-second video, it has short clips in there. It's exactly what you're saying. And I want to promote the space I'm in. Just like this one, so I like them, I repost them. It helps the space host. It helps to get out the word. And I join maybe 10 to 20 spaces a day. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of spaces. However, it is on you. If you're interested in what I'm doing, and I provide a video, you need to watch it if you want to have that. There's images in it. There are links in it. There's audio in it. It has maybe like a mock-up of like 6 short videos in there. So I do have that. And it isn't even something you have to click to go off site. It's right there. It's embedded. So I recognize that I do join a lot of spaces to be able to promote the spaces that I'm in. I understand that. And in order to counter that, I pin at the top of my profile a video, and I have all the links to where you can find more content of mine. Unfortunately, Twitter does not have a way for me to be able to put more content above the posts that I have because you can only pin one post. If they allowed you to pin more posts, I absolutely would have more videos and clips and just things to catch somebody's eye because I understand what you're saying. But if you are constantly promoting spaces as I am when I'm in there to make sure that they get spread and they get larger, and I just am doing what the host says, your timeline will look similar to mine. I get that. But I appreciate your advice. Sincerely, thank you.
And thank you for coming to support the movement accountant duet. It's a great community that meets everybody. It doesn't thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Jude, for since this I no expertise in those two. And thank you, thank you. Finally, have a little yes. Lawrence, I heard that trying to be host is not yes, it's not my first. King Michael, first time. Yes. Like, so watch him, his boxing is so crisp and precise. And then we watch Brendan strike, like, he looks like I would want to get caught with one of his haymakers, but like, it's sloppy. Yeah. He's a sloppy striker.
Yeah.
I don't get away with it.
I wonder if you were going to stick on belts, like what kind of belt, like English language for Brendan, probably white belt. Acting ability, he's probably white belt on most of this thing. But actually, I want to ask you a question. When sticking on the fear thing, I don't really know much about that controversy, but what I heard was like what guys are doing is like they cut up their ear, right? Is that what you're implying?
Fuck, that's accurate. You don't want to go. Yeah, you look at that. We have our we should like a retarded people.
I'm gonna mess up my ear.
It's very accurate too.
What are they? I'm sorry, what are they roasting on?
Somebody said Regis. Oh, you're saying RFK, which is accurate. Okay. I love accurate roast. Like, I was talking to my friend,
but they're also saying your mama black belt, so
people take it too far. You're just like, you're literally just trying to be mean, but it's out of touch with reality. If you roast me accurately, I will laugh along with you. Okay.
Yeah, they say I fuck squirrels, so don't believe everything they say. I got small teeth, big gums, ball, I break some
things you're gonna say. Do you think I don't know how I look, motherfucker? Like, come on.
It's amazing that he broke his coughing.
How much Baba lose on Tiger Thick? I don't know. All I know is I got fired from running the social media, which I brought up over 10,000 followers in a couple months. I was posting every day. I came up with a creative strategy that I needed, but like this.
Others, thief comes in, he fights repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayes. What the Lashon yesh lo damim means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill in any circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Any lo damim partner. But again, if Halacha might say I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, time with the Shita. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. If he ain't something partner, we're ultimately you again, where Ruben will be part of Yom Kippur. Had not all low, but you see from here that had you taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So he was no. Who had been Afilu not on Nani. It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be tired. But had the Katani Shabbat Sachab is Kamash Malon, the reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the Chavis is to teach us that he is Shlo Damim Abadat Shiba Nani Chayev. That Allah Chalamaycha, in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, I'm not allowed to kill the thief, comma, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So he says, Pshita, that's obvious, massacre, he's a damager. How come I told that he would shalo the kavana? Even if he did it without kavana, he's still going to be chayiv. In words like my he gets kavana, Adam muad the olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad the olam, that the shonim being amazing, they love him. Person is all one. Person wants to write passion. You're right, I don't know what to do with this. So not about the Rabbi, I'm going to kiss the Shabbos Chayev. What's interesting, we've seen this case many times. Person who then steals my money bag on Shabbos. So we're married on Shabbos. Let's talk about it. So Chayev, she was Chayev to call the Shem with the Easter Shabbos. I will say now normally again. Now what's Talacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now obviously he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos, which says, remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you chayiv Nisa. But the local here is chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my delays. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no two of these out every day, and therefore, our local place is chayiv for both. And you know, it says, how you began the Yosef Potter, but if you dragged the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that remember, you're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva, Isra Skila, Ba'im Ka'avad. For some, and the one side, so the Gemara says, okay, what do you see from here? You see here that Allah knows beginning like there's Chiyuv. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, the case ultimately again where he said that it's Potter, will be a case ultimately again where the object is flowing from the river and therefore no longer exists. So what the Gemara suggesting, remember, all of this is in Rav. Right, so Rav, so again, what the Gemara suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv Nisa, that steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is committed with Rabbi. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else is really talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation for financial restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing method. It's Rabbi, it can relate the huge Mastarta. Just this Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi was argued on Rav, and Rabbi had goats stolen from him. Right? So that's the issue. Someone did into his someone stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart. And the thief wanted to give it back. But Lo Kablini, Rav would not accept it back. Why? Amar, since Rav said his piece was peace. Now let's learn it again. Rabbi argued on Rav, but said, since Rav said, so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha myself. Just to be clear, we don't paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if the thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, again, he's going to be liable, but now, technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But the mice, again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if he came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object, but the object is still in existence, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rabbi, and the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun. Literally again, if the sun is shining. You understand? Is the sun only shining on one part? Wasn't even a pasuk. Ella. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. They laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. So let's say, now watch this. That's Bryce the one. Bryce the two tiny either. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. They laugh, but if it's not as clear as the sun, I'll get you. Cheers. The most said the Gemara says Kasha Stama Stama. Now, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Bryces. The most saying Bryce number one, a sentence says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it's not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Now, what's that? Those are two pretty dramatic different vices. So what do you do with this? Look, Kasha, I'm a base. I'll say this. I'm a base. Oh, they are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'ava, then kan then ala. Wow. The both answer to this. Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? We're talking about a father stealing from the son. But listen, when the father steals from the son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill the son. So if the son, now again, the father may steal from the son, kind of do, right? But the father is never going to kill the son. So if the son discovers he wakes up and his father's in his house, totally stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. They steal from the son. See, what you see when there is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a kid, so you can't take that father will steal from the son, because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, will mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is that one of a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if a son breaks into his father's house, not so precious. Not so precious. Sometimes the son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. As if again, if the thief is a father, the son knows that certainty his father is not going to kill him. And therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, if Allah says the son breaking into the father's home, the father means, we don't know. He doesn't really know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asyali Malay Makhtar, Kadlino Melaban Melad, Khanina Bashila. This is interesting. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Khanina Bashila. Well, it's such an interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rav Khanina Bashila. Must my time, what's the reason? Even if you should be tzaddik, maybe because Rav Khanina Bashila is a tzaddik, well, obviously he's going to be such a tzaddik. Tara going to break into someone else's house. Ella, you should be killing the Gadei, Dimerachim, Alai, Kimerachim, Avavadan. Moshe, this is such a touching Gemara. Not just because I know that Rav Khanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father. I'm sorry, I want to say something so beautiful about this. I know that Rav Khanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that Allah Mesa, he would go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is, apparently, there can be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone can love like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. Right? So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique, but apparently in life, other people love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. I said incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't try to regard it. So come in love. Anyone done being the problem so listen, we want to take all of these halachas. So essentially what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. If someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, all you're saying is the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because he's ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlama Eno Dalim Bein Mechavei B'Shabbos Tifkir. So it's ultimately I am allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why do I need that qualification? It's not like Hanina. We need to have that as a baby. Because this is kind of like execution by baby. Just like baby is warranted to execute someone, so too if the thief is coming in and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Bezdin. I go like the Bezdin. So I'm at a thought, maybe Shabbos will come on. So I'm at a thought that Bezdin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash, what's that first my line? That I can. Because Dami alone, really the problem with Shabbos. So once again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. I mean, it's not going to kill the thief. So now that halacha applies on Shabbos and I don't understand what's the Kiddush. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. But it means it's like this. Let's say somebody gets into on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. It's clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. Because he's liable to a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or sure that he didn't come to kill me, again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. The call Adam, who makes the call Misa, Shati Yachol, so this is incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. Anyone's allowed to kill Ruben. I kill Ruben in any way you need to. So the mercy of the infinite. So I understand why we're trying to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben. After all, why is that coming? Because one would have thought, but Rabbi should be killed. I'm going to thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash from the Meitu. But what's that? Which, by the way, makes sense. Why Kamash from the Meitu? Remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has the status of what? The status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. The Elamis. The Comisa Shati Yokalani. So, Lama, we can say again, why do I need a special legal that teaches me to kill him and then you need to kill him? So it's in the Rothschild Nafta. I can learn from a murderer. What's not about murder? This is someone in general. You're going to kill Shimon. They're going to be executed by Bezdin. There's a particular type of Misa, right? The most whatever the type of Misa, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say even this hired to side decapitation. But let's say for whatever the reason, Bezdin doesn't have a sword. So what do they do? Execute him. We can execute him. So they must decide and also any of them is I don't actually execute with the prescribed death penalty. How do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute it however you can execute it? Most will come up. It says execute it however you need to execute it. So therefore, what's I same thing over here? By the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Because when it's a shiny hot song, most humas is different. You have the execution authorities, the most humas. And what is most humas? That double truth to me that even if you can't be proper death penalty, then you have the right to execute him however you can execute him. I've been meeting my meaning. So once we learn from this, learn from Rothschild, that I walk on myself, was able to a death penalty, kill them however you can kill them. There's some down in the set and go on the effort. Because it looks like this. I remember again, Ruben kills Shimon accidentally, the relatives of Shimon from Ruben. And I would say by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Ruben however they want to do it. So I will say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. So Yotzeh and Gol Adam, what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? If you kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, oh, what is this called? This is called Snake Suvin Abon Ke'achad. I have two mitzvahs, so two halachos that teach me the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's halacha? Because shnei ksubin aban ke'achad ein melamdin. I want to say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach the same concept, you can actually eat the principle from them. Makteres ein makteres gago katzeh so what's that again? But I love Kalamaisa, so therefore, again, we're going to turn very important halachas here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a roadkick. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two bunch of halachas. What's another part of halachas? Makteres. Any of the makteres. Now, I don't even know if the thief is tunneling in. And the Gemara says, Gago, how do I know that if he's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet, how do I know that even if he's not tunneling, he's going to go in that I can also kill him? The pasuk says, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you're not to execute him. And that is the why does the pasuk say machteres? If they shall rob, ganrovim, you see machteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about no more than it's done. Tiny Idach Makaras, any Makaras. God will catch it the Kafi Gunayin. I only know that he tunnels in. How do I come to the window? He looks like the roof. So ultimately again, that's the case. So why does the same? Because Naftaraso, as well, because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halakha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, it's like we have to stop over here for today. But l'maisa, this is not going to end. This is going to bleed into the next week, which is does the thief require hasra? Is your hasra necessary in this case? We want to suggest tunneling in by definition is your hasra. No further hasra. That's what's going to stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay, great run. All right, guys on Zoom. Have a great day. To all of you. Jerry, not to tell your grandmother's wedding. Not to talk. Everyone on Zoom. Jerry will ask 9 off his grandmother's wedding. London? Oh, okay. Next. Sorry, well, that's good. All right, thanks, Martin. Stop, everyone.
Easy, sorry. Easy is one of our big fans there. He's a great guy. Never met him. He says, will you tell the red band story? Red band?
Sorry?
Oh, you spelled it wrong about Easy? All right, well, you're a guy.
I just want to talk to you. They're like, having him on the show. Just even planning, that's the thing. It's like, again, to address Brendan recently on the Patreon, about this unique video.
All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our commentator sponsors for Tough Shin Hey. We thank you about it yourself for dedicating all the show introductions this year as he's a host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dachyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful on the camp, but I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our Shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken families should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, we should just bring the Solos Tovos, true the Solos Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Was it that is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b. 70b lines up from before the line yet wise. Remember again, we left off a little of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows, so Mas Nitzu, sorry, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, Mas Barnage, sorry, she says to Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know those? So remember again, Bathsheba context, the Bathsheba is giving Shlomo, Musar, that he's only indulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and she's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number one is that people are going to hinge, you're going to hate you on me, because that's what your father's a tzaddik. If your father's a tzaddik, and you're misbehaving your mother, must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, way to make sure that you will be a healthy baby. And now the degree, she calls it Barnidry, the son of my nephew. So this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, I know this, you make it about me, Ye'eli ben Hadul Malchus, isn't a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. So all of David's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who becomes the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always want the Amarti. Ye'eli ben Zoriz on the Mula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the one who says Zoris. Alacritus. Jesus. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. So whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously, he does it with incredible Jesus. Give me a son, ultimately, who's filled with Torah. And only a prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me who's a prophet. And she said, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? You know, so too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what do we want our kids to do when they grow up? I want to make sure that my son, my daughter, they will be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, an accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's the reason. So it's like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why again the Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a covered rosh approach to life. And when people are successful in whatever it is that they do, Mamula B'Torah, you need to be Mamula B'Torah. Torah is a different way to go about. A person can take a lax approach to Torah, lax-days approach to learning, a lax-days approach to observance, or a person can be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagum Nevius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have a mindless to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zeus, Mamula B'Torah, Hagum Nevius. Incredible. So Hashem says to Shlomo, so Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? There's like the king Chevra, like the monarch Chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch Chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do you need God for? With the king, we're all powerful. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. When you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed, should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to leave into many found circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes wobbling off my energy be shut. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So Halacha L'Maisa, Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the universe, why take your time with wine? I'm a Yitzchak. How do you know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo is Mekabel his mother's mussar. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ish, who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Vayachal Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was a tzara. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. For Lapinas Adam Leaf, and there's not even a proper leaf from Lapinas. Who's that? Is that Adam Arishon? That first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. But we'll say, by the way, another tremendous Mr. skill. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, often sometimes laced with some others. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back to says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Also, the Chaburas mitzvah. I'm not the above. So again, back to the story about. I'm not the above. So this is very interesting. When Solomon, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again what he has to steal. Right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit. We were talking about who does he have to consume it with. What does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi says, only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sukim. Now, what are sukim? If you look at actually the school of sukim, it's like 4 lines up from where we are in Klaus Rashi. Rikim, Shiagilu, the Ka. So it's fascinating. What turns a person, or turns a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora, is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abba says in any kind, if he eats it with a group of speaking. Now it's interesting, it's actually differentiating over there, raking. What is raking mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiagilu b'kach, who will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagun be'i haigatno lo mamshich be'unas ben Sora Mora u'bechabura d'lav mitzvah kama. Shemot said this is what Rabbi says. One is ben Sora Mora chayiv only when he's eating the meat and the wine with the group of sweeting. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweeting, he doesn't say like aval yonim. People who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean empty? There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's Jesus. There's no mamula l'Torah. There's no hugging in the There's nothing pulling him towards something greater. Or if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying is, listen, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, like every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. Now let's say that at least when a person's committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing, but desire for something. Raking, there's a desire for nothing. You have a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora or Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, but you learn. The Mishnah says that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah. Now again, we'll discuss what that means, but for Pashtos, what that means is he's eating it, interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, but he does not become a ben solar umora. So much as Taima, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, Apagav the lab kula speaking, even if not everyone in the Chevra is one of the speaking. Hakamas Malon, the Apagav the kula speaking, gave you the mitzvah to Asaklo Minsha. So I said the Gemara saying is like this, that if the Ben Soramor is eating the meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire Chevra for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Soramora. Doesn't become a Ben Soramora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Soramora. Or Halacha again, if the entire group minus one person is speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Soramora. He only becomes a Ben Soramora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's take 2 profound lessons over here. Number one, 3 profound lessons. Number one, the power of Chevra. The power of Chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that the truth is it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Kabbalah Kula speaking, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is that it's a fact of all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? Not a Kabbalah speaking. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the Chevra. That one person in a Kabbalah of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number 3, even if you haven't speaking, but you're eating that's mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become that sort of wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as a proper, I like that, so that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashivah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for Ben Solar and Moras, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make your Ben Solar and Moras. About Ibra Kodesh, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the suda that they made for Ibra Kodesh. Ibra Kodesh was, we said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They made a suda for that. So one second, the name Rav, the Basri had Masku, is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that suda? Behind you learn, in Omula, Elabas, the dog in the kittens, no boss, but that meal is actually very simple. You know, what did they have in the intercalation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. So it looks like that was a very regular thing, right? But they had to decide about how to intercalate the money. You don't want that turning into a pabrandi, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the Moses how come I told the Apagat the whole one was actually Christmas video us? It must be Baho came into the mitzvah cause of Lamam Shabbos. That's the thing. You're right. Normally the people who was going for this Suda, they were only able to get an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda for Ibra Kodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having any. And let's say Ben Soramona shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Soramona yet, he's a candidate. Right? Ben Soramona candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with that can't transform him into a Ben Soramona. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Soramona. It's incredible. Coming up on Ein Olam B'Yibra Kodesh, it's not just a word about that Suda. Ein Olam B'Yibra Kodesh, Pachos Mi'asar Adam. So you need at least the meaning, right? That email is the meaning for that Suda for Ibra Kodesh. They only law alone, because doesn't make it. Furthermore, again, you only go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread, it's pasta, right? It is bread, yes. bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only allow one euro, and you only go up on the night of the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only love you don't know about they only go for the Suda at night and not by day. You don't even about time, you know. They only love about the rest says they go up. So the Suda by day and not by night. They're not here, but Abba. So you may actually go up early to the middle or go up to the middle while it's full daytime. Come down before sunrise when people are starting to get up. So that's the only barrage. People will know what it is that you're doing. And that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Also, nice shady time. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Soda Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Soda Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Soda Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like that. So let's remember again, it's saying if he steals money, right, let's say he steals money, makes a shady money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats it in Shalayim, so again it doesn't come against Sorum or why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sorum or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you do it quote-unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sorum or Mora like that. It's fascinating. Let's go back there. Let's check on Scratching Bramos. Also, even after Ben Sorum or Mora, it's great. Chicken can't make you into Sorum or Mora. It's flesh. Gotta be meat. Right? He goes there and he steals money. And he buys chicken. That's not going to that's making into Ben Sorum or Mora. Hi, one on top of the Mishnah. All from the trade post cutting, but I was saying on Ben Sorum or Mora. Hot to hold on Ben Sorum or Mora. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us. If you stole money and bought the non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He's a Mora. The inference that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, if it's foul, and I'm also myself, he should become Ben Sorum Mora. No, Kitar must be saying Lahashlim. Remember how much meat does it? How much meat does Ben Sorum Mora have to do in order to become Ben Sorum Mora? Right? Machokes. For the Mishnah. Right, tartima. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartima. I don't know, minus. So the halacha is, if he's not the kizayis, found over chicken, that can make a Ben Sorum Mora. That's the kosher there. So you can't eat the tartima. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartima. Of foul, but if you eat meat and you go ahead and you're mashing that, you could keep that shear with a little bit of foul. Ultimately, that can make you into a Ben Sorum Mora. All right, incredible. Hold on to this about the Dvar Avera. So let's say this is this. So now the Mishnah said if he eats things of Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Avera, he doesn't become Ben Sorum Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchule Avera. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over here about three things about it. Continue at Balaam. Let's listen to this. Let's say the kid, can't call Ben Sorum Mora, he's in the Sorum Mora yet. The kid joins a Nichum Averi, like the halacha is that when Averi come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is development of a theme. A Ben Solar Mora only goes ahead and becomes a Ben Solar Mora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. I mean, he does it in the Shabbos more. The Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for our daily. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so let's say he steals money, purchases, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, that doesn't make a Ben Solar Mora. So why not? That's so strange. Why wouldn't that make it into a Solar Mora? It's for time of my Ukra, and then a Shomer the Kalinu. The Kalinu from the Kol Shamach. And this is fascinating. What do you call Ben Solar Mora? Let's say that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And it's from the Kalinu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make it into Ben Solar Mora. Isn't that fascinating? Now, that's just a technicality. So Ben Solar Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Solar Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. So let's say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think, like, steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Solar Mora. He's not. He's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Solar Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Solar Mora. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what we call a Ben Solar Mora is an insurance man that Kolinu. His act of defying is active defiance against his parents, but it's not an act against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. But the consumption itself, technically, is logically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is logically permitted, then halacha myself, halacha, you gotta be so much. Let's go like this. So therefore I say, if Ben Solar Mora didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat. That's no Ben Solar Mora. Ben Solar Mora has to eat meat. Ben Solar Mora has to drink wine. So he says, what if he didn't eat last year? The thing was to eat this. So what I say, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs. Now, a cake of pressed figs from Kivis, was a very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. I'm not sure if you're going to eat the Vela Kivis. Hello, for the Mesa, you still don't come to the more. The Shasa, the Vash, the Chala, sorry. Interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey can have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items, it can have an intoxicating effect. So the effect is the same. If he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't drink Ben Solar Mora. The sign of alcohol is just the Vash, the Chala, the Nichnas, the Mikdash, Chai, top of Ein Hub. So what's interesting enough, we got a Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a Vela Kilis, this cake of pressed figs from Kilis, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avoda under the influence. Right, that's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayav for that. It's absolutely incredible. Once I out of about 71A, Eluna said this one, or actually a couple of speech to Yangi, son of Abanon, alcohol, coal, manchobolo, alcohol buster. Ben Solar Mora, the kid eats any item but doesn't eat meat. Shasa Kamach Kolo Shasa Yain, or he drinks any drink but he did not drink wine. Eluna said Ben Solar Mora, actually Yosha Basa, Yishti Yain. You only become Ben Solar Mora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shemar, Zolel, Yisovei. Because the culture again, glutton guzzler. Actually, right with double. Maybe no, I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what is so very unique. I don't referring to. Right, I'll right with double. Take with double. There's first scriptural reading. That's what we saw this question. And now, the heat is so very yain. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the zololate basar lama, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer, Kisobe, the Zola, Yorish, Ukrain, Kalbish, Kurima. So again, interesting enough, the Torah uses the lotion of Zola for Sobe, and then we see from this other passage in Mishlei that again, Sobe refers to wine, and Zola refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that for the Bensoy and Morag, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. I'm going to say Kavalashim the base measures. But the sleeps in the base measures. Torasa Nasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shalom. Ukiraim Helvish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. Listen, one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, you get an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. But Rabbi Nachman said, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind really doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out and say, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switch some days of definitely like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. I will say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get distracted showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was doing that, here I was WhatsApp, here I was talking, here I was this. And again, it's just the reality is the Torah is growing up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't full of it. Also, by the way, you begin to see a thing, right? You begin to see a thing. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. She wanted Jesus. So again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in it. I would say every time I'm meeting with someone and they're checking it in on the middle of the meeting. Ever have anyone? My cloud got is I started this now. If you're checking on me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? Okay, if you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of data. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on that. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. Working in your office. Working. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, you're not going to catch a couple of minutes of doing that. Do your work and be zealous and be committed and be involved. And when you're here, learn Torah and don't be at work. Don't be at work. Just commit yourself. You're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, you come to the basic Shamala, and you go to the Shepherd, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me. What did you learn? And you say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this sugya. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Kadelim during share that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? If we're going to do it, and just do it, and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during the learning, this is during gathering. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening chazan elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning chazan elsewhere. We have literally the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Production, we live in a dark, we live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in this measure. And if we could just do that, bring us Jesus to our learning, bring us Jesus to our davening. We're all young people. There is no telling what we could accomplish in our remaining years in this world. Let's get back to Mishnah. It's very interesting. So, by the way, as we look like that, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, let's say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So Ben Sora Mora also, all the details, so watch this. He says, listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him Kid. Well, he's a relation. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a global, what was Rothschild the Gemara? Somewhat Polish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult-kite. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly, Lord Hashem. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first one line, until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. But listen, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Mora is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right? Obviously, what happened for Ben Sora? What has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So this is just a tremendous Yisod in Chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our kids. People are so today. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like, if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ikar of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, just let my kids, go and do what they do, but come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora Mora, interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, he has access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora Mora. Again, see one more. And last Ben Sora Mora, second one about you don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. This is Rabbi Yosef who says it's not enough just to take your father's money, it has to be your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. So again, if he steals money from his father, father and eats in his father's rishos. Even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. And he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? He has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So the whole Kappa Ben Sora Mola is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The Koshi came, and the more so he's stealing from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. And she knows so what's that? The only formula that makes the kid into a Ben Sora Mora, so let's say you're keeping a running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I was going to say, winning combination, but it's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. Because again, he's stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming, right? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. The rest of you actually says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. So the Gemara says, so first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where does his mother have property from? Masha Kosi, Shekara Baila. I was going to say, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. But interestingly enough, his parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suitor that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents, and effectively steals from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't give us one. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a more if you steal food. You don't become a more if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount, and expensive you get a discount. So the Gemara says, right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out to dinner. And we got the dinner for an expensive made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, let's say bottom line is just so the Rambam does not accept WC's idea. The Rambam does not accept that the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother, just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, higher other goes to be murder outside, so what's this incredible? Let's say the father wanted to bring it to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or other dinner also the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. A kid only goes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Mora process. So Ruda says, right? So Ruda says, if their marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? Well, it's not your what does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah so the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, the truth is, who cares if the marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella is Shabbat La'avi Kamar. So let's say this is incredible. Let me know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? That's supposed to be legal. And Shabbat La'avi because the Nara Ubekoma Eno Nasa Ben Sora Mora. I must say, this is wild. the parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sorer Umora. Why not? My time with the Amrikra, and then Shomea becoming fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says, parents in this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us need the culprit in each other. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Mara the Kuma Nani in each other. So to again, parents have to resemble themselves. Exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance that looks like what a tremendous Musahar skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shaba. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be sharia becoming. Parents have to speak well. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of the children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just the kids, they're the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving your kid two different types of if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong path because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can't become Ben Sorer. Why? Because he can't fault the kid from making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sorer is sin. But what if mother and father have to be shaba, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the mother goes like that. Kiman Azla from where, according to the following opinion, so okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. That we cannot make it. This should be broken up, like intently. You can't put all this on one page. It's really lift the either. So this says as follows. Again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on forward balance. So if people from other years told you about this slow so much here, just remind them in the last 2 cycles, we never been in any other year. Right? So at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be the daily basis, but we'll get there. What's the listening to this game? Kiman Oslo, how to sign it. So it's reflected with our idea. So you're like, why was it just the whole time? So who's the people affected the following idea? That Sorer Umora never happened, it never happened, and it never will happen. So let's say, by the way, actually when you see this, after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, well, the probability of that happening, so it actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it can't, it's not saying it can't happen. I think it can't happen. So you might just say with probability, never has happened and never will happen. You might say, so why was it written? So you must be Drosh the Kabbalah star. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get. Listen, I just want to point out. The Gemara says, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Drosh the Kabbalah star, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this. But there is schar, there's a word for the act, so it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh the Kabbalah star means, you're right, could I love you, but Ben Sorer Umora will never happen. Never happened, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. The Kabbalah star, what's the star? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sorer Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. But let's say, what are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh B'Kabbal's card? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Soul Mora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Soul Mora? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Soul Mora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, let's say, you want to something amazing? You know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar Mora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar Mora? What is the Ben Solar Mora? What's the lesson, Kappa? Ben Solar Mora is to make certain decisions that can't change. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's not an easy decision. What Ben Solar Mora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Solar Mora exists as a concept. But practically, it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Ben Solar Umora, Lo Haya, Lo Asav Leos. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So that's why it's here. Drosh B'Kabbal's card. So learn it and receive the reward. What's the reward? So what do you mean Drosh? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Solar Umora is, but yet, there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Solar Umora, I learned about a person who quote-unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes you make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means. Ben Solar Umora. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Drosh B'Kabbal's card. Because so many times in life we think we can't change. So learn Ben Solar Umora and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman Azad Design. Ben Solar Umora, Lo Asid Leos, Alamaneh. Ben Drosh B'Kabbal's card. So the thing is, Kiman Kavihuda, Sekavihuda. If I say what Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, the king of Nisha Afazeka, Tima Basa, Vishasa, Khatsi, Yana, Talki, all the Motsios of the skill, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, his parents were going to take him out to get stoned, and we go, then Solomon never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. I must say, this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Solar? Because that's what Ben Solar is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbal's Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. And the greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. I'm ready to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Solar Umora. I saw him. The Ashafti Al Kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why exactly you sat on his grave? You're not sure the whole discussion about this? Not for now. Not for now. So you might say, come on, Oslo. So what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there wasn't so much. Once I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not a game. He never wants to Ben Solar Umora. Never will be Ben Solar Umora. You know what I'm lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Solar Umora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levias, people who left this world. And they left as a Ben Solar Umora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Solar Mora. If you'd be surprised how many people leave the world thinking we're a Ben Solar Mora. So one of the most tragic things in life is we leave the world with so many things accomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think the Beyonce is disagreeing. I think the Beyonce is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Solar Mora because change is impossible. But yet the Beyonce says tragically, according to the Levias of so many Ben Solar Moras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Solar Mora. Incredible. He says this out. Come on, Oslo, understand. So what's the opinion is reflecting the following idea. Yerni Dachas. Yerni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry. Well, incredible. Never happened, never will happen. But why is it in the Torah? So when it says, drunk the Kabbalah start, ultimately, I think to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. What does this mean? How could it be that together in Dachas? As the Lord said, there is no such thing as a city of Jews. There is not one Sabbath. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. Every single year who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not covered, someone's not holy. So learn it to receive reward. Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called your sheesh fucking mezuzah achos, ero nasi eri dachos. Oh, so the verse says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Yerni Dachos. So what's the reason for that? That's called Shlomo Tikvot Zatos, but follow us after the age. Because what do you have to do with Yerni Dachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the Chayvah B'Yikam Mezuzah, actually, the Chayvah Saskin Ashur Kechem. Now, if there's a Mezuzah, you can't burn a Mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a Mezuzah? Because the Mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see, if there's even one Mezuzah, it can't become an Yerni Dachos. It can't become Yerni Dachos. The question possible that Yerni Dachos ever existed. I'm going to be on the same way. It says, I need to see you. Yashaf Yafila. I hear about some and said, you're on Dachos. I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I decided to see Yerni Dachos walking down. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Yerni Dachos. So once again, it's the city so. I don't think the Minister is disagreeing. I've noticed they're saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. So there's a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Solar more. You can't change. They become a Chabad, they become a Chabur, they become a healer, they become a community. Here in Dachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll love the sign though. By the time we got hurry up. All right, let's we have to stop over here. Wow. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I'll say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And you have to look at the I'll say, you tell me, what can we have still? What can we have still? Nothing. I'll say, tremendous trend. Stop. All right,
because I just assume they're good. It's like, why would you ask for that? It's like, does it come through your house? It makes sense for them to say it.
Don't tell me who you are. Who your friends are. Friends are. Oh, I forgot about that.
Both men sing is full of this right now. Our brothers is when you get horny at the same time. Hilarious. Fuck. Really? You guys horny right now? No. I don't even have a horn number on card. If y'all are wearing hats inside, please, it's great.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Hey. Those of Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a Zechus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and incredible. And I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the multiple Levayos for the Bibas family, are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, a broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem and the Baruch Hu should just bring besoros tovos, true besoros tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. Basically, a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember, again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows: remember again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she says Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know Dros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because that's all your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls him Barnidri, the son of my neder. This is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, you know, Joseph, make the following neder. Yehivi ben Hazal Malchus. Give me a son who is worthy of the man. So all of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Va'anina darti va'amarti Yehivi ben Zoriz u'memula batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's not what we'll say. Zoriz, alacritus, zvisos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of kindliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it serious and does it with incredible zvisos. Umamula batorah. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. Ba'agun lenevius. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, I'd rather deal with a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. No, rabbi. An accountant, all different. There's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So most like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why the Ramchal puts it so early on in the Silas Yisharv. When you have the midah of Zrizos, it means that you have a seriousness and a Kovid Rosh approach to life. And when people who are Zoriz are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula B'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be mamula. Mamula means I'm mully, I'm fully committed. Hagum Nevius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have ala milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zrizos, Mamula B'Torah, Hagum Nevius. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Lemuel, Al Malachim, Shachim Yain. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim, Amralo, Malachim, Itim Malachim, Shosem, Shtakim, V'omrim, Lama, Manu, Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? There's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? But the kings were all powerful. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called Laze Olam is losing low. Lishke Yain Yishtacher, and you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, no, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes already off my image of Yusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha that Sheva says, show me, what are you doing? Why is your time with wine when you have access to the know of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was mekabel his mother's mussar. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Alpinas Adam, and there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? Is Adam Arishon. Their first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on the incredible. Let's say another tremendous mitzvah. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take mussar. No one likes mussar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's got the Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Abba. So again, that was back to the story. I'm Rabbi Abba. So this is very interesting. Ben Sorobar, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again what he has to steal, right? Or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikim. Now, what are srikim? It's like 3 lines up from where we are, crossing Rashi. Reiki, Shiar Gilubaka, is fascinating. What turns a person into a Mensora Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweetin. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines sweetin over there as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiar Gilu Bakak will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval Chabura Adam Hagum. They don't now spend Sorah Mora the Chabura to love mitzvah. So most of this is incredible. Rabbi says, when is Ben Sorah Mora chayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with a group of sweetin. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweetin, he doesn't say like avar yonim, people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Reikim. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula l'torah. There's no hagum l'nediyas. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, Gemara is saying is, listen, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. I always say that at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing is a desire for something. Raking is a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness. That's a dangerous kabula. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora and Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Gemara Tzvah, I but we learn. That if the kid is eating the meal with one and a chaburas, now then we'll discuss what that means. But what that means is he's eating it. Interesting enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a ben sorar umora. And when it's a time out, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. If the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become Ben Sorar Umora. Or halacha l'maaseh again, if the entire group minus one person or speaking, or if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Sorar Umora. He only becomes a Ben Sorar Umora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's take two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. Say the Kabura Kula Srikin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is, if it's a chevra of all Srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Chabura Srikin. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the chevra. That one person in a Chabura of Srikin can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. Never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole kabur of speaking, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become ben sorar or wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, right, that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for Ben Sorar Umora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Sorar Umora. But about Ibra Chodesh, so we'll say, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for Sudas Mitzvah was the suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh was, we said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. In other words, we had a suda for that. So you might say, one second, the Basra Mayad Masku, is that saying that they had meat and wine for that suda? By the time you learn, in Olullah and the Basra Dog and the Kippur, know about that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have at the meal of the intercalation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. That was a very light meal. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made up there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu. So Even the mitzvah cost of that's it. You're right. Normally the people would go in for this suda, they were only, it's an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda Chodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Sor shows up for that meal, or it's not a Ben Sor Mori yet, he's a candidate. Right? Candidate, Ben Sor Mori candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine. It sits down in each of them. That can't transform it into a Ben Sor Mora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of a Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sora Umor. Incredible. Come up on Ain Olam Libra. So I'm just worried about that Suda. Ain Olam Libra for this Pachos Miasara Ben Adam. You need at least a minion, right? That nearly is a minion for that Suda for Ibra Chodesh. Ain Olam La'elo, because God will make this. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread, actually it's not really bread, it's pasta, bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only or iburo, and you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. But the Rice says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. So go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up. So that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. So again. Just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sora Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sora Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Sora Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like this. So let's remember again, somebody if he steals money, right? Steals money, like sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't come out of Ben Sora or wine act. Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sora or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sora or Mora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. Great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora Umora. It's got to be flesh, got to be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money, and he buys schnitzel. Right? That's not going to make him into Ben Sora Umora. Hi, that's what we learned in the Mishnah. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah he should become a Sora Mora. Krishna says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does little Chazara? How much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go and become a Sora Mora? Right? First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl with chicken, that can make a Ben Sora Mora. That's the chiddush over here. So he can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, he can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. All Rabbi mitzvah with Dvar Aveira. Says this is the sin has a mishkat. If the sin is the Dvar mitzvah or Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become ben solar or more. What is that? So Dvar mitzvah. What does it mean Dvar mitzvah? It's kind of ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at actually just a moment. So we have that sweet and sometimes Kumi Avelu. The kid can't call Ben Soromori yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avelu. Right? The halacha is that when Avelu come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra. Little consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas mitzvah. That's a Sudas mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a food. A Ben Sorah Mora only goes ahead and becomes Ben Sorah Mora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. Right? He does that in the Shabbos. Like, the Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for Avelu. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, what does it mean, so let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tainus Esther. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make him an Sorah Mora. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make him do an Sorah Mora? The time of my Amakra, and then Shomea B'Kolenu. This is fascinating. What do you call Ben Sorah Mora? It has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into Ben Sorah Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazar, he steals money and buys chazar, or he's not. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher in Dora Mora, goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazar, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what makes one a Ben Sorah Mora is in his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. The consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Let's go back there. So for example, it's therefore the same idea. Ben Sorah Mora ate anything, but didn't eat wine. Didn't eat meat. He doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, he has to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achal basar. What is it? If he didn't eat last year, the vela ki'ilis. So what says, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, now a cake of pressed figs from ki'ilis, right? From ki'ilis, was a very high quality metal, very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. Even if you eat the daily ki'ilis, halacha l'maisa, you still don't become Ben Sorah Mora. B'shasa, dvash v'chalav, v'lo shasi and lasui dvash v'chalav. Interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't Ben Sorah Mora. The sign of achol v'ilikilis shas dvash v'chalav v'nichnas l'mikdash chayit ta'bavayin out. It was interesting enough to develop for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a v'ilikilis, fruits and peels, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv doing the avoda under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. And if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph about 71a. Elunas Yisrael Morachi Yochabas Yishti Yayin Kan Rabbanon Achol Kol Manchol Below Achol Basar. Ben Soramor, the kid eats any item. It doesn't eat meat. Shasa Kamach Kolo Shasa Yayin, or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink one. Elunas Ben Soramora Ach Yochabasar Yishti Yayin. You only become Ben Soramora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shnei Zolel V'Sodei. As the pasuk calls him again, a glutton and a guzzler. Even though Gilbo said, I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zola and Sove means, and I don't know what it's referring to. There's still a scriptural reason. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and bezolale basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. But Omer, Yisobe bezolar yoresh ukraim kaldish limo. We'll say so again. Interesting enough, the Torah uses the lashon of zolal for sobe, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again sobe refers to wine and zolal refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that for the Ben Soil Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. But listen, this is a fascinating Gemara. I'm Rabbi Zira. Kalayashin bebeis hamedrash. Whoever sleeps in the base medrash, Torasa nasa lo kiraim kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Shnei amar kiraim heldish numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say, the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. But one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out and say, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switched some days of that yoga like that, right? And but I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be brought in. So let's say, what's the formula for being brought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the daf, sometimes I'm on home, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a shkach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, I was emailed, and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully vested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Zrizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does Zrizos mean? Zrizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking their email in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud got over this. I started this now. Hey, if you're checking email in the meeting with me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of direct knowledge. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. What? You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, do not patch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. Be sorry, and be committed, and be involved. And when you're in shir, learn your pickup. And don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the basement Shalom Allah, the Rebbe Shalom says, Shef, what did you learn? What did you learn? What did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this sugya. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my colleagues during shul that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? Do it. Just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during the learning, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Watching we live in a dar, even in mind where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only thing you have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base message. And if you just do that, bring our Jesus to our learning, bring our Jesus to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish in our young years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Dana, Mishal Abed, Va'ocham Yishbishul Satan. That was very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I sent this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is. I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's a single with a death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also all the details. So watch this. He says, "Kanav mishal other of the alcohol this other." Listen to this. Kid, just call him kid. Right, an adult. Remember, they won't say. Also, have consideration. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was watching the Gemara? Samochliish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly, Hashem. So go to Mishalabit. So watch this. He stole his father's money. But he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. What's the first white line? Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. Enon Aseh Ben Sora Mora. What's in all these cases Ben Sora Mora? Ad sheigno mishal aviv yochav rishos acher. Until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. Let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, supposed to say, this is just a tremendous yisod in chinuch as well. Too often, you see children engaging in negative traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our parents. So today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think, like, if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the diet. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the diet. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ichor of parenting. And sometimes parents think, I'll just let my kids, go do what they do. They'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works. Most of the time, it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father, because my father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora, more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat. meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination, because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more in the Mora. You know, good. And last Ben Sora Mora, second one about Hachi Yochal Yishal Aviv, Yochal B'Shus Achillah. You don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yosef Yehuda says it's not enough just to your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says, so again, if he steals money from his father and eats his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So it's like the whole concept of sort of more is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's what we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosher came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So the only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora, so just keeping a running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the winning combination. That's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. Again, stealing his father's money, we're worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Rosh Yehuda Omer actually this religious says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. But Gemara says, Imo minala. So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Konseisha Kanabayla. As I will say again, what is he stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. Whereas I'm going to be everything. What it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, the kids' parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suda that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes home and steals that from his parents. So he effectively steals from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you best one. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become Mesor Mora if you steal food. You don't become Mesor Mora if you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. Made out for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. You guys, here's another possibility: is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, so let's say bottom line, you should just say the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. Does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Yishna Haya Aviv wrote Sadim and wrote says this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or other din or so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. A kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Mora process. So the Rabbi says, right? And Yehuda says, if your marriage was an illegal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, Gemara says, "Ilay mechayiv misos mechayiv misos bezdin sof sof avu aninu sof sof avu aninu v'imei ninu." Truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, "Ella yeshavet la'aviv ka'amar." So I said, "This is incredible." Rabbi know it's like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? So we don't marry. And lohaisik imo shavet la'aviv b'kol benare ubekoma. This is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a ben sorer umola. Why not? My time with the Amar Pra, Eineno Shomea Hikolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, the parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves as they don't look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance and civil side. What a tremendous What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak well. Now, one second, what if parents have differences in opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they imagine the kids, when they the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving a kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sarmora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sarmora kicks in. But what if the family is so like, mother and father have to be shabbat, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Kiman Azal Desanya. From where? According to who? According to is the following opinion. Ben Soromora. So we'll say, okay, so this is. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. It should be broken up like in thin block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally Mifnei Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman this again. I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 hours. So if people from other shir taunt you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. I wasn't listening to this Gemara. Kiman Oslo, Hadesanya. So who's the case reflecting the following idea? Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya Volo Asid Lios. First of all, you're like, what? Why we just look this the whole time? So who's the thing reflecting the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened, Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually, when you see this, after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no, what were the probability of that happening? So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying, I just want to be clear, it's not saying it can't happen. I'm saying it can't happen. You might just saying with probability, never has happened and never will happen. The Gemara said, so why was it written? So the Gemara said, Drosh v'kabel skar. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things because you get schar from it. Listen, I just want to point out, the Gemara says, now, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Drosh v'kabel schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is schar, there's no word for it. So listen, it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh v'kabel schar means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sora Umora will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. V'kabel schar, what's the schar? What's the schar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sora Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the drosh? What's the drosh for Kabbalah schar? So we'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole yisod Ben Sora Umora is what? What's the whole yisod Ben Sora Umora? The whole yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Sora Umora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, do you want to know something amazing? Do you know what the essence? Do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora? What is the Ben Sora Umora? What's the lesson, Kevin? The lesson of Ben Sora Umora is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Sora Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's the made the decision. What Ben Sora Umora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Sora Umora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true, because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says, listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya, Lo Asad Leos. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel schar. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? So what is it drosh? So analyze. And so what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Umora is that yet there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. So when I learn Ben Sora Umora, I learn about a person who quote unquote can't change, who makes an terrible decision and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes we make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umora. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? So many times in life, we think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umora and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman Azla Desan. You Ben Sora Umora lo Asid Leos Valaminich. Now Josh Agava Skar. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman Kabi Huda? It's like Kabi Huda. The Ibai Sema Rabbi Shimon he decided is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, if he make Sha'af Lazeta Kimar Basa V'Shasa Chatzi L'Gaina Italki. Because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, his friend's going to take him out to get stoned. And Sora Umora never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? I will say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora Umora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Watch this. On your Yisif, Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Umora. I saw him. V'yashavti al kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. The sign is great. Now, why is that? About this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, "Come on, Aslan." So we'll say, "So what do you do with this?" So the Yonasan says, "There wasn't a sermon." So we'll say, "I think the way it works is like this." The Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Mora. There never will be a Ben Sora Mora. The Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, "You know what? I've been to many Levayas, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves." You're right. There's no such thing as Ben Sol or Mora, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were Ben Sol or Mora. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sora Moras, people who left this world who never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo Hadesanyo. So what's the whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Irani Dachas. So again, Irani Dachas is a city wiped out because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it in the Torah? So when it says Drosh the Kabul Schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. So what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Irani Dachas? As I say, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. Where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called Ir Shish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Ir Nidachos. So Rabbi Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Ir Nidachos. It can't become an Ir Nidachos. So my time was the reason for that. Because what do you have to do with the Irani Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, if there's mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Irani Dachas. It can't become Irani Dachas. Therefore, it's impossible that Irani Dachas ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonasan says, "Ani re'isiya yashav pi'ativa." Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, "You're wrong. Is Irani Dachas? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I could see Irani Dachas walking tour, and again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw an Irani Dachas. So once again, it's the same soul that Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If there's a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora Moa, they can't change. They become a Chabra, they become a Chaburi, they become a Kiyah, they become a community of Irani Dachas. I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Oslo Hadesanyo. Bye, Samanuga. Haya. All right, well, so you know what, we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I said, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. We're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have still? What can we have still? Nothing. Tremendous stuff. All right, Kevin Zoom. Back on the way.
Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo. He was flying in and outside the first time. And I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there when I started to help with King of the Sting. I met him, said what's up, cool. And he had just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. The whole energy, the whole theory of he really wanted to, he made some big reference to man, you're just getting this like this.
All right, want to say good morning, it's good Baruch Hashem to see everyone back in person. It's good stuff, Hashem. It's painful as it is. Today we shall end our Kodesh. Our great school Baruch Hashem to come back to Rabbi's marriage to learn together. So once we have an incredible daf ahead of us today, we begin by taking all of our sponsors to things. Our annual commentary sponsor, the Tosin Mishpacha Beit Yisrael, we're dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus for the Yisrael's troubles for Am Yisrael. Our daf sponsors for today, Marin Karen Rami, Ibu Lishmas Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Bas Brilliant. We hope that in the merit of our Kamatorah, she together with Kol ladies will have a complete and enduring Refuah, the Shofim Shurim Yetz Hashem. Provide Maria to all of the Shams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages to Shalom and the Kalos, and our holy soldiers should be successful to call Maaseh Yedeihem. So with that, we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Re'im Zechayim. So let's say Ben Sora Umora. Ben Sora Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sora Umora Chayim for being a Ben Sora Umora? So the Mishnah says, Yishiyokal Kartima Basa, Yishtekatsi Ligyain Haitalki. This is fascinating. So what is the Ben Sora Umora Chayim? When he goes in and eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is, but when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a mug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So it says, first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for a Ben Sora Umora. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, about the common of Yuna Eva Kaita Hazard, also we're going to see it as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sora Umora is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only kind if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine, so if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, he said, not a tartimar of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a mug of wine, rather again, a whole mug of wine. Okay, so let's see, now watch this. So that's let's say it happened that he Ben Sora Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine or bought the meat. So he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. He took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was examples of this. For example, Ibra Kodesh. So we'll discuss this more. But again, when they decide to go ahead and intercom month, right? Make the month of 30 days. So you have a suit to declare that. Or, Alcohol Maishikin Yushalayim, or Eat Maishikin Yushalayim, on the day was to trade those Shkataram. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher. Alcohol Tomei Maishikin he ate Tevel untied produce. Nice Rishon that we not remember most of the ladies, and ladies should be able to separate out Truma from Maiso, or Maiso Shini or Maiso Shini or Hektish that were not redeemed. So alcohol Gavershu mitzvah, Gavershu avera. So what is something that's a mitzvah? So that's going to describe exactly what that's like. Alcohol come so okay, so interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's Machokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we then have an interesting exception. The interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine, what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. A chaburas mitzvah. So again, he's going to be popular. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if they saw him or stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, like anything else, but not meat. Or shasa kamash kilo shasa yayin, or for that matter again, he he stole money, he purchased the drink. But he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eno Nasa Ben Sora Mora Achiyoko Bossa Yishtiai. So said it's exactly because Torah says, Mishnah says he does not become Ben Sora Mora until he steals money and he uses that money to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a Ben Sora Mora. Shinemar, the pasuk says, Zoro Nisove. So what's it? So this is the pasuk from Torah, right? V'amru Asifei Irov in English says the Sora Umora and English Zoro the Sobe. Literally again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says. Now, how do you know that Solo is Sobe means wine? Like how do you know that? The Gemara says no, it's not exclusive. Don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, so this is incredible. Now let's analyze. So here it says, so let's remember again, the Tano said that the amount of meat for which it is solar and more is high, if it's still money and buys it, is a tartima. So come going to Gemara and says, but it says, I don't know how much is a tartima. What is that? So the words out to cover up the yayin, so what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, the Tanakama says, tartima of meat, a half a liter of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mug of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, it just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartima? A half a mug. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how many sessions. Right? So a half a month. So that's enough focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible. So listen, I just mentioned that Jenny Day was working on getting together a chabura that needs before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to. It could be whatever chabura wants to be on that also. But whatever you see, about that to chazer over the shackle of the karya, just to give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause. I always try to do this. We try to pause at different stages in the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand when the Gemara right here, even just mark it up in the Gemara, so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, I'm not kind of about Moza. I'm not, you can see he's the striking fellow off the second end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to do everybody's beautiful. So the message is, I'm not Hanan Bar Moza. I'm not Buddha. Enuchayis, Achigat Basar Bisol, the Yocha Yayin Bisol, the Yishted Sid Bisolo Bisol. So I'll say this is very interesting. The Buddha gives another qualification. The Buddha says, the only time you become Ben Sora Mona is when halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this is what I'll say. You can't become a Ben Sora Mona if you pay retail, right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sora Mona, right? So you only have halacha l'maisa Ben Sora Mona if you get out of discount. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Bizarre about the Yokel of Shliku and Malls, looking up to the Adonai. Remember again, let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we've seen what's listened to today. Why is it Ben Soner Umora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle, and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a special addiction going going on over here. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second, really raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. It's not true. That's why there was an explicit statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, the Torah says it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. No. Yayin chai is muzzled v'lo muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai is incredible. What does it mean? Raw meat. Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasa kiba the aklot ganti, like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Kibasa kiba the aklot ganti. Kanya the gekarim. The kavasa the how these thieves eat their meat? How do they sear it? They sear on the outside. It was very meat inside. Because I get a very hard time. Everything is very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a Jew. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the Hebron who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's on the inside. You need to do a question on that. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their pan-seared steaks. Is managed a micro of Ganovin. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. That is a shot for the carrier. He writes us out. So again, one second. So all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in Gemara, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child was on a terrible, almost irreversible path. We might go like that. Rabbi, this is fascinating. So Rabbi says, both of them said, if the Tzarmar eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Tzarmar. Now, what's very interesting? Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press, Halakha said again that does not make him into a Ben Tzarmar. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Also related to the end of detail, they're not important, they're not kosher, therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. The John says such a, okay, we'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, term hustle. Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat? And what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next level of business. Someone says, this is factually halacha. It's not halacha. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So on Erev Tisha B'Av, say sugya mafsekes, right? Remember again, you should always take it as a halacha. 2 times a year, you have sugya mafsekes, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur. But of course, they are worlds apart. Right, the worlds apart. The Suda Sekes before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right, it is a celebratory Suda, excited for the Tshuva that's about to come. It's the evening, I said, about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Suda Sekes, is a morning meal. Right, MOUR, right, a mournful social meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in our restrictions in that meal. So therefore, you must say, Erev Tishbav, a person should not eat two cooked foods. At the supermarket, that's two different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your supermarket? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. It's like you could have salted meat and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Nevertheless, I must say now, before I go, what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's so to say, Tisha B'Av, mamish means that it's not the basar and it's not the yayin. So the Gemara says, so you meet people. So now obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So this is interesting. Now, obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and telling you again that's salted meat. When we speak of salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: Basar maliyach had kama, and if I kind of calls much to shlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, the window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, one keeps salted meat for 3 days and 1 night. That's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. It means it loses its identity as meat. If you eat it, you flinches. Right? That was just to be clear, right? You really flinches. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Solar Motor steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat. He's not tired. You want to eat that meat on Erev. You can eat that meat on even on Erev Shabbat. So that's it. So if you're going to actually going to do a couple of shlamim, shlo over Allah zman achila shlamim shnei yom v'layla echad. Adai b'lichum chusahu v'lo ikri maliyach. So let's say, so this is the idea. The window of shlamim is our metric. If you eat shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so salted again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, then so Mo is not going to be chayiv for it. And halacha l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the past? I want you to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, Ad kamot kol mashu toses. When it's fermenting. Tosis means fermenting. I will say, apparently, Rashi points out earlier, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin gito. Good. So if I will say again, for our purpose, so let's finish. That time, actually, so just to pause what we said, is therefore what we are establishing over here is that Ben Solar is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from Mishnah, Zolo, Sobe, Makrokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine and how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it the Italian wine, but right now the Gemara just saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? How about when I say any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night? Incredible. Let's go back to that. It's in the we learned Yain Toses Imam Shimji that fermenting wine is not subject to the halach of givui. Now remember again, what's halach of givui? The halacha says that if you leave mashgibun, if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are you concerned about? If you're not concerned about snake venom. Now, to point out that we notice our Hashofim brings down that today many people aren't makbid on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out for night, they leave a cup of water out. overnight, and when we do treat it the next day. So you might say that's because again we live in a house where venomous snakes are not being as common, and that's why again you see in general people are not trying. In any event, the book over here is frothing red wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation, and therefore again, halacha myself there's no issue of giving. How about my? So it's an interesting enough. So the reason you might bring this up over here is beforehand you said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the context it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha about that sort of wine? You need to know what kind of wine is chayav for stealing. How come I? So you must say hasim yishum simcha called manshul tishlamim nami b'spei simcha. So ultimately again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? When it comes to Tisha B'Av, remember again, it can get in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like shmonim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and it's going to be an element of Simcha. How can we show in Shukri? By then, sort of on the website, it's not a thing in Simcha. What is it in? What is it in? Addiction. That's the developing after I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word often is very loosely. But we're using now, we're worried about being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, should be on the cultural momamshik. In order for the Ben Sora more for there to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if even if halacha is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sora or Mora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha Ben Sora would not be chai for that. And I will say that needs to be. It appears from the Gemara. That halacha l'maisa that we will be for Ben Sora or Mora, we adopt the shvalim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals when he purchases that meat, he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv when he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But once, right, but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again, it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Let's say beautiful Gemara. I'm not kind of, I'm sorry. I'm not kind of, why did Hashem create wine? Right, we'll say it's a good shiloh. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A Brisilo has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did they go so really create wine? So they're incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine, El Menachim Avelin, or the Shalim Schal and Shalim. Hashem created wine living for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. Now, what does this mean? If you remember again, the second Moed, remember again, we learned that when the Avelin would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit, right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. There's a tremendous amount of hassle in this. So what does this mean? So you give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Let's say there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend in my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. So we all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens if you have 3 glasses of wine? You get it like looks over here, right? What happens because 2 is Zugos, right? 2 is Zugos, right? 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly, you know, the problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems. Right? With 3, I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. I'll handle it. When, how, what, I don't know. But I know I got this. I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I say it's such a tragedy. So why does Rabbi make wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I loved. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That is so the one, says the Gemara. Furthermore, on the shine is covered in shine. I would say, but again, without the one, also the Ashkafa also applies. Life's problems are in 2 different buckets. The one you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate in that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for a shine. For a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of the shine, like even the most wicked person, does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And Halakha L'Maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for his shine, and therefore they get their reward in this world. In judgment, that punishment in the next world. To shekar le'ovei nefesh, to shekar le'ovei, the yain le'mari nefesh. Literally, again, giving intoxicating beverage. Le'ovei to the one who is lost. Which the Gemara is going to change to the Russia, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the shine red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So when the shine gets red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy the shine, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because you know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. So kind of so it's a kind of contrast of dupsity. On one hand it says Tirosh, because it says Tirash, Vikarinon Tirosh. So we'll say starting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak, Avinu, Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, again, we say it's a lot of Shabbos. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, v'kala shem l'shmai haaretz, v'rov dagan v'sirosh. The word for sirosh means grapes. But you might find out over here is it's written chaser, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as tirash, right? Because you look right, you see it's tirash, but yet you read it as tirosh. Tirosh. So what's the difference? Look at this. Zohar na'aseh rosh. Mozaha na'aseh rosh. So they both say alcohol, right? Alcohol, wine, could be used in one of 2 ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? And the person can engage in all types of terrible behaviors, or sometimes you might say, Nicholas Yain Yatzasol. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. Because we'll say some friends, whether they recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like I don't, so we put up walls. After so much, we put up walls around our neshama, and those walls we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. And sometimes a little bit of wine comes in, the walls come down. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks the basement, and for other people, rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi said, Yisrael, where it says Yismach or Yishmach, Vikayinon Yismach. So again, wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. So it can be like Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zachav sounds hope. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person to destroy. Lo Zachav, if I'm not the person is not Zachav, Mishamanei, wine to destroy him. So it looks like the whole cup of wine. Without wine, it looks like anyone could project underneath their personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And it looks like then when that inner you comes out, that's when the true you comes out. So the shaila is, who am I living on the inside? Am I a Russian Chassidus masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, I'm looking for wine to be able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, like aromatic smells, made me very smart. So what Rabbi was saying is like this, that a little bit of wine helps me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and I wasn't able to get a scent of smell, is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember that Hashem created Adam and Chava, the part says, Vayifas ba'apav Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why I'm at the Shabbos here for summon, right? While you're at the summon, that's why somebody's going to have to be accustomed to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. I'm about very good shir ba'aba. Look, by the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So let's say, what you see from Rabbi is very, very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I dabble a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, of course I learned how to Torah. Of course I learned how to Torah. But if this is what Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because of the touch of my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. I'm going to might be safe. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanu, lemi siach, lemi mitzay chinam, lemi chachlilos inayim, lema'achim alayim lebayim machkom masach. So let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're studying over here is from Mishlei, and essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says this fast. Madrash. We say from the Rishon Madrash, ultimately, however you interpret this pasuk, and also what the pasuk essentially is saying is, right? Who's going to have to say whoa? Right? Who's going to have to say, all right? Who's going to say I? Who's going to say vavai? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the pasuk is, those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, again, Shlomo understood this firsthand, because Shlomo had everything. So Shlomo also said, we'll get into this more about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So you might say, you keep actually this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash over Galila. So let's say, right? So Darish over Galila. So a certain guy lived in the Galileo, darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this one. So this is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Well, remember, the first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Gimel Vavin Lashon Vai. So let's say, so what are we? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, which translation of Vai is Vai. Right, this translation, right? Vai means so what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of wars in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now, here they are. So two vowels up here. Again, you'll count it as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayish. So again, when Noah cut off the tape, the first thing he did was planted a vineyard. Right? Vayira, Vayar Cham Kinan es Erbas Aviv, Vayage L'Shtein Echad B'chutz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noah gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham's, his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another brother. Shem, Vayapis, another brother. Esar Simba, Vayasimu, another brother. Al Shechem Shnev. So Cham does nothing, right? Well, actually, we'll see he does something, but so Shem and Yafes come, they walk in backwards to cover up their father. Another wakes up, his wine. So this is the story of Noah. So remember, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem Yafes come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up, and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Cham did to him. So Moses, and obviously, it's interesting. Obviously, Cham did something to Noah. It doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So it's not focus. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Cham Amar Rabbi. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he castrated him, kill over Rabbi. So the one who says castrated, why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son was Cush. Right? Sorry, Cush is I put the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4th sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, put the Canaan. So just like Cham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. One is against Salamai, Vayar, Cham, right? And the Canaan is Evas Abed, Ximasam, Vayar Osa Shem ben Hamor, when Shem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there both again, Chazal tell us that he violated his Beer Shaloki Darko. So the Marshal Amanda says, so we should have to kill the So ultimately, again, so it makes sense. Tony says that he castrated him. So it makes sense. And then that Noah cursed him. But according to the one who says that he might, why did he curse him his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that thing that he sodomized him, he both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? So, no life lesson there. Okay, let's as follows. So what happens? So the pasuk said Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, so just to point out over here, the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. The Rebbe Rothschild is bringing Noah to task. For the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's Rothschild Kuhlman. He profaned himself. Someone else keeps coming up. Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're going to plant in a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shimon said, this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make their mistake? It was wine. It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one said, what does that mean? We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there's a fundamental machlokas. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? If you remember, they ate from the eighth das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's machlokas. There's machlokas. The Sandra, Vayemer Omer, Om Silu Sha'acha Adam Arishon Geffen Haya. So we'll say first opinion where it says it was grapes. It was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. Because what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a days. She'ain. Look how double she may be wrong with the other Yayin. And also, if there's a mirror says, everyone's a mirror get this from. It's almost as if the mirror backs into this, because the mirror says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see all the extent, all of the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kiddushah, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I cannot sort of cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely, I don't have like shares in anything. I just want to be clear. Like, even though I started doing these things, I felt like we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael was producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see it for result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedusha power. So if I know at least that wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown in the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedusha that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more kaddish way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Anyway, so the Gemara says, therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, elegant. So therefore, again, that's why first part brings not the task. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other usually run into trouble with wine? But he just says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was meat. The eighth das Tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eighth was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally, but it says it was wheat. So it wasn't interesting enough. Wheat, when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. Now, the Chemio says, no, it wasn't a kid. So we'll say, why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the eighth das Tovara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized that they were wicked. So what they do? They covered themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and they sinned. By the way, just fascinating, very machlokas as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples. Apple, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Because that Adam and ate the apple. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Esau thinks it's Esau. Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau. And remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'ach b'ni kareach hasoda. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. The fact when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Kareach Hasada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKodesh quotes Medrash that says, what's the reich of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells to stay tapuchim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, so again, and that's the fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that it's from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these mean anything. So according to the opinion that says that Lamaisa, it was grapes. So Shlomo takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. So what's an incredible remark? Different than one Melach. Masa Asher Yisar Su'ima. Okay, so what's it ready for this? These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I will say, who is Lemuel? So Rashi points out that Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'asav V'Chachmos LaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say Lemuel is a production of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was an actually to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, what's the end of this Gemara? Shamalach was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again. So Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents could get with children, right? Everyone said, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to him. She wasn't really going to flog him, but rather she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Vamrlo, she said to him, Ma'buri, Umar bar Bithni, Umar bar Nidju. She said to him, what are you doing, my son, my son, the son of my union, the son of my vow? What are you doing? So the Gemara says, Ma'buri, what is all Bathsheba chastising Shlomo? Everyone the fathers of Ramalach is such a big side. Now, what's in the word is Shlomo was living a life. And he's the king. He's got money, he's got everything going for it. So he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? David's excitement. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent parent behavior on me. And my father and the son of my womb, call on Rothschild, all of your fathers, otherwise, King Shem's Rothschild, in the Lord, once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. From Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But the Maisa, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Well, my Barbary, so what's enough to do? We'll stop moving on. We'll stop over here. We'll say, again, we're fine, by the way. The daven gets short in Makkos, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna go outside. What's the rush? What's the rush? Just gotta come one point back to the Chevra. All right, Chevra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
I don't take any pleasure in failures. It's like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with this, and I can't wrap my head around.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. It's Hashem to see everyone back in person. As painful as it is to leave you, Shana Kodesh. A great school of Hashem to be able to come back to our base marriage to learn together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Ram, Ibi Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov, in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Masbrilliant. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Chol Yisrael have a complete and enduring refuah. Mishpach Kushin Yeretz Hashem, providing aliyah to all of the Hashem's and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Listen to that. We have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Me'ema Sechayim. We'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? So the Mishnah says, Lishiyochal Tartimar Basa V'yishte Chatzilud Yain Hayitalki. This is fascinating. So when is the Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So I'll say, so first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Yaina Italki. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for a Ben Sorer or Mora, right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, what we're going to see is as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sorer or Mora is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Baser v'lud yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again a whole lug of wine. Okay, so let's see now. Watch this. So that's the halacha. Aval b'chaburas mitzvah afal v'ibara chodesh afal. Let's say it happened. Ben Sorer or Mora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine. Right, or bought the meat, but he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh. So we'll discuss this more. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right? Make the month. So they would have to declare that. Or Achol Meister Sheni Yerushalayim, or to eat Meister Sheni Yerushalayim. Achol the day was a trace of Satzim that I must. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Achol Tamei Meister Yishon Shalom Nifla Shemaso. Sorry, Tevel. He ate Tevel, which is untied produce. Meister Yishon, that does not remember. Meister Yishon goes to the lady, and the lady is obligated to separate out Shema from the Meister Yishon. Or Meister Sheni Hektish, or Meister Sheni Hektish. That's where Hektish is. So Achol Gavar Shu Mitzvah, the Gavar Shu Avera. So whether he eats something that's a mitzvah, so that's an Avera, so the Gemara is going to describe exactly what that's talking about. So again, I will say, so interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's Makokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine in what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. Chaburas mitzvah. So halacha l'maisa again, he's going to be patur. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if the Zoramor stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, right? Anything else, but not meat. Or shasa komanch v'lo shasa yayin. Or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased the drink. But he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eino na'aseh ben sorer or mora. Ach yochal basar yishli yayin. Paul said, Torah says, Mishnah says, he does not become ben sorer or mora until he steals money and he uses that money dafka to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a ben sorer or mora. The pasuk says, Zolel v'soveh. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? Says Surah Umora, and Zobel is Sobe. Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that Sobel is Sobe means we eat wine? Right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, it's not explicit. Is Sobe lebasa. In the lesson of Sobe, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, let's say so. This Mishnah Ben Soromara, incredible. Now let's analyze. Some Rabbi says, Tartimar Zaini Odeamahu. So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat from which a Ben Sorer Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartimar. So come going to Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a tartimar. What is that? So Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi, Yayin, Nimsa Kofa Af the Basar, Nimsa Tartimar Katimana. So what we can extrapolate this as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because you can remember the Tanakama says, tartimar of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. The fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in your session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible. So I'm going to just mention Teddy Daniel is working on getting together a chabura that needs before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to, it could be whenever chabura wants to be at night also. But whatever, you'll see Zabi about that. Chazer over the shakla v'tarya, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause. Try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up in your Gemara so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just the unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, Amrav Chanan bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai, and so you can see 7 is the striking fellow at the end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So Gemara says as follows: Amrav Chanan bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai, Achigach Basar B'Zol. The Yochai Yayin B'Zol, the Yishkai B'Chsiv B'Zolo B'Zolo. So say this is very interesting. The Fuda gives another qualification. The Fuda says the only time you become Ben Sorah Mora is when Halacha L'Maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't. This is what I'll say. You can't become a Ben Sorah Mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. You're going to forget about Ben Sorah Mora. Right? So you only have Halacha L'Maisa Ben Sorah Mora if you get at a decent amount. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin B'Zol. About Yogelo Shlichi Le'Mos. Also remember again, let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sorah Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Get ready for this. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. The Gemara says, 1 second. You need to eat raw meat, undiluted wine. That's not true. The Gemara says an explicit statement that it's raw meat and it drinks undiluted wine. The Sarah says it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat So the Gemara says, no. Yain Chai is Mozug V'Mozug. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the Chai. Right? What does it mean, Basar Chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean more raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil below bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kibad aflo gan. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Basar kibad the aflo gan. Kavya begicholim vikavase beirvin v'nichve v'nichve v'zachem. So it's fascinating. How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside, but it's rare on the inside. That's I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the who eats stuffed bread, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's not on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a Michael of Kanov. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. So if you get that, the shot to the Dario. All right? He says, so again, I will say, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in the Gemara, what did this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So when you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. The Gemara goes like that. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Yossi said as follows. Both of them said, if the Nesorah eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Nesorah Mori. Now, this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah perspective, non-forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again non-habit forming. And therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, he uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go out and buy wine right off the press. Halacha says again that does not make him into a bens or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. They're not important. They're not pashut. Therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. Not habit forming. So say such a okay. We'll come back in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Sharon Hassan." Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be what's the definition of salted meat and what's the definition of wine right from the press. Okay, so that's our next revelation. So we'll say this is a fascinating halacha. Sharon Hassan, all part of our sugya. Erev Tishbav. So Erev Tishbav, we'll say Sudam of seconds. Right? Remember again. Oh yes, you should always recognize in halacha. 2 times a year you have Sudam of seconds. Right, 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Suda Mafsakis before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Like it is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing of the Tshuva that's about to come. You know, it's interesting, even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to remember to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Suda Mafsakis, is a morning meal, right? With M-O-U-R, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in. There are restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, Lo Yocha Adam Shnei Kavshinim. A person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Suda Mafsakis, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. Lo Yocha Bas Lo Yishtei Yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Suda Mafsakis? You can. You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. Right? You could have salted meat, and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat, and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. That's what that's now. People forget, what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have identity of meat or identity of wine. That's essentially Mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. The Gemara says, so the basar maliyach is now obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar maliyach kama. So what's that? This is interesting. Now, obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and suddenly again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: basar maliyach ad kama, calls mashu kishlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, you're flacious. Right? Just to be clear, right? You're going to be flacious. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sora Mora steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. If you want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat on, even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi says there, Kol Mashu Shlamim, Shelo Over Alav Zman Akila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adai Belich L'Chusahu, V'Lo Ikri Maliyach. So what says, so this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is our metric. You eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night. So too again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, that's Mora is not going to be chayiv for it. And halach l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Yeah, and the heat like kama. Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the best? I want you to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama, kol mashu toses. When it's fermenting. Toses means fermenting. I will say, apparently, Rashi points out over here, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a step of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin. Good. So if I will say again, for our purpose, so that's finished. Actually, so just to pause over the side, therefore, what we are establishing over here is that a Ben Sora More is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from the Mishnah, Zolel Sobe, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine. So right now, the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine, for our purposes, means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go back to that time. So Gemara says, we learned that fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of gilui. Remember again, what halacha of gilui? The halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, I'll just point out that we know this Shulchan brings down that today many people aren't machmir on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight. When we do drink it the next day. So the Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common, and that's why again you'll see in general people are not machmir. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right? Fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The gamba tisisa. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first pressed, it's still in this fermentation. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, there's no issue of gilui. Halacha mai. So what's an interesting enough? So the reason we're bringing this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. But here it says 3 days. Now the controversy, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha over by Ben Sora Mar? We need to know what kind of wine is chayiv for stealing. So the Gemara says, "Hasam mishum simcha calls Mashu Kishlamim Nami is Besimcha." So I say, so ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? So when it comes to Tisha B'Av, so remember again, it's a din in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like Shlamim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of Simcha. By then, Sorah Marabosai, it's not a din in Simcha. What is it a din in? What is it a din in? Addiction. That's the developing. I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word is often used very loosely. But we'll use it now. We're worried about him being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, in order for the Ben Solim for there to be a period of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if halacha l'maisa is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a din, or that would not be subject ultimately again to ben sorah umora. V'yayin adam yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maisa the ben sorah umora would not be chayav there. And I will say now it happens to be it appears from the Gemara. It appears from the Gemara that halacha l'maisa that for ben sorah umora we adopt the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases that meat, he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. Fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again he's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. We'll say beautiful Gemara. I'm Rav Chanan. Lo nivra ba'olam. Sorry. I'm Rav Chanan. Lo nivra yayin ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right. We'll say it's a good shaila. Why? It's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine. El lenachim avelim or l'shalim schal l'rishai. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. I was saying, what does this mean? If you remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit. Right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. There's a tremendous amount of hospital in this. So what does this mean? So you're going to give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, in life, there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix. And they are just what they are. To figure out the ultimate is how to be in it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and then say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here, right? What happens because 2 azugos, right? 2 azugos, right? When I have 3 glasses of wine, suddenly again, you know what? Problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. We need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know, but I know I got this. I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I will say it's such a. So why does Hashem create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the yesod of wine, says the Gemara. Furthermore, when the shine is called the shine. Again, without the wine, also the hashkafa also applies. Life's problems in two different buckets: the ones you solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it, embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for Rishon. For Rishon. What does this mean? Even the greatest of Rishon, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? A good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for Rishon, and therefore they get their reward in this world. From judgment and punishment in the next world. The yayin lamari nefesh. Literally, again, give an intoxicating beverage. La'ovei to the one who is lost, which the Gemara is understanding here to refer to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? Al-Kira yayin shemadim p'neim shal-risham ba'olam hazeh u'mal b'p'neim ba'olam haba. So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning, again, so enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rabbi Amar Al-Teri Yain Kiyis Adam, Al-Teri Yain Shachari Sodam. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. Rav Khan Rami Ksiv shows that kind of contrasted to psukim. On one hand, it says Tirash Vikarinon Tirosh. So we'll say it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak, Rabbeinu, Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, again, we say someone to Shabbos, V'yitin l'cha Elokim, Ukal Hashem Yishmani Haaretz, the Rov, Dagon, the Sirosh. Suppose that Sirosh means grapes. But what you must find out over here is, it's written Chaser, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as Tirash, right? It could be looked right, you see it as Tirash, but yet we read it as Tirosh. Tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zacha na'aseh rosh. Lo zacha na'aseh rash. So they both say, alcohol, nice alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used, chas v'shalom, as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement. Right? And a person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we'll say, nichnas yayin yatzasod. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Right? I don't, so we put up walls. Piaget sees about this so much. We put up walls around our neshama. And those walls, we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. Because sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be rash means like a bubble, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi Ksiv, Yismach says Yismach or Yishmach. Vikarinon Yismach. So again, what is possible? Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not both ways. It could be like Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zacha v'samcha. The person is righteous, then ultimately again wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo zacha, if I'm not the person is not zocha, mishama maybe wine could destroy it. So we'll say the whole cup of wine. Without wine, I will say anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then I will say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when it truly comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Rasha Chas V'Shalom masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately a little bit of wine. So what is really on the inside of the individual? Incredible. Rava said wine and nice smells, right? Aromatic smells made me very smart. So Rava was saying like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha. And I was already the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember again, when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Father says, "Vayipach ba'apach," Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why on Shabbos we have the summon, right? Why we have the summon? That's why some have to be custom to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. Amram, very good. Shimon Bar Abba. By the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So it's like what you see from Rabbi is very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time on external things. I learn a lot, but then wonder like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's what it says. You're right. Of course, I learned about Torah. Of course, I learned about Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, it says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi betzan finam, lemi chachlilos inayim, lema achrim al yain lebayim lachzim masa. Let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that I was putting over here is from Mishlei, and essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Right? Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows: Kias Rabbi Amar Amin Marava. High crowd man the darshan in Israel Sefer Madrash, the Sefer Reisha Madrash. Ultimately, however you interpret this passage, what the passage essentially is saying is, "Lemi I." Right? Who's the one who has to say "Whoa"? Lemi I. Who's the one who has to say? Right? Who's the one who says "I"? Who's the one who says "Vavai"? Right? Lemi Madana, Lemi Siach. So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the passage is Lema Achrim Alayai. Those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, Shlomo understood this firsthand because Shlomo had everything. Shlomo also understood, and we'll get into this more about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says, if you down this passage from the beginning to from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash always Delula. Yud Gimel Rabbi. So what's it? Right. So Darash over Galila. So a certain guy who lived in the Galil darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vav Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. You look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vavin Lashon Vai. So we'll say, so what does that mean? Now, Vav, so remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, whose translation of Vai is Right? Vai means so what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of ice, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. Vayachal Noach Vav Ish Adama Vayita Karen Vayesh Min Hayayin. Two volts right there. Again, you'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, when Noach cut off the table, the first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Cham Avikinan as Evas Aviv. Vayaged L'Shtein Echad Bachos. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, V'yafas, another vav. Elsa Simba, Vayasimu, another vav. Al Shechem Shneir. So Cham does nothing, right? Or actually, he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayelch, another vav. Acharonis. Vaychas, another vav. Eshev Asaviyim, Upanim, another vav. Vayikach Noach, another vav. Noach wakes up, from his wine. Vayed, another vav. Eis Asher Asala B'Noach. So we'll say this is the story of Noah. So remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers, Shem and Yafes come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up, and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Cham did to him. Rabbi Shmuel, so Moses says, obviously, it's interesting, obviously, Cham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So there's not focus. Rabbi Shmuel, Chadamar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rabbi. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he can't be kill over a V. So the one says castrated. And why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son, Rabbi said, was Cush. Right? Sorry, Cush is I put the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4 sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, put Canaan. So just like Cham preventing Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed son. The one who says that he sodomized him, Vayar, right? Vikinan is Evas Havim. Ksimasam Vayar Osa Shechem ben Hamor, when Shechem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, thereby again, Chazal tell us that he violated her with Bia Shalom Kedarcha. So ultimately, it makes sense. The one who says that he castrated him, and rather than that Noah cursed Cham's son, but according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why did he curse his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that opinion, they sodomized him. Both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay. No life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says follows. So we'll say, so what happened? So the pasuk says Noach profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, I will say, so just to point out over here, the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. That the Rothschild Olam is bringing Noach to task for the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's Rothschild Chulin. He profanes himself. So I'm going to Noach, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalogaram lo elayayin. Listen, this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make the mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? Command Amar Osin and Sha'acham and Adam Rishon Geffen Hara. They both say we're going to see, interestingly enough, that there is a fundamental machlokes. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? If you remember again, they eat from the 8th Das Tova, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? This is machlokes. This Anya, Meir Omer, Osin and Sha'acham Adam Rishon Geffen Hara. So we'll say first opinion of Meir says it was grapes. The forbidden grapes. As such, Adam sin was committed with now Noach gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he rapes. What's the matter with you? What do you do? Did you not learn from Adar and Shay? I'm a base. Shein, Davar Shemedi Yilal Yain. And also interesting, the mayor says, now where does the mayor get this from? It's almost as if the mayor backs into this. The mayor says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we extol the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I put on sort of cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely. I don't have like shares and everything. That's what I think. So like, it's not a business thing. But like, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see for yourself, wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedushin Para. So if I know at least that the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedushin that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more published way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Any event, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, therefore, wine comes along, Eliyain. So therefore, again, that's why Kodesh Baruch Hu brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other Jews are into trouble with wine? The Rita says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eighth was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally? But eventually, this says it was wheat. Because what's interesting enough, wheat, that's when a child begins, it's interesting, it really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again there's a certain das that comes with that. The Chemio says no, it was a pig. I will say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the eight das tovara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized that they were naked. So what did they covered themselves? Now Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because again that was the tree with which they went ahead and by the way, just fascinating, three machlokas as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples, right? So where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam and Chava ate the apples. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'ach hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. Like when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says to say Yaakov Yitzchak Avinu was referring to Re'ach hasada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes the Medrash that says, what's the Re'ach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells stay tapuchim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Allah Adam Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these in any event. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa it was grapes. So Shmuel takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. So we'll say incredible Gemara. Different than Muam Bala, Masa Ashe Yisarsu. Okay, so let's see this. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Kings chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I want to say, who is Lemuel? So actually what's out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'asav HaKachmas L'Kadosh Baruch Hu. So I want to say Lemuel is a contraction of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was an attribute to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's the other thing? Shlomo HaMelech was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shlomo HaMelech's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents can get with children, right? I was saying, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to a neck. She wasn't able to flog him. She wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Bamrlo, she said to him, Mabri, Umar Bar Dikni, Umar Bar Nidhi. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? My Mabri, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So the Gemara says, Mabri, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Akol Yodim, Shadicha Yari Shamayim. Everyone knows your father, Governor Melech, is such a big tzaddik. What's important to see is Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of king. Right? He's got money, he's good looking, he's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? David's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent errant behavior on me. Umar Bar Dikni, and the son of my womb, all of your fathers otherwise once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. Apparently, from Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Well, Barbary, so what's going to do? We'll stop over here. We'll say, again, we're fine, by the way. The daven gets short in Mappus, so we're gonna be fine. You know what I'm saying? What's the rush? What's the rush? Shkara 120 back to the
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused.
All right, Kabra Zoom. Have a great day.
It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous, so she had a target on her back. It seems like
one thing, she didn't have to think this about going over her house. It was like,
okay, good morning.
You know, one of the street rants about it's like, you go over her house, and it's like, you got 20-something hit. He's describing like
today's daf
menagerie of people
is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah of the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha of Aristotle is close for the Surah Tevis for all of Am Yisrael, of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dafyomi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram, Eula Nishmer's Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak have a Lili, the image in the family who have a Makava. We're going to begin in the Samach Tes on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up at the bottom with Pliga the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Pista, who tells us there's another exception to the halacha of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote it, he says, Amar Rav Pista, Katan Seholit Ein Bino Nasa. Sorry, Katan Seholit Ein Bino Nasa Ben Sora Umora. Just as halacha is, that the Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Why? It says in the pasuk, Leish Ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this Ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire almost today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion for tomorrow. Tomorrow starts to call the Rabbi who is telling us the pasuk is going to lose the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Tzliga the Rabbi are that argument. Rabbi, why? No, Rabbi should call it Kazav Ein Amolit. The child cannot give birth. Never says the pasuk in Ein L'Ishko. It's talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. With the halacha, the person steals something, and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes a switch, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and admits that he lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principle of the Homer, and he has to read his heart. Now the Bible says that in English, Joel, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is, then the payment goes to the Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on a second. Is it possible that the age of the other in a goyal to a person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you can go back generation, find somebody who's related to. How doesn't say that there's a person who's not of a goyal? How will the get like our customer the diver taking a person steals from a convert, and convert collectively is not going to have a family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, the Amrach, the pasuk it says very clearly in the pasuk that if an ain law is goel, if the ish does not have anybody as a redeemer, then the pasuk says ish if the person who you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing in years the goel if you have people who are relatives who can actually pick up the payment for him. They laugh or if not. However, katan, if the person who was stolen from is a katan, the child, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert, the Yeshua, in the Golan. It's obvious to some of your family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with them. Clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's stark contrast to this because this says the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, both things are possible. You don't need to possibly try to Hey, Rabbi asks a question. Ish, it says in possible. This is my focus because Rashi knows the show. This is talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells us this is talking about a person who has an affair with a shippa is a shippa who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maid servant. Sorry to an Evan Ivri. The person has an affair with it. Allah is that person gets nauseous but does not. It says it. Hey, the Ella it. I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about in it. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day is able to engage in the bia? How do I know if this person is going to be included in the parsha? Lomar says this is additional to it. That includes even 9-year-old child. No, we see clearly. A 9-year-old child is included in the concept of bia, and it's included in the concept of bia. That means he has the physical ability to be able to perform the bia. He's able to perform the bia physically, and also be able to be mostly shefazera. He could secrete shefazera because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the bia. If you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce this zera, then obviously what should happen is just father a child who comes to the Yeshua in the mode. Yes, he can't actually physically perform the bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? It's similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. She tells us she tried to plant that, it's not going to grow. You can have a seed, you have a kernel, you try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the bia, but the action of the bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is still correct, that the child cannot get birth. In the history of time, they learn another allusion to this idea, which is Yazid is the pasuk says that Yazid is. Pasuk is talking about a person who essentially ambushes somebody and kills him. Pasuk says Yazid is Harga Arma Yumis kind of low. So this he has put kind of a play on words over here that the history is going with to say Yazid is if the person's in a doll, then Meizid Mazriya. He's able to cook is the physical bodily production of the zera, Mazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Ain Katan Meizid Mazriya, a Katan, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can be Meizid, he can cook it in his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and be Mazriya, and actually strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav Mordechai Rabbi. My master of the high where did you find that this word mazid actually means to cook? Maybe a person does something intentional. You see the word mazid cook. He says by Yazed Yaakov was cooking up the lentil soup. And it was referred to as the Yazid. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word Yazid to mean he cooked. Well, very small. The word goes on. It says, and asks a question on this passage. Very small. Very small quote as follows. Then below again, when it comes to Ben Sarah Moret, the only thing the kid could be is exclusively a Ben, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so here we have a there is the custom to tell us that a child, a Benzora More must be a Ben exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. How is it possible that a Benzora More can't even be a father? Remember our mission was taught us the entire period of Benzora More is that period of time between he starts to grow the two hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, the equal cells for the high for enough time. For all that to happen, she was pregnant and gave birth so fast. Baha Amar, when Chris Badai, Kol Yamush B'Sara Mora, Aini El. That's the time that there is for Bensora or Mora. It's only be 3 months. Why should it take 3 months? The initial phase of the hairs growing until they grow in. Now it's impossible for them to go 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excluded from that? El-Allah. What must we be talking about? The Aver Kamik Lysis Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before the child was Cyrus, while he was still a child. When she gave birth, they commented before the hairs were ruined. Now parents take the basement and say our son out of control, the Zola, the Soviet, the biggest business goes to a process. They say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you mommy know this? We must learn from here, infer from here that we can indeed give birth to a child. No, secret. Hold on. The Albert Boston what we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Cyrus. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, but only when did she give birth? Like a normal person, she gave birth, busted back and sucked it many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Who did the Kashi to have the question that Crystal Bennett that entire period is 3 months? No, you misunderstood this. Also, Dimi Omar, when Dimi came and told us that Amis Marova, they told him a Rabbi Ben, the low Haroy Electroso. What he meant to say was he has to be a Ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and say, oh, who's the father of this child? And we learned this is the concept of Mas Chivo Sha'uberzeh. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person. Oh, father the child. Well, the father, even before the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he goes to the year. Now, when is the woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy. That's just picked up the dollars for then. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens for those 3 months, that's what Sukar do. Bro, they'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy that got started Laura, that guy. Oh, well, it's not a bed anymore. He's the father of the child is excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him once he was already a halachic adult. Ready to pass the Gufa, Amr Pushbadai, Amr Shapsi, Kal Yamah, the Torah Mara, Aini Ella Gimel Kadash, all the days of the Torah Mara are only 3 months go back. We didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period of 5 days. Imagine how it takes him to film those here. Mara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? Because we give him the best of both worlds. It can suck it after the most production. If all the years grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is very exact. However, Bala Gimel Production is very slow. 3 months past, he's also going to be exempt. In other words, he gets to hold on the rope for both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov and our pocket to Major Ravina. Rav Yaakov from our pocket said from Ravina. Yosef Amr said the following is Major Ravina Brady Yeshua. He said the following is Major Ravina Brady Yeshua. I mean, number is Christmas Day. We learned from Christmas Day. Amr of Sapsai. That they led us to Ravina first in her 7th month. Ain Ubra Nikar Lislimel. Remember the fact that this tomorrow assumes that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is 5 months pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, she's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not the physical modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what tomorrow is going to be discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if there's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how will you divide those trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's 1, 2, 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, you're giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her rebirth going to be recognized? When will we be able to know she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the A Uber Nicholas, not just no pregnancy, when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a week. But he's not tonight, though. Uber Nicholas, you'll tell me that she's very nervous pregnant after a splish, after a third of the way there. Let's listen now. Lamali Gimel. Why do you have to wait 3 months? But the trade with Tulsa Sagi, 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it should be enough. That's third of the way for pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential bedsore Laura. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. On Malay, he says no. Yes, you will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, you always go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Benzora Mora. You're assuming that his wife, this woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? Remember, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in the Torah, the Torah teaches us that but we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basin is to try to save the potential convict in this case. Basically, the job is to find a way to save him from Misa. And now you're saying, go after the majority to put the guy to death. That's not how it works. I drew up the major Ravina, they came back to Ravina. Remember, yes, didn't the question was do we not go after the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says in the Mishnah, after over this night, one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's why we're giving the give off. The other one says it took place on the third day of the month of Salafi Yusuf Kayat, we do not disqualify their agencies by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it's extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same instance that happened exactly at the same time, but they're challenging at the same time. One of them got the memo that was next day the previous month, and the other one did not. That's what we need to give us Ruba. If you're just talking when it comes to capital cases, we do not go for the majority. Let's just say we don't go after the majority. What will we say? They are just simply being matched each other. Hell allowed. In other words, they're matching each other to cross out their Ada. Hell allowed. We must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Within she, how did you tell me to be worthy alpha? Not everyone had an app on their phone to give them the even day. And therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town. You asked people what date it is. One guy said it is the second of the month. Another guy said it was the third of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very complicated to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. Ripley just looks up to you. Clearly, you go after the road. Omar, Rabbi Yirmi, Medifti, Apanana, Medina. We also learned about Shalosh, some of you, not just because that's just to be a girl who learned previously. A couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned with Gemara, which says about a girl who is 3 years old in one day, because that's Bia. Whereas here, qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has Bia, it is a full-fledged halachic Bia. You can be married with the Bia, and while Yavon Kana is a Levi marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. The other letter to If she's married to someone and is intimate with her, then the halacha is the Chayyim basis is Thomas Boila, the Thomas Mishka, the Elyo. And if somebody is going to follow her walk to Nida, then the Sunnah, as we explained last time, has a very specific level of similar to the Elyon. Even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes Tameh, and he can do some other things. This is the Kohen. If the Kohen is married to a Kohen, we'll call it the Tumah. This is the relevant one in here. If any one of the disqualified people are into it, there's possible becomes disqualified from now, if Achad, or Arias, the horse, any of the Arias is intimate with her, Malach is pushing allowed, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. She's obviously punished as a child, but if any one of the Arias is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be Chayyim Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Bia with one of the Arias. You want to ask the question, the Amai, why is it true? He wanted me to say that maybe she is something now she can't give birth. And by the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. What must you say? You say, this person went ahead, was interested with an agent or was in front of the Arias. And why would you assume that she's an islandess? She's not going to be an islandess like everybody else. The majority of the people still have children, and the Arena Silva Suruba girl, that's what islanders do. And therefore, you put the guy to death. Now, you see, so you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arias. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe the marriage will fall apart because she'll be an islandess. Now, tomorrow, we don't assume who's going to be an islandess. Most women are not an islandess. Therefore, so based in put the guy to death. Really, putting the guy to death. Because of the concept of robe, of majority. Once this, my Chayyim, Olev, Sunday, they made it doesn't mean Chayyim. It's Sunday, carbon, and hold on. You didn't read it carefully enough. It said, Muksid Ayoda. You put the guy to death. Or, no, that wasn't referring to all the Arias. That was referring to, well, via fathers. Hold on, this is more. It says anyone of the forbidden relationship can be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person married the child, loved her so much, and he said, even if it turns out you're an islandess, I'm going to keep you as wife. In such a case, even if you turn out to be an islandess, it's still going to put the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We go after row. Tanu Ravana. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of priestess with her young child. Heraba, as a result of that act, the child had our all with her. When last time we learned, it was like Sunday or Monday, or 2 weeks ago, the hara is about both of them. Either it's the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full Yamar via, that's the finish of the via, but it's the first part of the via, which is the problem. So the woman has this intimate relationship with her son, child, of what color? Becoming over him, Hasla, Mina, Kahuna, she becomes small, so Kahuna, because she's so now. There's still enough here, it still says that she's still going to be kosher for Kahuna. Watch this child. Amr Pia Bray, Rabba, Barnachmeni. Pia, son of Rabba Barnachmeni, son of Bali. Amr Kis to the Amri Law, or Kis to Amr Zahiri. I thought this exactly how it went. Some say that it was the Pia, the son of Rabba, Barnachmeni, in the name of Kista. And some say it's the Kista, who said in the name of Zahiri, that and everyone, both Kishari and Beth will agree that the benediction son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that this child was talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day. His Bia is Bia, and yes, qualifies mother as a Zona from Papa. If the child is less than 8 years old, then the also Bia will agree that the Bia is not a Bia. A young child like that cannot actually perform Bia. And that's what proves Bia is not focused. Ella the Shmona. We're talking about a child who's 8 years old. The Shammai says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child had a baby. And we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child doing a baby, what happened previously? Since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Still says, look, I'm in Rosh Hashanah, you cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud take us into some family trees of some history in the Tanakh. We're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child who was 8 years old. The Doris of Shani Minala. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing to do it, but it's so much time to do this. Those three Shonim had children when they were 8 years old. You know the older. If you want to suggest, you get everything straight. Hello, so Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. Bas Eliam Ishis Uriah Hakiki. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get them in her family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. Ishis Uriah Hakiki. It also says that Eliam and Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. See now, Bathsheba, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. And he said in the hands of the he called him Yedidka before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who was this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Hashem. Right? Sheba and it says by Yilus the sign Yamim at the end of 2 years when he goes to Rothschild. And they were chasing after Rothschild with Siv. Rothschild Barach, Rothschild ran away. The Yilus Yeshura. But Yisham Shalom is different for years. And Siv says the Yeshev of Shalom Yisrael, Shalom Shalom Yisrael, the sign of Yom for 2 years. Then Melech will not be the king. Now it says we get the Rothschild in the 40 years. Yomer Shalom, Alamelech Shalom says to Melech. El Chana, as the Darius heard that the word Slovan and Hashem, the Kavra, sit up until the rock, he was not such as he was one who helped him to see the plan. And he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was a Kamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov eventually went to his house, a hero, the entire base of Yaakov. Now, getting all this straight, we know a story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happens is he ended Claude and Mirbo agree lo yachitzu yameim, they're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, the nation of heaven is 7 years. The person whose belly's like this won't live even half of a life. That means they won't live till 35. The time we learn all the years are going, he only lived 34 years. The Shaki Tofel, years back, he Tofel, Einam Ella plus Michelle. Only 33 years. Remember, Tofel was the great grandfather of Shlomo Amela, and I was 30 years old. That comes out. All the years Shaki Tofel, Einam Ella plus Michelle were only 30 years. Hama Habu, how much were they? Lost in the clock. You have 33 years. Dal Sheva. The heavy Shlomo. Shlomo Melech was 75 of his death. You have to take 7 years. Now what do you do with possibly you don't even need a calculator. They take 33, you minus the 7, you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, only generations were born. Now you have to subtract another 2 with plus Hebrew for the 2 Now, why would that be 2 years? Josh is in the that years. So Chad turns out the time in 26 years, minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 23 years. 24 divided by 3 goes 8 must be that your father, when their father was 8 years old. Marcus, hold on, that's not a raya. 24 divided by 3. Still must Rabbi who can take that over. Maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. No, a 9-year-old staff. And if you take a decent child. I remember there's a female who could be in this story. Only this is Bathsheba, she's a female who could be the person. Why? Because in Safari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she is only less than 8. Less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old. Hey now? Why the Ha'azulam Lad made Tara? Part of the story was that he was an older child. Then it turns out that she sure had a child before she was 9 years old. So yes, she was then, therefore the math was off. And what's the big deal? He's 9 years old, so there's all this happening. Okay, where do we ever ride the 8-year-old birth? These are the offspring of Terach. You have Terach, oldest Avram. Terach is Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Haran. So Terach had Avram, Nachor, and Haran. Nachor's son of Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. And Nachor called him Haran. Now Nachor was a year older than Haran. Nimsa Avram Gadol stay son of Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. You got Avram and Nachor have Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. That Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska is Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Number of Yiska. Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? The self of Ruach HaKodesh. Able to see with a divine vision, she had Ruach HaKodesh. So that's why it says, that's why I come from Avram. Listen to whatever you tells you. Why can't you speak the words of prophecy? The reason why Yiska is Yiska. Everyone would gaze at her because she's so beautiful. Now, let's get back to our story here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The younger Lebo, he said to his heart, now, how much Avram and Sarah? How much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as a snit, 10 years. And younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? 2 years. During the 2 year difference, the stock comes out. The older Haran Lasara, when did Haran have Sarah? Again, she was 2 years younger than Abram. So and there was a 10 year difference over there. Turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. The comedy over. Hold on. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Abram was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brother, Derek was first because he was much older. Derek was stays enough. We do that sometimes. Why the Pasha who brought Derek we sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their age. Some say, but you know, Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah has Shemus Kamashara. At his young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Tom, and Yafet. Shem becomes son. Shem was older than Tom by 1 year. Tom called him Yashana, and Tom was older than Yafet by 1 year. Nimstra, what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Miyafet Station. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Hold that in your head for it. Tells us 100 years after he had his children, after the novel started. It tells us tales of the Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ashana by Yodas Rapapsad. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Rapapsad. When was this Zion? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This more says, he must have it too. Ella, you know why Shane was first? Not because Shane was actually older. Rather, Ella, they were actually listed in the order of wisdom. Now, therefore, could be Avram was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, and not because he was older than her. I recently tried to create this vision. I said this in front of this vision. And Amar Li, you learned this concept of putting people in age order. In wisdom order. From there, Anan, we learned it from ourselves. So Shane, you let Gamu Avi covenant, Aver, Haki, Yefes, Hagalo. He said Shane came first. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. Which includes that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. You see that the names are not important. Okay, Elvin how do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? He also was Salo, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, Lamate Yehuda. Salo was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the statement of Yehuda. Said, Thomas Azuba died, who was that his Kalev's wife. Yikach lo Kalev as Ephraim, but Kalev lo Mateo lo as Kor. Now we know that Kalev was Kor's father, who was Uri, who was the son of Salo. Salo, and Uri, and Kor, then Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of B'Tzalel. Now, this is of the B'Tzalel Mishkan. How old was B'Tzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Yes. He Abad B'Tzalel Mishkan Bar Kama Havi. How old was he when he built the Mishkan? Must have been Bar Place. Must have been at least 13. Let's see. Ish Nimalachia Tim Osim. The person has to be an Ish, an adult, to be able to build a Mishkan. The time we learned in a Brisa. Shana Rishona also Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the Mishkan. The second year, after they were in the Midbar, he built the Mishkan. The Shana Rishona, the first year, after Moshe Mishkan. Nia Haken the Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of Mitzrayim in the Midbar. Look, said the second pasuk, Ben Arba'im Shana Anochi B'Shach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh B'Shmonim, 85 years old. Now, take to the math. Turns out, our butt it was 40 years. Dollar basis, subtract 14 years, that'll be Betzalel. Or Betzalel before. Possibly that's Mishit. You're left with 26 years. Dollar practice need plus a year. You have to take out 2 years older pregnancies. Turns out, turns out that whole family of Kalev, Betzalel, Uri, Kalev, Tuhor, Uri, and Betzalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that through an 8-year-old that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-old. This is going further than Mishnah Ben Velabas. That Torah Mara is only relevant to a male child, not to a child. Tanya, over students, the truth is that the hate it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Torah Mora just like a son. Why is that called a tree? That's for Bavera. Everyone's going to be readily available for Bavera. Get to master herself. But as Rashi says, the Lala, the Soba, the Kaktusa, if she's going to be all legally things which is already a child, so from Kishalot, Kishaluda, and that's the Margalas, Maraglas, Aris, Aver, Mishkulas. Again, if the whole idea of the Torah is he's using nothing so far, that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster for this person's life. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a number block for all the men in town, but still, Ella Xeris Akasavi also teaches us then the concept of the Torah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, it makes sense to be as much relevant to the daughter, Torah thought otherwise. Wonderful rest.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant dicey. I read it. Oh, yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like this. It's surprising.
Okay, good morning.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like television because it's like vampire shows.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is the cost for the Surah service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Daf Yomi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram. We will just Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak. Mordechai Ben Yitzchak have a really amazing family to have in the Chava. We're going to begin with Daf Samach Ches Amud Beis, and we begin with the 4 lines up at the bottom, Pliga de Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Chisda, who tells us there's another exception to the halachos of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Amar Rav Chisda, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa. Sorry, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umora. Just as halacha is, that if a Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Why? It says in the pasuk, Yiyah le'ish ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion of today's Gemara. Gemara starts to tell us. Think of the Rabbi of Chisda, who is telling us the pasuk is going to exclude the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Think of the Rabbi, that's arguing with Rabbi why. Rabbi says the following: the child cannot give birth. Never, for it says in the pasuk, in Ein L'Ishbel. This is talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halacha if a person steals something and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes a swear he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and admits that he lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principle of Chumash, additional fifth, and he has to bring a carbon. Now the pasuk says that If this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is, then the payment goes to the Kohen. Is it possible that the person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you can go back generation, find somebody you're related to. How can the say that there's a person who does not have a goel? How will the Gezel Gar cut the Gar because the diver is talking about a person who steals from a convert? And convert halachically is not going to have a family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, the Amar Akbar, the pasuk teaches us is clearly in the pasuk that if the ish does not have anybody as a redeemer, then the pasuk says ish if the person you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing if he has more relatives who could pick up the payment for him. Or if not, however, Katan, if the person who is stolen from is a child, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert, it's obvious he doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with him. So clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. This is clearly it's in stark contrast to Epistle, because Epistle says the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, all things are possible. The Torah to play that. Hey, Abaya asks the following question. This is my focus. This is Rashi doesn't say what he's talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells us he's talking about a person who has here with a shifcha chalusa. Shifcha was considered to be halfway free and halfway still a servant because she's married to Eved Ivri. The person who has an affair with her, halacha is that person gets not this but does not get visa. The pasuk says ish. Ainly ela ish. I only know the halacha is true if we're talking about an ish. Bentes shanim yomecha sharoy lebia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child and one day will be able to engage in the bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the parsha? Hamalomar, it says ish. The additional part of the word says the ish. That includes even a 9-year-old child. Now, we see clearly that a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of bia. And if he's included in the concept of bia, that means that he has the physical ability to be able to perform the bia. He's able to perform the bia physically, and also to be able to be moti shefazera. He gets to create shefazera because if he can't, that would be a fundamental flaw in the bia. So if you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the zera, then obviously what can happen is be able to father a child. Yes, he can actually physically perform the bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? It's similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. This is true. You can have a seed, never currently you try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the bia, but the action of the bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is still correct that a child cannot be born. They learn another allusion to this idea, which is the Yazidish. The pasuk says that the Yazidish. The pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. The pasuk says the Yazidish harei lahargai v'arma v'im is v'sikanalama. So this he has kind of a play on words over here that the Chizkiah is going with. He said the Yazidish if the person is an adult, then he's able to cook is the physical bodily production of the zera, umazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, ein katan meiz mazriya, a katan, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can be made it, he can cook it, his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and be mazriya and actually be strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav Mordechai Rabbi. Mordechai said to Rabbi, "My mashma the high mezid wasn't usually. Where did you find that this word mezid actually means to cook? Mezid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word mezid means to cook? He says, he responds to him. He said, by Yazed, Yaakov was cooking up his lentils, and it was referred to as by Yazed. Yes, the pasuk actually used the word Yazed to mean he cooked. But Rabbi Shmuel, the word goes on. It says, in Esther, a question on this guy. Very small. The very small put us on. Then below up. Again, when it comes to Ben Sarah the only thing the kid should be is exclusively a bed. Son, he cannot be a father. Again, so here we have the Yizera Sakas tell us that a child, a Ben Sarah Mora must be a man and not a father. Now hold on a second. That Ben Sarah Mora can be a father. Elema, the Aver Bosses ICA Cyrus, or the Coward like the Zake. Remember, I mentioned the entire period that Sarah Mora is that period of time between he starts to grow the two hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, the equal cells fully higher than enough time. All that happened, she's pregnant and gave birth so fast. Vaha Amar, the amount of time that there is for Ben Sarah and Mora is only going to be 3 months. Why does it take 3 months? The initial phase of those hairs growing before they grow in. Now it's impossible for it to work 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and that'll have to be excluded from that? What must we be talking about? The other this woman became pregnant before the child brought to Sarah, while he was still a child. When did she give birth? The kind of like before the hair completely grew in. Now the parents bring him to the basin and say, our son's out of control, he was no longer so way to bring him to the business, goes through the whole process, and say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you see? We must learn from here, we infer from here that Satan can indeed give birth to a child. Verse says no, incorrect. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Shtei Sarah. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, for only when you give birth, like a normal person, he gave birth, many after hairs completely grew in. Is 3 months? No, you misunderstood. This is Pastor Dimi Amar. Dimi came and told us that Amid Marava. They told him a rubber band below her royal cross. We meant to say was he has to be a band, but he can't be called a father. When is father? He's called a father as soon as who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman pregnant and they say, oh, who's the father of this child? This is not the concept of not evil, so where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, they, oh, the father of the child. For the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time that the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place, actually grows in the years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test. She could have just picked up from the dollar store then. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens in those 3 months, that's for Kuchar Kubra. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy, that Torah Mora, that guy. Oh, not that anymore. He's a father the child to be excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him once he was already a halachic adult. He was already past the pregnant. Gufa, Amar Chris Badai, Amar Shapsi, Kol Yamash, Ben Soramara, Amy Ala Gimel Chadash. All the days of Ben Soramara are only 3 months. Bilbad. We didn't learn this 3-month period. We learned the period of time is the amount of time it takes for us to fill in those hairs. Gemara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? Because we give him the best of both worlds. If all the hairs grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is he's already exempt. However, he's very slow. If it's 3 months past, he's also going to be exempt. In other words, he gets to hold on to the rope from both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov and Arpakim Kamed Ravina. Yaakov from Narpak said in front of Rabbi. The Yosef the Amar, he said the following is made of Rabbi Yeshua. He said the following is named Rabbi Yeshua. Nami number major Christmas day. We learned from Christmas day. Amar of Shapsai. Now you led us to Shiva. So woman is birth in her 7th month. Aim Ugra Nicker Lishishia now. We don't have time to get this. Tomorrow assume that there are 2 popular types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 5-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, it's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade. That's what tomorrow is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's month 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell her she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the ain Uber Nicholas is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a little bit over a week. But he's not going to over Nicholas Shlish. If you'll tell me that she's already noticeably pregnant after a shlish, after a third of the way there, let's switch him out. Lamali Gimel. Why do we have to wait 3 months? But the Trey, the Tilsa Sagi with 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, that should be enough. That's a third of the way of a pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Ben Soramara. You look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, she says, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. Yes, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, we always go after the majority. And most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Ben Soramara. You're assuming that his wife, this woman, is going to be essentially can't be married. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? No, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in Torah Amra, Torah does that. But Shaftu Eidvitzilu told us before that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basin is to try to save the potential convict in this case. The Arm of Zilba Saruba, basically the job is going to find a way to save the Misa. And now you're saying, go after the guard and put the guy to death. That's not how it works. Azua Kamedra Ravina, and they came back to Ravina. Normally, yes, given the Pashas law, Zilba Saruba, we not go after the majority. I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says in the Mishnah, one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, in a murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's when we're given to give up. The other one says it took place on the 3rd day of the month. We do not qualify their English just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of days of the month. Sorry. Why this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it's extended. So therefore, they're both referred to the same event at the same time, but their calendar has different dates on it. One got the memo that this next day in the previous month, and the other one did not. Now, these are that's limited to Masaruba. If we do something when it comes to capital cases, says we do not, but the majority not come aside the Bakushi or come out to see Hadadi. Let's just say we don't go after the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makdish each other. Elalav. In other words, they're practicing each other to cross under Eidos. Elalav. You must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Not everyone had an app on their phone that gives them the and therefore some people, it was very common that you went around town and you asked people what day it is. One guy said it is the second of the month, another guy said it's the third of the month, and eventually sometime during the month people figured it out. But it was very common to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. Therefore he just looks up to you. You see clearly you go after a road. Amar Rabbi Yirmi B'Difsi Afanana Mitnina. We also learned someone who, a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says a girl who is 3 years old in one day, we're here qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has bia, it is a full-fledged halachic bia. She can be married with the bia, if a Levirate marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. If she's married and someone has been intimate with her, then the halacha is and if somebody is going to follow her while she's legal, then the tumah, as we explained last time, has a very strict level of tumah, which is even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes tameh, and he can do tameh other things. This is the Kohen. If he's going to get married to a Kohen, he'll tell us the tumah. She's allowed to eat truma. This is the relevant one here. If any one of the disqualified people are intimate with her, possibly becomes disqualified from Kuna. Now, if any of the Arayas is intimate with her, and Allah is mumsin allow, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. She's obviously fucking, she's a child, but if any one of the Arayas is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be chayiv misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged bia with one of the Arayas. The Gemara asks the question, why is it true? Why would you say that maybe she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth? And the person who's married never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. You say this person went ahead with intimate with an this woman or with one of the Arayas, and why would you assume that she's an island? She's not going to be an island like everybody else in the world. Majority of other people still have children, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you see clearly, you're putting a guy to death for being Arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married, maybe married because she'll be an islandess. Now, says the Gemara, we don't assume woman's going to be an islandess. Most women are not an islandess. Therefore, it's based in put the guy to death. Really, put the guy to death. Because we count the row of the majority. Where it says, my chayiv allowed the Katani, so you made a mistake. Doesn't mean it's chayiv Misa. It's Katani carbon. The person is carbon and not Misa. Hold on, more says. Well, Mumsina Yada Katani. She didn't read it carefully enough. It said, Mumsin Ayada. You put the guy to death. Or says, nah, that wasn't referring to all the Arayas. That was referring to Bola, the father. Hold on for tomorrow. It says any one of the forbidden relationships is to be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person who married this child loved her so much that he said, even if it turns out to be an islandess, I'm going to keep you as a wife. In the case, even if you turn out to be an islandess, we're still going to put the person to death. So again, we do see, we do not have a raya. We're going to go after the road, put someone to death. Tana Rabbanan. A woman engaged in a very grotesque act of princess with her young child. The Rabbi, as a result of that act, the child had our with her. Last time we learned, it was on Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday, about 2 weeks ago. The hara is my focus on either is the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full gemar bia, doesn't finish off the bia, but it's the first part of the bia, which is a problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child. What's the halacha? V'shamei omrim hasla mina kahuna. She becomes disqualified from kahuna because she's a zona. V'sil machshir v'sil says that she's still going to be kosher for kahuna. Why? Because it's a child. Amar Chia Brei Rabba Bar Nachmeni. Chia, son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, said the following: Amar Chista Ba'amri La, Amar Chista Amar Seiri. Not called this exactly how this went. Some say that it was Rothschild, the son of Rabbi Bar Nachmani, the name of Chista. And some say it's Chista, who said in the name of Seiri, that Hakomo, that everyone, both the Sharani and Bishor, agree that the Bentation, son of Yomecha, Sophia, everyone agrees child we talked about in this case, 9 years old in one day, is Bia, and yes, disqualify his mother as a zona from Papa, if the child is less than 8 years old, maybe also Bia will agree that the Bia is not a Bia, a young child like that cannot actually perform the Bia. Well, that's what's where is Machloket, Ella, the Benchmona, when we're talking about a child who's 8 years old. The Shammai says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child, had a baby, then we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child has a baby, what happened previously? And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Hillel says, you cannot learn from previous generations. Rather, today's Amud is going to take us into some family of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Doris from Yishanim Yinala. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing through it, but I have so much time that 15 minutes to get through this. This is getting developed. How do we know the Doris from Yishanim had children when they were 8 years old? No one's old. If you want to suggest, we'll go through a number of these pasukim, and then we'll try to explain out that exactly what everything means to get everything straight. Hello, Zos Basheva. This woman is Basheva. Bas Eliam Ishes Uriah Hachit. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Basheva, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family tree. Basheva is the daughter of Eliam. Ishes Uriah Hachit. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. So now, Basheva, the son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Hagiloni. And they said to the hands of Nasan of he called him Yedidya, before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. The Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Sheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. Uchsiv, and it says in the pasuk, by Yilish Messiah Yamin was at the end of 2 years when he was going to Shalom, and they were kind of like I think it was chasing after Shalom. Uchsiv, Shalom Barach, Shalom ran away. The Yelach Yeshua, but Shalom is different from Yeshua. It says the Yeshev of Shalom Yerushalayim, of Shalom settled in Yerushalayim. It's a sign of for 2 years. Upnei HaMelech will write, you not see the king. Now it says, in the 40 years, Yomer Shalom said to the Melech, as the Darius he was the one who was helping conceive the plan, and he realized that his plan was not working. But Yaakov was as a Hamar, he ultimately settled up his donkey. Like he went to his house, ultimately committed suicide. Now, getting all this straight, that was the whole story that happened with rebellion of Shalom, and now what happens is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? It says, people of blood, and you're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means they won't live till 35. The Tanya we learned all the years of Doeg, he only lived 34 years. Years of Achitophel, only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. So that comes out. All the years, how much were they? Plus. You have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo. Shlomo HaMelech was 7 years at the time of his death. You have to take away 7 years. Now what are you left with? Pashtu Esther. You don't even need a calculator. Mark the whole calculator. They take 30. You take the 33, you're going to minus the 7, then you're up to 26. So you have, in 26 years, all these generations were born. Dal Tarti, you have to subtract another 2 Shmi with plus for the 3 pregnancies. The pregnancies take time. Now, why it's exactly 2 full years? Rashi has his explanation because it's made Tumah Tyra. Tosa doesn't go for it. He says it's not exactly 2 years. It's approximately 2 years. Kochad Bakad, turns out, it's how many old? You have 26 years, minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. It must be that they were fathered when their fathers were 8 years old. Mar says, hold on, that's not a raya. Can't you say 24 divided by 3? Maybe 2 of them were born when their fathers know a 9-year-old family. And it could be a child. Bathsheba, females, included in this story. Only this shit. Bathsheba, she was a female, she could have given birth when she was 6 years old. Why? Because the Itzavari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she's less than 8, less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old to be able to give birth. Hey now? Why the Ha'avi love Lad made Sarah? Part of the story was that there was an older child. So there's an older child, so it turns out that she for sure had a child before she was old. So yes, you see that there are women who can give birth much younger than men, and therefore the math is going to be off. And what's the big deal? He was 9 years old, so there was almost oldest now makes sense. Okay, Elohim. So where we have arrived that an 8-year-old can give birth, Ayla told us Terach, these are the offsprings of Terach. So you have Terach, holy this Avram. Terach was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Hara. So Terach had, this is the passage of Torah, it tells us Terach had Avram, Nachor, and Hara. Now the Avram Gadol Nachor Shana. Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. The Nachor Gadol Hara Shana. Now Nachor was a year older than Hara. And then so Avram Gadol Shtei Shana Hara. Avram must have been 2 years older than Hara. You got Avram and Nachor Lam Nashor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. You can see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska is Hara's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Vamra of Yitzchak, Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? She's able to see with a divine vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. And that's why it says, that's why Hashem told Avram, listen to whatever you are. It tells you why she's speaking words of prophecy. The reason why she's for Yiska is everyone would gaze at her because she's so beautiful. Now, let's go back to our story over here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer believer, he said in his heart, oh, the mayor, something, well, McNeil had a child of 100 years old. Now, how much Avram and Sarah? How much older was Avram and Sarah? 10 years. Because Yahuwah, Tartan, Shnid, and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. Remember the 2-year difference. It comes out. The older Haran and Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Again, he was 2 years older than Avram. So and there was a 10-year difference over there. So it turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. B'tamli Oli. Where says, no, hold on a second. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Hara. Nimai, Dilma Avram Suta Dafali. If he was younger than his brothers, Derech HaPasuk, the Torah just put Avram first because he was much more wise. Derech HaPasuk, Kafashav Lahu, taken up truth. We do that sometimes. Why Kafashav Lahu, Kra, Derech HaPasuk, we sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah has Shem as Japheth. At a young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem HaGadol, Shem Gadol Michal Shana. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Miyafes Shana, and Ham was older than Yafes by 1 year. And it comes out of here is Shem Gadol Miyafes Shteshan. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafes. Hold that in your head for a minute. It tells us the Noach ben Sheish Neo Shana, Lamav Hoyamayim Alar. 100 years after the United States, after the novel started. It tells us Ela told the Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Mea Shana, Bayolas Arpasad. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Arpasad. When was Sayin? After Babel. 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This Gemara says, Ben Meir Shana, Barmei Targum Shin Havi. So, at least 100. Ella, speaking of why Shane was mentioned first, not because Shane was actually older, rather older. Derech HaPasuk actually listed in order of wisdom. Now, Derech HaPasuk could be Avram was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, but not because he was actually older than Hara. Amar Kahana, I'm recently planted major Zvin. In our I said this in front of the Zvin, in front of the Zvin in our and Amar Li, me too. You learn this concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there. But Anan, the Alchemist. You learn from yourself. You're saying, you like Gamhu Avi Covenant, Aver, Achi, Yefes, Hagadol. He said, Shem gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Achi Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. You see clearly that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shem was still mentioned first. So you see that the names are not in order. Okay, Elminolas. How do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? Yachad, Betzalel, Uri, Betkor, Lamate Yehuda. Betzalel was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the shape of the Yehuda. But Tamas Azuba's guy, who was Kaleb's wife, Yikach lo Kaleb as Ephras, but Kaleb lo as Kor. Now we know that Kaleb was Kor's father, who was the father of Uri, was the son of Betzalel. Betzalel, and Uri, Ben Kor, then Kaleb. Turns out that Kaleb was the great-grandfather of Betzalel. Now, with the other Betzalel Mishkan, how old was Betzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Again, with the Avad Betzalel Mishkan, Bar Kama Havi, how old is he when he built the Mishkan? He must have been Bar Klesa. He must have been at least 13. Let's say for Ish Mingalach Dershim Osim. The person has to be an ish, an adult, to be able to build a mishkan. The time you learn in a brisa, Shana Rishona Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the mishkan. Shnia, the second year, after they were in the midbar, he built the mishkan. Again, Shana Rishona, the first year, also Moshe Mishkan. Shnia Hakim a mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim, he sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of Mitzrayim in the Midbar. Look, it says in Pasuk, Ben Arba'im Shana, Anochi B'Shalach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kaleb was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. So he was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh B'Shmonim, 85 years old. Now let's make it out. Kama Havalu, turns out, our boys, it was 40 years. Dalar basically, subtract 14 years, that would be Betzalel. For Betzalel to be born. Pashlu Esri B'Shit. You're left with 26 years. Al Tartishmi plus Iburi. Take out 2 years worth of pregnancies. It turns out, that Gosad Bakad become the older. Turns out that whole family of Kalev to Bezalel to Uri, Kalev to Hor, Uri, and Bezalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-olds gave birth. Let's just go a little bit further. Because the Mishnah, Ben Velobas, Ben Sorah Mor is only relevant to a male child, not to a female child. Tanya, Amar Shemish, the truth is, it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Sorah Mora just like a son. Why should I call it Bavera? Everyone's going to be readily available for her to do Avera. She's going to be masking herself. Right, as Rashi says, if she's Zolala, the Sova, the Katusa, and she's going to be doing all these things when she's already a child, so but she's Salotim Limuda, and then the Parsha Strachu, Margalas, Umaraglas, Harir Saver, still has time. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Sorah is that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if they keep this person alive, look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town, but still, Elexeris Akasadin also teaches us Ben Velobas. The concept of Ben Sorah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be as much relevant to the daughter. The Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Share a hotel. Yeah, it's on our loop. It's right behind you on our screen. Yeah. Let me see. Not sure at the moment. Oh, right now. That's the one. Yes, we're almost there. Yeah.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. A great Hashem. Today is Sunday 68 and it is dedicated by annual Torah from the Tilson Shach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shemid Roshos this year as is close. For the Soros Kavos for all of Am Yisrael. It should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram. Love, what a type of this. All these soldiers are successful before I'm not seeing the day. We should just result in the impression of Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanefes 68. We are picking up in Hashem actually at the top of Sanefes 68. The Mark quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of kishuim, the collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai mokin kishuim, echad lokin potter, echad lokin chayim. Sometimes someone can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be chayim, sometimes the person can be potter. The Gemara said, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests cucumbers and you can chayim until Shabbos, but if he engages in an act of illusion, so then he would be punished. Of course, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Gemara says, Vaha, top of Samachah 68a. Vaha, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua, Kamrila. Did Rabbi Akiva learn this off from Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Anya. This is an incredible story. Like I Gemara tells the story. Shekhala Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnisu Rabbi Akiva b'chader levato. So Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer because they didn't see the context of this story in just a little bit, and it's quite dramatic. So Eliezer was like in his bed, he was very ill, definitely ill, about to die from his illness. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside. Literally tracking means like in they were visiting the antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos. And it was Erev Shabbos. How do you have to So what happened? Nichnas, Horculus, or Lachos, Tilo. So Horculus, so this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horculus. Interestingly enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horculus. Yes, son who named after his father, Horculus. Then, if you have time, we'll talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer. Horculus himself was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan. So what happened? So his son Horculus went to remove his throne. So again, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill. Shabbos to remove his father's throne. Shabbos is about to start. So Gar both Yatzav and Zipa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at him, and Rabbi again repeated and broken his left knee. Amr Lahem Lechavera, to the Duma Ani, Shadaito Sha'abed Yitzchak, Horculus sees the other Rabbi Eliezer. And Horculus started to hear that my son is not going to populate like after chasing me out the room like this, after me, but that my father is not going to populate. So what happens? Everybody hears this. And he says, Daito Itaski. So Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem. But rather, again, it's my son Horculus and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? Because literally translated, how could it be that we are not careful with the Ishmael? And they're worried about again my Torah. So in other words, what's happening here? Interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and repeat son, and in other words, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, we're not properly preparing for Shabbos. So he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern. The Chassidus, they come to Mechal Shabbos, so they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos, and instead they're focused on taking my Torah. So there's what says like this. Preparing Torah on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you're doing this with Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious issue already. So take a look at that. Is the third short line. Adlokas Haner, the Hakmonas Kamu, Bones King B'Davar She'ino Elet Isser Shmos, the Maniach Tfilin B'Shabbos in Kant, the Maniach Tfilin B'Shabbos in Kant Yishmolach, Tafil Yetzer Shrav and Hadak Rabbi. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt focusing on all the wrong things, focusing on getting more like on Shabbos. So at most things it's Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and go with Rabbanon what is that preparing for Shabbos. So also again, so what's the Shabbos? Rothschild says, you're right, I agree with the Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their father. So Eliezer, and again, Eliezer, we see is a strong personality. So again, he's rebuking his son, preparing for Shabbos. Shaddai to the Shabbos Allah. And at this point in time, Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. I think he was fine. He was of sound mind, he was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so they come into the Mavak and they sit 4 amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And listen now, what's happening? So now with the story begins to really perform. Look at Rashi says, Berichot Arba Amos, it makes a weekly. So the food my focus commercial Rega Museum. Once again, this is in this story of commercial Rega was again this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big broadcast about again public, right? When we commercial right, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a nice big focus about ritual status, Tuman Para. So again, the entire rabbinic community has to be one way. Rabbi Eliezer has to be a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in Canaan. He was excommunicated immediately. He was put in Canaan. There was an interesting enough halacha is that when someone is in Canaan, you're not even allowed to come within Dalit Amos, 6 weeks of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and do Makakola. Now, the truth is they're not going to come to do Makakola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Dalaram. So Rabbi Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halakhic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lab, Rabbi Eliezer says to them, listen, there's so much just about this entire story and about the Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground and it's good to keep your shittas in your opinions. But if the whole world is against you, again, chances are you have to do a self-check and you may be wrong. Now that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, obviously, like the world is against Israel, and yet again, we know that we do not back down from doing what we are. But within Israel itself, if you're on the island and everyone else says one thing, right, and you're hoping something else, chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's the guy to revisit my shittas, my hashkafas, my halachas, my life stances. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, I'm allowed none of us. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva said, and why did you guys come? Amarlo, Lilmod Torah Ban. Rabbi, we came for the Torah. Look, you have to understand something. You mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Shosh Balpeh was Balpeh. Like the old tradition was Mamish Balpeh, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in Gemara you find when a great sage is trying to deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last thing in Torah they have the ability to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer was in Canaan, and he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come and give us, Rabbi, we're here for the Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. Is it Rabbi? So why haven't you done that? Where have been they said to him, wow, you didn't have enough time. You got busy. I'm not supposed to say, so but let's back to them. I wonder about tonight if you will die a natural death. Because Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet the very difficult end. I'm going to Rabbi Akiva, Shalimai. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Your end is even more difficult. It's even more difficult than anything else. There's a lot of emotion involved in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer been working this feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions. What is his own decision? His own unwillingness to back down. But also, like this exchange is so incredibly profound. Right? Rabbi Eliezer asking rabbis, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I just want to tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world. The way you read that phrase is, I would be shocked in Yamushu Nisas Tatsu. If you only die a regular death, what does anyone say? When people go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. And how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking those opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time we lose out on an opportunity because we quote-unquote won't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Also, you know how this often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. We convince ourselves, what? I'll get to it later. But you know, that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunities, that opportunity will happen. So there may be other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot redeem. So when Elazar is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time. The people who live a life where their common refrain is don't have time, just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the expression, like, I'm killing it, like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like you've lost out on that. And that's ultimately, again, that is the door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot be open. It's almost like this is one of the most important lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for Tefillah B'tzipah, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for Chavrusa, it's opportunities for Chesed, it's opportunities for Roda Shalom Bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because you quote unquote don't have time, that opportunity will just die right in front of you. And there's no tears and for life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and going to be forever. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So you know, say now Rabbi Elazar is about to die. Rabbi Elazar himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all stays also. So let's say this is a profound Gemara. Let's fix his arms. He almost crosses it against his chest. Amar, so he wrote to these arms that are like two Sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So the image is very profound. He looked at his arms like the two columns of the Sifrei Torah. He's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a Sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting. What he's really lamenting is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. You know, we'll say, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that seems to be the greatest life, you know, say, you know what, I want to say something. You know this. You know, when a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I want to reach? Like, oh, Kensington was really believing it, and Paris was really believing it. No one's ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. You know, I was thinking, it's not thinking people don't do it. What do people lament on the deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me to the grave. That's what Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting. These arms, this Sefer Torah is rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? You could kiss it, you can hold it, you can't listen to it because you can't see it. So Rabbi Eliezer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, the Harbe Torah, Limarati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And let's say, it's interesting, by the way, how does that fit? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means he can't see the face. But he says, I learned so much, and I taught. But the same thing so profound. I did a lot of learning. I learned Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah, so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential that a person takes when they are at the journey of life. I have done more. I have been more. I could have learned more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my David. But the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like a dog takes when it's sat lapping water from the sea. And the dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So again, I learned from my Rabbi. I think it's so much more I could have learned. Like this raw drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harvey, Torah Limarki, ולא חיסוני תמיד האלה כלקח או בשפור בארץ. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take any more from me like a two from like an apple. That I took so much of my day in, it was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. A little old, not only that. Ella, so again, just so you think over here, like what's important over the rest of the is lamenting an unfulfilled life, and the rest of the things we didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personal Torah is rolled up. You can't see the and I go to the grave with the plea that I could have did more, that my life could have did more. He goes on, he says, oh, Elishani Shoshinas Halachos, the Harris Hazot, Hoya Adam Shamini behind Davame Olam. She's the very word. I know 300 halachos with the Baharas Hazot. What's Baharas Hazot? Baharas is a type of Sarah. Hazot means right. So I realized what this thing was, I even had very specific knowledge with a specific type of Baharas, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. A little old. Alash and Ishur Shloshim halachos. Or really Shloshim halachos. The Netias Kishun. Although Haya Adam Shalani Bahem Davar Me'olam. Chutz Me'akiva Ben Yosef. And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, well, cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. I called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Ben Yosef. Come to just a second. What's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Elerez Ben Rothschild and cucumbers. Listen to this. Ham Achos and Ibu Mahafna Yudara. So Rabbi Elazar Ben Rothschild tells the story. One time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdini Ben Etios teach me about the office of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married to cover Echad. So what husband said, I said one word, or a sort of serif. I said one word of kisho, the smaller kolasa the kisho, and the entire field focused cucumbers. So we'll say it's pretty good. Obviously, we'll talk about how exactly is it permitted that husband is engaged in kisho, is engaged in sorcery. We'll discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. I'm going to be Rabbi Adakani Mityasa. Adakani Akiva. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad is not to put I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area. Amulo. So once again, that's the whole of this story, right? Because we're in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted the name of Rabbi Yosua about halachos cucumbers when it comes to sorcery. The Gemara was asking, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yosua, it seems to say that Rabbi Akiva learned this from Rabbi. That's the whole point of this story. Just a moment. So we'll say, so at this point in time, now the Gemara jumps back. The other Rabbi what come to this really that he's holding of sound mind. Therefore, they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amullah, it's really as a Hakador, almost Vakamir Sar Hamadolios, Umishkolas Kitano Mahu. So they asked Rabbi Elazar verse a question regarding Hara. So literally again, or Rashi says Kami as an amulet, Sar Hamadolios, a pouch for gems, or a weight. So let's say these are all construction points out that we have that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, silence, what's the, you're asking me a human power question. Again, I'm not going to give them the help of human power. Fine. So then they ask, what is that? Concerning the shoe is still on its form. So let's say you have a shoe and the shoe's being fashioned and still on the form. It's not what's its halacha regarding Tuman Tara. Amalahan Kutar, ultimately it's Tar. Why? Because it's not a completed key. That's what the husband worker said. And Gemara says, "V'yatsa nishmaso v'taro." The last word that Rabbi Eliezer said, the last word he said was tahor, was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua Aragla v'Amar Chutra Haneder Chutra Haneder. Rabbi Yeshua stood up and he said that again we release Rabbi Eliezer from so they the Rabbanim assembled with the excommunication to the wilderness after incredible. That's what he's Chutra Haneder. So the Gemara says this fine. Once he Shabbos, now again, he's been working his died. And you also incredible. The last thing that died was tar. That was his last word. The Motzei Shabbos. I'll go about Rabbi Akiva. Meaning started the road. I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva. So let's say this remember when he started. This whole story happened on Friday. Remember again, that's how the whole thing started. That his son Rothschild came in to remove his throne the other Shabbos. So the Lagan was on Motzei Shabbos. It was on Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva apparently, according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died. And Rabbi Akiva therefore went into the funeral procession on Motzei Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession from Caesarea and Caesarea to Lud. Ayamaka b'Saro, and Shoses La'aretz. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to bleed. Tosis points out that again, Tosis says that these people wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer, and what he was doing was he was mourning the loss of Torah. Because the halacha is you're not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So Omar, Avi Rechavi Shav. So ultimately, again, he said the pasuk that actually Elish said about Eliyahu and Eliyahu Hanavi died. Everybody he said to him, he said, Avi my father, mother, Rechavi Shav Harashav. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbe Mos, again, he referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to Eliezer as his father, and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot gets the riders and will keep slave clothes. Rabbi Eliezer was someone who really brought himself forward in every sense. Harbe Mos Yeshli, Vechali Lahar Sosa. Ultimately, again, I have so much money, I have all these coins, but I have no money change. I have no money change to show me how to properly utilize it. So say this is an incredible story. There was a certain I say all of us in life, right? All of us. And by the way, it doesn't even have to be like that. Right? But it just means in life we need someone, we own someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personal success. Right? It's interesting that the Akiva is not saying, what is he saying? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does the money changer do? What does the money changer do? I guess it's the money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then all of the money changers say, exchange for this. Put this over here. This with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. And he people say like this, I need to be Eliezer, not because I need the knowledge, I have the knowledge. He helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. Sometimes in life, our biggest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the bracha that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Right? Interesting, especially I find this a lot that age where it used to be, you needed a Rabbi for information. You need a Rabbi for information. I will say, if this age, you need a Rabbi for information. Not really, right? You get the 8-minute daf, the second daf, 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of a daf, the whole daf, right? You can write any deals you want. You actually do not need a Rabbi for information. You don't. You get information however information. What a Rabbi does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who needs something like this. And it doesn't conference with multiple people. It's like, get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I can be successful? And I feel that sometimes like, this is one of the biggest issues of our dog, right? Because it's kind of like there's all the yogis, right? Right? Kids are missionary understanding for dinner, and what happens when they're doing that, they're doing liver, they're doing kids, and they're like every simultaneously. You got to find this thing, right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything because a lot of times what we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be focusing right based on ideas. Also, all these things, and it's everything. Sexual bias. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And that's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was mentoring. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and happiness for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need my get for. It's amazing when Rabbi Akiva lost that. We lose the lesbian happiness. She's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. Who's going to help me make Seder in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision, a way forward, and a process and a framework? Who's going to, and you see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. Overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the mind goes back there. Okay, by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, Gamra, Gemara. I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer, Gamra. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, below Sabra. Hadar Gamra Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra Rabbi Judah. Originally, he learned from the Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. So the Gemara was like, hey, now the Gemara says, whoa, we hold up here for just a second. How exactly is Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collective? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, also my Sechayim, right? Also my Sechayim. So the hierarchy isn't that it alright to engage in Kisha? Gemara says, no, the Islamic Chinese. Those things again, especially Rabbi Eliezer, has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore, he had to learn it. He had to learn it in order to understand it. I should say, he had to learn it in order to. He had to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Inshallah, about Damar, los simul lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate, in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, so ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where now again. Be careful with what you do with this. Like that. Listen, it's important to understand Arias. I don't mean the John Newton either, right? In other words, like, right, important to understand it, right? I need to understand some knowledge. I should have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass him halakas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't pass him if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to pass him on different situations regarding Tishuk, needed to understand how it was working, and that's why he taught it tradition, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing social classification. For the point ultimately again, going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I just point out something amazing. Actually, we'll say it later. Hadron Allah, I don't mean so what's that? Mazel. Mazel ends the parak. Shver. Like the Kaplan's first parak in Shas. Incredible. Meretz Hashem, the first of the Let's celebrate. All right, so Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. All right, it says that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Doing right, good. Now move on. Let's say Samech Chesed is supposed to be that's the greatest metaphor of life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go ahead and you accomplish, you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you gonna do now, right? And there's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you do this. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So let's say, here we go. Samech Chesed 68b. Ben Sorer Umora. Our next parak. Right, you're supposed to know it again, just kind of like a quick overview. The rebellious son. He's also looking, remember, the child, he's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult, who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. The case is that Ben Sorer Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Sorer Umora is really executed, not as much for what he did, but for what his servant is going to become. And he represents the found to the community, and then going to be executed before he can become an after it. But now again, it's just hashkatic, problematic, doesn't seem to go down. We'll delve into all of this. Often like habits of Allah. Let's begin first with some of the mechanisms in place. So Ben Sorer Umora, when did a child become married? From what age? So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 eggs, which is the sign of his vocation, that literally sounds like it's beer spills out. By the way, that's your metaphor. It doesn't mean that it's tasty, but I mean, again, it means in a funeral way, right? So they just twisted that this refers ultimately to the prayers that they didn't want to twist it like that. So therefore, they set it in a little bit of an Ben below Basik says, and the man will have a son, first of all, and not a daughter. Interesting enough, there's no Bas there, right? There's no female equivalent. Furthermore, Ben below E. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben, not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, Ben below Ish. Katan Shalom Baba Klamis. Katan is Katan, right? Because ultimately, again, Katan has not yet come to the Chiyuv of Mitzvahs. Okay? So therefore, there was that's the impression that's on the first verse. Katan, we know the Katan. So from which we know that a Katan, that ultimately again is the child can't become a son. Get the time out. Shalom because a Katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of this. And therefore, again, a Katan is going to be Katan. To which the Gemara says, the honor slip the hockey, the boy credit one side. Because the Gemara saying over here is the Gemara needs explicit teaching to teach me that a Katan cannot such a Sorer Umora. But that's obvious. Why would you ever think that a Katan is subject to the halachas of Sorer Umora? In general, a Katan is always exempt from everything. Saying the specific passage that a Katan is exempt, to which the Gemara says, Anan Hakatani Atu Ben Sorer Achet O Nehela, Hashem Sobo Nehela. So what says we're going to discuss Sorer Umora, why is he executed? He's not really, right? Because if you think about it, what hasn't gotten into it yet? What has he done? He stole my money and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, right? Not good, but not executable. Right? Because he's executed because he's concerned of what he's going to do. That's what the concern is. Concerned that maybe the nice stuff, he's exhibiting these types of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets to the rest of the Kivon, Sofo Nerag, Akilani, and about since we kill him. But what he's going to become, maybe his halacha should apply, even if he's a cousin. Right? It really, Ben Solar Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a cultivating this type of holy egregious behavior. The Muslim reaches us that Allah saw a katan is not held accountable for his actions. Then below ish. The old Ben below ish katan mashma. So furthermore, I guess the halacha must Ben below ish is going to see that Allah what this means is Ben below ish means can't mean a katan because a katan in general don't hold accountable. The problem is then, because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then who becomes a Ben Solar Mora? Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting that a Ben Solar Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently got mitzvah adult. He has to be a Ben, a somewhat for Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still a Ben. He is a young Ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish life. Incredible. Let's just go over. So, Ba'ad Yakiv, Sukkah Takton. So, Tanya says, so again, remember, all the discussion about Sukkah, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for a spaceship or rather for maturity. So, the Gemara says, Ba'ad Yakiv, Takton, Tanya Dikio, Akif HaTorah. Okay, so there's hair that surrounds the Torah. So the Gemara says, Hakafas, below Hakafas gates. Okay, so let's say, so what's the thing about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? Right. So nice again, it says it's not the particular hair, but rather it's pubic hair that surrounds the female members. Right. So you will not get tested, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting. You want it to yourself, like really like a lot of information. So just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a basic execution, so say, what's the general approach? General approach, we don't do it. We don't do it. And therefore, again, we will make it difficult as possible for a baby to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? What's the takeaway message? This level of specificity, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So, right? So if you're getting into this, that now we're making Kakiris and pubic hair. Right. We're making Kakiris in this. Right? You make Kakiris. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, I'm going to this stuff. Katan Shaoli ain't been on Nasa Ben Solar Mora. By the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring can become a Ben Solar Mora. How do you know this? Shemar, here Leish Ben below the Ben. So once I say interesting enough because the classic says Kiel Ish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a solar mother. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a Ben Solar Mora. To which the Gemara says, "Hi, we finally the Gemara." One second, we need that phrase. But the name of God, the name of God said to us, Imkim Rima, Kia Ben Lish. Prosecutor just said, a man will have a child, or if a man, right, a Ben will be Lish. My Kia Lish Ben, why does this phrase says, if a man will have a child, Kia Lish Ben is supposed to Ben Lish? Shmani no, the Kidrat Christa. Ultimately, the teach stuff, Christa. Fathers a child, they offspring can become a solar mother. I aim of Kool-Aid. I have maybe the entire possibility complete this halacha. In Kinema, then set it in a short form of Ben Ish. My Ish. And ultimately, again, what is it complete as Ish Ben? Ultimately, again, what the Gemara says, how we can learn that both halachas. Like, number one, halacha, let me say that again. Halacha, myself. So that it has to be child. Like, I love myself. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not such halachas concerning Ben Solar. I just think it's interesting. So I don't want to launch into the whole Ben Solar. Hashem will see this on the document. Connection right? If you know so the ones that are listen to them. He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah, but he was lamenting so much that because Torah is more and Solar Mora is we're nervous about the potential that will be. Like in Solar Mora, he is executed because of what he will become. So there's some more concern about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So husband is lamenting realized potential, and then sorrow more is executed because of potentially or realized potential. Is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, then Soramora, negative potential, rebels and ultimately positive, unrealized positive potential, and the kind of where you start this hiding for you and shots. Like how can be in shots? So what can we speak about this? Right? About the life of miscarrying the life of going in this world as a role. So much inside of a person. Because of this, each of us is that role tomorrow we're going to see he could change his ways. He could choose to go and lead us in dramatically different ways. But the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you conduct your potential enough to trust yourself, put yourself in a certain trajectory. One not to corrupt potential and not to live a life of realize. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say on these topics, but I meant we won't get ahead of ourselves. Everyone.
I don't know what to say, but what's it called? Somebody was saying something that I wanted to comment on. This is the 7-hour stream brain right now, dude. I was trying to figure out something. I was going to say something.
All right, we'll say good morning or good morning. Good for Sonos Tovos for all of Amis. So, should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram in honor of the Nishmas Mordechai Ben the American come to over the show has an Aliyah and the family. Because we hope that this is week in there. 4 of our hostages come home. Our soldiers are successful before Maaseh Yedei and Eretz Hashem to Brachos Yishuv and Chomas for all the Knavis. Well, with that, let us be raised now for Sanachas 68. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem actually at the top of Sanachas 68. So the Gemara quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah, the collection of tissue, of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnayim lokim echad lokim potter. The echad lokim. Sometimes someone could go and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes a person could be potter. So the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests cucumbers, then he would be chayav on Shabbos. But if he engages in an act of pollution, then he would be potter. So the Gemara is going to talk about that a little bit. The Gemara says, this is the top of 68a. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua, did Rabbi Akiva learn this out to Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Tanya says this is really an incredible story. But Tanya tells the story. Kishachala Rabbi Eliezer Nichnas Rabbi Akiva b'chaber levakia. Rabbi Eliezer became ill. Siva and his other companions, colleagues. Thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. They will say that you're going to see the context of this story in just a little bit. So Eliezer was like in his bed, about to die for some time, and he was like under his canopy. Outside, literally trackling means like in antechambers. They were by and it was Erev Shabbos. It's Friday afternoon. So what happened? So this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horculus. Now, he had a son named after his father, Horculus. Again, if we have time to talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer and Horculus himself, was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan. So what happened? So his son. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very son comes in and his father's from the Shabbos is about to start. So Ga'ar Bo V'yatza Ben Zifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at him, again rebuked him and left the room. Amar Lahem L'Chaveirav, can we do? So Horculus see that bunny boy there, standing to the vacuum forward to visit the Horculus. The son says, it would appear that my father is in a proper mental state. After chasing me out of the room, rebuking me, it would appear that my father not in a proper mental state. So what happens? Eliezer hears this. He says, so I'm fine. I'm not the problem. But again, it's my son Horculus and his mother. My wife are the ones who are mentally lacking mental clarity. Because little translated, how could it be that they are not careful with an Isra Skila and they're worried about again my tefillin? So over here, so interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and looking his son and his wife, in other words, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, were not probably preparing for Shabbos. They were not probably prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not probably prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern. The Chas Shalom, they come to the Chal Shabbos, so they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos. Instead, they're focused on Torah. So that's what things like this. You're wearing tefillin on Shabbos. So worst case scenario, maybe you're dealing with an issue Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious disregard already. So take a look at Ash for just a moment. Josh Skila is the third string. Hadlakas Haner, Vahatmanas Kamin, Shlos. The Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos in Kain. Sorry, Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos in Kain is Shmalach. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt you're focusing on all the wrong things. You're focusing on getting my worst case scenario. Like go ahead and wear tefillin on Shabbos. So okay, at most it's a Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't wear Rabbanon and worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So I'll say so again. So what was the shot? So the Marshal brings the Marshal says they had delayed the preparing for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for them, not because they were caring for their So the and again, the is a strong personality, very strong personality. So the might again, he's rebuking his son. They're probably preparing for Shabbos. Shaddai to new Shabbos. So now at this point in time, Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. I think he was fine. He wasn't with it. When the other Rabbanim, so they come in to be Mavakar Chomer, the Yashul the Richot Dalet Amos, and they sit 4 Amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And we'll say now, what's happening here? Now with the story begins to really perform. Look at Rashi. She says, Richot Arba Amos, Mehanitli, Sheberchuk Machokes Tanur Shalach Noibah. We'll say again, this is the famous story of Tanur Shalach Noibah. We'll say again, this was the famous between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokes about, again, an oven, right? Tanur Shalach Noibah, an oven made up of multiple parts. And there was a major machlokes about ritual status. Tuma and Tara. Again, the entire rabbinic community in one way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer's opinion. As a result, he was put in Chayrim. He was excommunicated. He was put in Chayrim. There was an interesting halacha. If when someone is in Chayrim, you're not even allowed to come within Dalet Amos, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go and be Mavakar Chomer. It is not really coming to be Mavakar Chomer. What they're coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional knowledge that they can for the Ezer. But they have to keep fighting because at the end, through excommunication, that's coming to his bedside. The kings of Dalet Amos. Again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halach position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lam, Rabbi Eliezer says that there's so much just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas in your opinions. But if the whole is against you, right? Again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world against us, the world against us, and you have to get, that we do not back down from doing what you are. Finally, solve itself. If you're on the island, everyone else says one thing, right? Something else. Chances are you're wrong, and chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be saying that maybe it's about to visit my sheep, my shkafas, my halachas, my life standards. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Eliezer says to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva said, and why did you guys come? Amrlo, Vilmot Torah Bar. Rabbi became a Torah. What's the actual statement? You mentioned this many. Once upon a time, Torah was about that. Right? The old tradition was mamish about that, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happens? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in Gemara finds that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last minute Torah they have people to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer is in Chayrim, but he's about to die. So that you get to the come, Rabbi, give us Rebbe, we're here to learn. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is incredible Gemara. So why haven't you come to now? I just says no. So where have you been this entire time? Why are we coming now? Amrullah, they said to him, "La hayalanu pnai." Wow, we didn't have enough time. We didn't have time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. Amrullah, so but says back to them. To Mia and me, Emia Musu Misas. I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. In other words, Rabbi saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would be a very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva, we know again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Elazar says prophetically, I see unfortunately we're going to meet a very difficult end. Rabbi Akiva, Shalimahu. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Kashan Shalom. Your end is even more difficult. Is even more difficult than anything else. I will say, to just there's a lot of emotion involved in this Gemara as well. That he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. Which again, because of his oceans. Because of his own decision, it was only willingness to back down. But I will say that this exchange incredibly profound. Right? I'm asking Rabbi, why haven't you come to me until now? And we didn't have time. Rabbi Elazar says, I just want to tell you, in your Muslim then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world. You read that phrase is Kamiyani shocked in your Muslim it's the only death. What is the thing they're saying? People go through life and we have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. When you fail to take advantage of your life opportunities, listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities because we convince ourselves, I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity happens. Not maybe on the road, but the ones you miss, and more often than not, you can. So the Elazar perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, tell me you don't have time. The people who live a life where the common refrain is, you don't have time, just like every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the intention, like, I'm killing it. Like the good killing, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot open it. So one side, it's perhaps one of the most important and profound lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzipor, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for chassav, it's opportunities for sin, it's opportunities to build our shabbayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity, I quote unquote, don't have time, that opportunity has just done right in front of you. And you're just amazing for life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So they will say, now Rabbi Elazar is about to die. Rabbi Elazar himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all stays also. So this is a Gemara. Rabbi Elazar takes his two arms and literally almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, Oy lachem stays also. Think you stay sifei Torah sheni. Said roll to these arms that are like two sifei Torah rolled up. So this is the imagery is very profound. He looked at his arms, like the two columns of the Sefer Torah, crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sefer Torah that are rolled. Now, when a Sefer Torah is rolled, closed, you can't, what Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting. What he's truly lamenting is the idea of unactualized. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer, I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. We'll say this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of what, I want to say something. You know this. When a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, what about all the places I wanted to vacation and I never got to? Like, Cannes waiting for me, and Paris. And this, no one ever deathbed laments the vacation they didn't take. No, I think so. At least not thinking people. What do people lament on their? They lament the opportunity to actualize their potential and failed to do, because that potential is with me to the grave. And that's what I answer. These arms, this Torah was rolled. What good is the Lord? What good is Lord Sefer Torah? What good is Lord Sefer Torah? You can kiss it. You can hold. You can't see anything. So Ezra is referring to himself as rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized. Torah, lamarati, b'harbe Torah limarati. Learned so much, so much. It's interesting about it. So how does that shtick? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the print. I learned so much and I taught so much. But else was saying something to them. Yes, I did a lot of it. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential truth that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on and he says, I learned so much from my rebellion. But the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like a dog that's sat lapping water from the sea. Like a dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water. He doesn't diminish the water. So again, I learned from my rebellion. But there was so much more I could have learned. Like a dog drinking the water from the river. I drank. There was so much more to drink. Rabbi, Torah, below Chesuni Tamida Ella Kimachol B'Shval Veras. Torah. And my students thinking more from me from like an apple. In other words, it's an idea that I took so much from my day, I gave so much to my students, but it was just a dreamy ocean. Below old, not only that, Ella. So again, just to think about each other. What's unfulfilled listening? What's living an unfulfilled life? That's the thing you didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My holistic Sefer Torah is enough. You can't see the print. I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have more, that my life could have evolved. Ella Shani Shor Os Bevaheres Azal. Hay Adam Shmuni Bahen Davar Me'olam. He said furthermore, I know this with the Baheres Azal. What's Baheres Azal? So Baheres is a type of saras. Azal means bright. So I realized we're not just saying. I even had very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. Allah shani shlosh halachos, or really shloshes alafim halachos. Benetias kishuin, v'lo haya adam shamani b'hem davar me'olam. And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, halachos. The cucumbers, and no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. I'm just second. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva and Elelianos and cucumbers? Listen to this. So Rabbi Elazar tells this story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali and Rabbi Kiva said, Rabbi, Lamdeni Tios Kishur. Teach me about the halachos of Shani when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married. So Elazar said, I said one word, and it was a sort of Syriac word. I said one word of Kishuf, Mismala Kalasa de Kishur. And the entire field filled with cucumbers. Incredible. We're going to obviously talk about how exactly is engaged in this restaurant. Again, I said one word, and our field filled with cucumbers. Maratani Nityasan. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery, how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad to put in a makom echad. A similar word, All of the cucumbers were pine area of the field. Incredible. Amrulo. So again, that just stand. That's the whole point of this, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about how long it comes to source. Gemara was asking, did Rabbi Akiva actually learned this? That's the whole point of the struggle. We're not in just a moment. So we'll say another word jumps back. We're coming to this Rabbi Eliezer that he's holding of sound mind. So therefore, they want to use this up against Rabbi Eliezer. So they go say interesting. They asked Rabbi Eliezer and Horkinos regarding Tumah and Tara. So little Rashi says over here, a weight, a couch for gems, woman weight. So I'll say these are all things Rashi points out over here that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shaila is what's the ask Rabbi Eliezer a Tumah and Tara question. Remember the whole Tamein, Utarosam, the Mother Horkinos gives them the halachas of Tumah and Tara. Fine. So then they ask, what is the halakha concerning the shoe still on its form? In other words, let's see, Ashin is still on the form. That's complete. What's its halakha? In Tumah and Tara, ultimately, again, that's what the husband Horkinos said. The Gemara says, the last word that Rabbi Eliezer was pure. Those last words out of his mouth. The Yeshua stood up and said that ultimately again he released Eliezer from so they the Rabbanan assembled communication from the Lazaros after he passed. Incredible. That's what it is. What are Neder? As follows. The Masisha again, so the husband working his died. I say incredibly enough, the thing that he said when he died was that was his last word. So the Masisha is this remember when did this start? Friday. Remember again that's the start that his son working was came in to remove his tefillin. It was on Motzei Shabbos. It was on Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi and Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession. Excuse me. From the Damu shows they started. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to. This Rabbi Akiva wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead, what he was mourning the Torah. Because the halacha is not allowed to lacerate. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Either again, he could not take of all the Torah with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So ultimately, again, the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu Hanavi, he said, Avi, my father, Israel Parasha. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. So again, he referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to as his father, yet the rider from location A to location B, rather than every junction. Look what it says. Ultimately, I have so much money, right? All these coins, but I have no change, right? No money to properly utilize them. This is an incredible soul. You know, the Mishnah tells us, we need a Rabbi, all of us. A Rabbi doesn't even have light. He needs someone who can help us with perspective. Exactly how to arrange it in a way. So that's interesting. That Akiva is not saying, if you notice, what does he say? He says, I have to change it, dude. I guess this time for a changer. You bring all the saying, here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Everything that you have, and symbolize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Not because I need the knowledge. But it helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. Sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the brachos that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. You know, right? Isn't it interesting? Especially like I find this a lot that you live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information. Right? You need a Rebbe for information. And I must say the truth is today, do you need a Rebbe for information? Not really, right? You could get the 8-minute daf, the 8-second daf, the 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of a daf, a whole daf, right? You can, right? And you can get in any medium you want. You do not need a Rebbe for information. You don't. You get information however information. What a Rebbe does for us. For all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't be one person, multiple people. is, okay, so I get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I could be successful? And I think that sometimes, like, this is one of the biggest challenges of our God. Like, it's interesting, kind of like, all the yomis, all the yomi, it's cute. Like, kids are and what happened? They're doing that, and they're doing the Mishnah, and they're doing the kids, and they're doing everything simultaneously. Right? But I'm going through my list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is, we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, basically at your home, chavrusa, all these things, and it's everything. Tzedakah, shalom, dayis. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And it's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was lamenting. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and looking us for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need, not that before. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, you lose your lesbian happiness. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help me make Seder in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help me with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. It goes back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his common knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer tomorrow. I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer. Gomra. Which the Gemara says you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, the low stuff. Hadar Gomra Rabbi Yeshua, the answer. So this is interesting, I'm saying. Originally he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Hey, now the Gemara says, whoa, can we hold up here for just a second? How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then isn't that kisha? To which the Gemara says, Vanantan, Ha'osam Ma'aseh Chayiv Le'Islam. Right, Ha'osam Ma'aseh Chayiv. So ultimately, how is isn't that it is alright to engage in Kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic Shaman. I was like, sometimes again, especially similar to Rabbi Eliezer, ask how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. I should say, you have to learn it in order to be able to. You have to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Shailos about it. Amar Mar, lo silmod lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to make that which the nations of the world do. Lasos i'atalamat. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. About atalamid, lahavin, ulaholos. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha lemaisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else, in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's right now again. Be careful with what you do with this. You know what? Listen, it's important to understand our ayahs. I don't mean the ground meat and the people, right? In other words, like, important to understand it, right? And I need to understand. So now I should pick up the fishes. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass through halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Right? You can't paskin if you don't understand. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to paskin on different situations regarding kishuf, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught it to Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing sorcery chas v'shalom, but for the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, all right, we'll save it for later. Hadron Allah, Aramisa, so we'll say Mazda is the barak, Shveh. Like for example, first barak and Shas. Yes, Hashem, the first big man. Let's celebrate. All right, so Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. All right, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Goes right, good. Now move on. Let's say Samech Chesed is. By the way, that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the Welt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like you're in a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? There's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you can do this. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkaya, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So let's say, here we go. Ben Solar Umora. Let's say, so now this is this again, just kind of a quick overview. Ben Solar Umora is the youngest son. So this ultimately, you're going to remember, the child, he's not a child, he's an adult, but legal adult. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of houses which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And it's always says that Ben Solar Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Solar Umora is executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah is to be executing before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkatically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often like happens with halacha, let's begin first with some more mechanistic details. So Ben Solar Umora, Ne'emos and Asa Ben Solar Umora. When could a child become Ben Solar Umora, right? From what age? Mishiyabi Sarus, the Achiyakiv Zakon. So literally again from the times which is the sign of physical maturation. Achiyakiv Hazakon. Now that literally sounds like until his beard fills out. Like the commercial just says, by the way, a tachton below elyon, sexual metaphor. Right? It doesn't mean that it's face beard, but rather again it means physical maturation. Right? Ella, Chazal spoke in a cleaner way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. But this refers ultimately again to pubic hairs. Like they didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore they said it in a little bit of in a nice solution. Ben below Bas, the Pasuk says, and a man will have a rebellious son. First of all, it's a son and not a daughter. Interestingly enough, there's no Bas Solar Umora, right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, Ben below Ish. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, Ben below Ish. Katan, Pater, Shalabam, Bamisus. And the Katan is Pater, right? Because ultimately, again, a Katan has not yet come to the Chiyuv of mitzvahs. Okay? So therefore, that's the English question. Just give us 1 second. Katan, you know, in the Pater. So from where do you know that a Katan, that a child ultimately, again, is Pater, the child can't become a because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of mitzvahs, and therefore again a katan is going to be pater, for which the Gemara says, "Yisu heicha ashkechan, the anash hakasot, the havi dacha b'bay kalim." 1 second. It sounds like the Gemara saying, otherwise the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach me that a katan is not subject to halachas of Ben Solar Umora, but that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the halachas of Ben Solar Umora? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific pasuk to teach me that a katan is exempt? To which the Gemara says, "Anan hakikamina." This is what I need to say. Atu Ben Solar Umora afet on neherad, Hashem sovo neherad. So it says we're going to discuss a Ben Solar Umora. Why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, what we haven't gotten into it yet. But what has Ben Solar Umora done? What has he done? He stole money, and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good. That's certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that Ramaisa, if he's exhibiting these type of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So the Gemara says, "Kivan the al safonera afilu katanami." And matter of fact, that since we kill him for what he's going to become, maybe these halachos should apply even if he's a katan. Right? Really, Ben Sora Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan for exhibiting this type of early stage of religious behavior. Kamash Molondo. Kamash Molondo. Mishnah teaches us that Allah a katan is not held accountable for his actions, and a katan is always being impacted. The old Ben Velo Ish. The old Ben Velo Ish katan mashmo. So furthermore, again, it was like the halacha. The Gemara says Ben Velo Ish. We're going to see the halacha. What this means is Ben Velo Ish means can't mean a katan, because a katan in general is not held accountable. Amrav Yudamrav Damrakra V'chiyah Ish Ben. Because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then Hasamuk Vuras Shalish, who becomes a Ben Sora Mora, a Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way, that a Ben Sora Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently bar mitzvah adult. He has to be a Ben Hasamuk Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still a Ben. So he is a young Ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go a little bit weiter. So Tony Rabbi here, so once I start again, remember all of this discussion about zakah, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face beard, but rather again about physical maturity, or I should say pubic maturity. So the Gemara thinks, okay, until his hair that little man's the Atara. So the Gemara says, that's right, okay, so what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? So again, Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again. No. So listen, I wanted to point out, right? We will not get tested on this information, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting. You want it to yourself, right? Really, yourself, a lot of information. So just understand, this is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right, when it comes to a basic executing people, so I'll say, what's the general approach? We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Bezdin to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? It's a message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. Right? So if you're getting into this, that now we're making hakiras and pubic hair. I know right. We're making hakiras in this, right? We make hakiras. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway of the year. So the Gemara says, "Amar Avista, katan shaolit ein beno nasa ben sora mora." First, by the way, if a katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a ben sora mora. How do you know this? Shneimar kia leish ben below the ben. So it's interesting enough because the pasuk says kia leish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a sora mora. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a ben sora mora. Which the Gemara says, "Hi, we finally this is what we Rav." 1 second, we need that phrase. Rabbi the name of Rav. The name of what Rabbi the name of Rav said to us. In King Rima called, he had been reached. Pasuk could have just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, if a man will be finished. My kia leish ben. Why does this phrase as if a man will have a child? Kia leish ben as opposed to ben ish. Shmamino, this is Rav Kista. Ultimately, I teach Salach of Rav Kista that if a minor, if a child, right, quote unquote, the child's father is a child, then offspring can become ben sora mora. I ve'ema kulei. I have a saying the entire consequence teaches this halacha. Imke neimakra ben ish. Could have said it in a shortened form of ben ish. My leish ben. Ultimately, again, what does it come to teach us? Ish ben. Ultimately, again, what the Gemara says, tarti. We can learn out both of these halachas. Right? Number one, halacha lemaisa. That again, halacha lemaisa. halach l'maisa that he has to be a child, right? Halach l'maisa that halach concerning the pubic hair. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachos concerning Ben Sora. So we'll say. So we're going to stop over for today. I'll just say interesting. So I don't want to launch into the whole Ben Sora more because in Eretz Hashem we'll see this. We'll see this on in future dapping. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi ben Horkinus, what was he lamenting? When he was on his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah, right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much to give, so much potential that remained unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Sora Umora is almost like the opposite of that. Ben Sora Umora is we're nervous about potential that will be realized. Like Ben Sora Umora, the Galashon of the Gemara is Nidon Hashem Sofa. He is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Sora Umora, we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Elizabeth Horkinus is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Sora Umora is executed because of potentially potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much his death is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, then Sora Mora, negative potential, Rabbi Elizabeth Horkinus lamenting positive, unrealized positive potential. And incredible, you saw this tie into the very end of Shabbos. Like how did he begin in Shabbos? What did he speak about as we took a look? Right, Loyam Mishakeva, right, about the greatest fear in life of miscarrying the potential. The greatest fear in life of leaving this world as a rolled up Sefer Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Elizabeth worked with us. Each of us is that rolled up Sefer Torah. Even Ben Sora Moda. Ben Sora Moda, we're going to see he can change his ways. He can choose to go and realize his potential in dramatically different ways. But the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you see when you corrupt your potential enough, you pass the shalom, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. And you have to be so careful on one not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in these documents, but I meant to go get ahead of ourselves. Good, everyone.
IBC, I'm sure you just, I have no idea.
We have no idea who that is. Okay.
I just recently figured out that it's an app that you can download. Like, I got 47 going on 75. I have no idea.
We're with you. I mean, we used to always say, like, we're so much like Sean. Like, when he was, like, he was accusing Kalila and Bobby Lee of, like, hacker shit or whatever. And she was like, do you know how Reddit works? He's like, no. So it's like, for a long time. It's still kind of like this.
I got a lot of things on my head. This is another thing we were talking about.
But the Patreon, potentially Bible answers on Patreon about the CBD laws. Like, not assume that people can take that and put it on Reddit, or that even worse, every single Patreon subscriber is just a Redditor.
I mean, there is no deeper pain than being an attorney for Brendan Schaub, I imagine. It's got to be like, why? No, stop! We actually, speaking of attorneys, I think this is funny. When Mark was on, he had his attorney call in the show, and he was just live on the air for a while. And Mark was like, is it okay to talk about the thing? And his attorney's like, yeah, it's fine. He had some sort of comical, like, TV character, like Bob blah blah. His name was Rob Keppel. We're like, all right, sure, he's an attorney. It was ridiculous. And then he was like, yeah, he's a great attorney. We went to college together, and we did Roy's. We're like, all right,
Kolosai, good morning. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem, a great Sukkos. To be able to learn Daf Yomi tonight here on Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning's Daf. Thank our annual Kamatora sponsor for Tufshin Pay. Hey, it's also Mishpach Habarit Yisrael for dedicating all the Shumer Justice this year. And we're supposed to continue this sort of to be able to see. But one thing I was thinking about the building is preparing the Daf. One of the that has just elevated through my mind. Place the rest of Shashai as another began. Were not that you gave me the right to perish in myself. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all the circumstances, heartbreaking, difficult circumstances. The loss of the Vidas children, the fact that the identified wasn't she, overwhelming circumstances. Easy for a person to lose themselves in the abyss. The incredible thing is that the Rothschild gave us a Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off, prevents us from falling off the side of this year's bliss of nationalistic. It's that Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Ribono Shel Olam. The Torah, who they said us, David HaMelech said, David HaMelech suffered so much in his life. He said, Ribono Shel Olam, were it not for your Torah, I would have been lost. Those words resonate with such profundity for us. Were it not for Son Heaven, were it not for the God, were it not for Torah, Ribono Shel Olam, we too would have been lost in the abyss. Thank you so very much. This story is just not this daf. This daf, it's like a little bit of like a sleeping calm. For the next couple of minutes, we get to learn Torah together. It's almost as if we can leave everything else on the side. And all we could just do is just immerse ourselves in the Yam Shal, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, and allow its beautiful and holy waters to soothe our soul. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Bob. Shir is dedicated by Nell and Karen Ram, Ilui Nishmas, Mordechai Ben Yisrael, Hashem and Hashem Shat and Aliyah, family. All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Son of Bob. Really exciting daf ahead of us. So we left off on some of the days, and I want to publicly announce Abi Tobias, who donated these. It might not look like much to you. Right? It might not look like much to you. Right? I want to make sure the people on the camera is able to see it also. It's a sticker. Apparently, Abi got that up. We're spending time every morning trying to figure out where up to. So I guess we don't have these in Baltimore. So apparently in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 40 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved the sticker from yesterday to this morning, so I was like, we are picking up. Really show. So a Shkai bias mishpacha on dedicated post-its, retail value, 99 cents. But again, but tremendous Shkai, and it was a lot of time. So I say, so again, we are picking up Miras Hashem Rava, which is 2, 8, 9 lines bottom. So we'll say, so the Gemara says follows. Amar Rava. We'll say, this is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up in the bottom, 65 pieces on the candidates. Amar Rava. Ito Sadiki Baru Al. Let's see how incredible is this. So Rava says, if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create a world. Sadiqim are so bold that if they wanted to do it, Shnei Amar, Kebanosechem Hayimabdilim. So let's say, so this statement, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, Both Sadiki, Leos Nikim Nikal Abba. It's said now, so here's the thing, the thing is like this. If Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. But how could Sadiqim create an entire world? Because Sadiqim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once he cleanses himself from sin, then there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's interesting. So each both Sadiki Bari Almo, if Sadiki wanted to create a world, they could say, Shnemar, Kiavanosechem Hayimabdilim. So what do you see here? So number one, what is the definition of a tzaddik? Like we speak about this a lot. What's the definition of a tzaddik? So by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's the? I know that's a very open question, right? What was that? Russia, excellent, well done, well done. I will say, by the way, after operating on consistent nights of very little sleep, I've set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. Beautiful. So we'll say, okay, also, all correct, all correct. What you also begin to see, all excellent answers, but not the one I was leaving. And so nice, what I was going to say is, someone learns a lot of Torah. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can learn Torah. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you a tzaddik. What learning Torah does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik was? Like the show before now, like kind of like that, right? Like tzaddik is somebody who helps others, doesn't realize tzaddik. And what we also begin to see is someone who realizes that he has the ability to change, but as we spoke is that reality, mission is never enough. Action. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to be a boxer. Listen, that's it. Because being a boxer means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain a place. Listen, one of the most incredible things about Yaakov Kalin, the most incredible thing about Earth Snow, is to realize you have to remain the same. Change. Change. Whatever change you want to affect in yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life. So that's what Rabbi is saying. Rabbi is saying tzaddik has the ability to become a Bali Tshuva. And because they have the ability to be Bali Tshuva, therefore what? It will say, when you become, when you realize that you have the ability to, what does that show you? That you have the ability to create worlds. Change is the greatest gift. Because change says I can create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create world. But also each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim. And if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? I know you might be thinking to yourself, I'm too tired to lift my hand, right? Let alone create a world. You know whatever you have to do to tap into this is gold. Rabbi says tzaddikim. Tzaddikim means, like Rashi says, Bali Tshuva, have the ability to create and recreate worlds. That's the core of the consistently create and recreate. Gemara goes like this. Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi Baragavra. Rabbi actually created someone. Rabbi created a person. So these are by the way, I want to point out the stories of the Golem that we select. Those stories are not those that were the Maharal. You have stories in the Gemara of people, right? So Rabbi literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Baragavra. So literally, again, what said is a Sefer Yetzirah, which is a book that contains a Sefer that contains all the secrets of creation. And Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shajule Kanei, Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy to Rabbi Zera. So Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, the person that Rabbi needed wasn't listening. He wasn't engaging in a conversation. Amarlei, min chavriyat, so he said apparently wasn't happy. He said, you can, Rashi says, oh, min chavriyat. And in front, right? You are someone, right? You are someone who's been created by someone else. Right? Get out of here. Right, no, go back to dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, what's the shot in this? Why did Zera go ahead and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember again, this creation unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. Let's say, if you can't interact with it, if you don't know how to say a shalom, if you don't know how to give a word of visit, go back to the dust. The world doesn't do you, Klal Yisrael doesn't do you if you don't know how to interact and how to be there with the other. Incredible. Listen to this. Rabbi Chanina Raroshia, Haviyasi Kamal Shabsa was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Granted, it's yesterday's stuff, but don't get caught up in the details. Right? Listen to this. So these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Ochiel, were sitting on Erev Shabbos, Va'aski the Sefer Yitzira. And they were learning Sefer Yitzira. This is what we're doing during Talmud. I just want to point out something, right? It's going to get killed a little later on. Right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yitzira. What did they do? They created for themselves. People say Igla Tilsa. Doesn't mean a third or a half, or doesn't a half that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created an Igla Tilsa from Sefer Yitzira. V'achli and they ate it. So what's the point of this, Gemara? What's the point of this? The point is, again, to show the creative power of tzaddikim. Tzaddikim have the ability to create. But again, I've also come full circle. What's the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is somebody who recognizes that he has the ability to create himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about tshuva, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you can accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible yisod in life is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself as many times as necessary. Let's go back there. So the Gemara said, so the Gemara says, Ma'onim, so back to Ma'onim. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Zehamir Shiba Mine Zala'ai. Someone who takes seeds, different types of animals, on his eyes. Put on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes in the Dead Sea was a problem, right? I'm just saying. Right, so nice again, puts on his eyes and a part of it that allows him to be able to see things. The Chum say, Za'ochi is Hainai. No, this is somebody who engages in deception, right? Like what's the word? Like an illusionist, like a magician, right? Someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. Rabbi Kiva says, "Zamachashe in the shows." So let's listen to this. Rabbi Kiva says, Ma'onim is someone who believes in auspicious times. Now, what does that mean? Ma'omer, Hayom Yafalotes. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. L'machar Yafar Bikach. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shadiyas Chitin Yafos. So someone who says, Earth, Shmita, that's when the wheat is best. Ekure Kitnios Nios Rose. So again, what's the pshat? What does that need to say? A Ma'onim is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know, why does that sound so bad? People say, what's the about in life? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'onim is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sounds good, but someday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right way to come sometime in the next decade, and when that right moment, that's when I'm going to pounce on it, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Rabbi Akiva says, we call that? We call that a Ma'onim. That's the Isra D'Oraisa. It's the Isra D'Oraisa like to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in? You know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. Just understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend an entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called Ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment makes the present moment perfect. Gemara goes weiter. You must turn up on Menachich. What's Menachich? So we'll say, so Menachich is a person who believes like in omens. Like the person says, oh my bread fell out of my mouth. That's a bad omen. Maklo naflamiyado. My staff fell out of my hand. Korilo me'achoro. But no problem, my son calls me from behind. These are things that people think like are bad omens. Oriv korilo. The raven calls out to me. Svi hefsiko badera. A deer ran right in front of me. Nachash miyamino b'shuol mismolo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one may be legitimate, right? If you do have that right? But Lamais again, these are all things that people omenize. Yes, you heard, right? They omenize, right? An iguana. Yeah, Yosef and I were at a football together. My first football, life is focused first. I'm about to start a football, and an iguana falls out of a tree right by the football. I'm like, this can't be good. Like, okay, good. Anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for iguanas, but no, this happened. Okay, the Gemara goes weiter. You can speak to Yosef about the story. But, all right, so what's as follows? Right, show me a swallow. Top of something like 66a. Al taskil b. Or I will say, a person when they're collecting taxes, a person says to the tax collector, don't start from right? Shachru, Chodeshu, Matzeh Shabbasu. Or you know what? Again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning, right? Actually, point this out over here. Paying your debts. You know what? Again, these are all people omenizing things. I tell guys like, oh, it's not a good thing to start with me. Or I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Rosh Chodesh. I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, a person omenizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We'll say again, a little nicer time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. Take care of your responsibilities is now. Come up on the low issue. The low sorry, if you don't the Hulda, the Opal, the it's the people who engage in all types of sorcery and ultimately again with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they omenize all these things. Good. The Lord says, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, halakha l'mais, a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so it's sayiv karetz. If you were to go without hasra, in halakha l'mais, you chayiv siba if there was for well. And again, accidental commission will be chayiv achatas. Which means, well, the ikamidi kol shadi being chayav in the law should go to achatas. The law that there is some type of do it unintentionally. You're chayiv for achakaris. What would that be? Like the Gemara says, "Tchumin balib b'yakiva b'ahavara b'ayos." Okay, so let's say that you take a tchumin as rabbi, and if you don't hold havara, you have to kindle the lab yatzasa. Also, if it singles out, just need to chayiv on a lot and not chayiv on cars. Okay, Mishnah. Hamakalo other the imo in the chayiv actually kali mishum. So what's the redaction? We've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayiv if he curses them the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kilam b'kinu. If a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what Allah says, Rabbi Meir says, "Chayiv bechachamin toch." The chachamin say ultimately again that you are kafir. Says the Gemara. Let's analyze man chachamin. What the chachamin Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, the son of Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi Omer. The nikbo shem yimas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of these different not tamalomar. So what is this coming to? So the Gemara says, not tamalomar, shame. We made amakalal other the imo she'enu chayiv actually kalalein nefisha. So this is teach us that if one curses his parents, one is not chayiv but cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Tan Rabbanon Ish Matam Lomer Ish. What is like Matam Lomer? Sorry, Matam Lomer Ish the Rabbos Bas Putin Ba'adlogenes. So interesting enough, it comes to include that even if one's parent is a Tuntum and or an Adlogenes, one might have thought that Allah Almighty under those circumstances, you're not tied to person's parents. Is one is chayiv to go, one is chayiv for Ashay Halas Abit Des, who will curse his father or earth, Amy Allah of Vimo. So I only know from the pasuk, and I wasn't from the pasuk. I'm gonna thought one of them chayiv for seeing mother and father together. Aviv Shalom Imo Shalom Aviv Nai. I don't know that I'm chayiv even for cursing one of theirs. Amalomar Aviv Vimo Kilo. Aviv Kilo, Imo Kilo, did Rabbi Rothschild says again, even though it's said as mother, we understand it as Aviv Kilo, Imo Kilo is cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you chayiv as Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, Mashma Shnei Achad, Umashma Aviv Ne'atzmo, Achipol B'cha Kosek Yaakov. Basically, it gives two instances. On one hand, the pasuk gives the instance of cursing them both at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and seems to keep it chayiv. For cursing them individually. Compromise in a circumstance like that, always be chayiv unless the part individually, unless the explicitly that you only chayiv together. Most use Torah says you'll be put to death for cursing your parents. Stoning. I found this kilo in the Ella Ba'afos become Musa Samuel for Torah. So you say stoning, maybe it's not stoning, maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Ne'amar Kon Dama Bo, and Ne'amar Lahalon to Mayhem Bo. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Ovi Yidoni, the Mayhem Bo. Actually, what we learned before, the Mayhem Bo. What do I learn from this? Malahavon, just like by Ovi Yidoni, the Skila. After the Skila, so too by cursing one parent, Ovi the Skila as well. Says the Yumara Onesh, Shamanu Ashar Minayin. So now I know the punishment of Skila. Where do I see the warning? Because let's remember again, the way it works biblically is that every death penalty has to have an ashara, a warning, and also the onus. Now I see the onus. Where do I see the warning? Kalomar Elohim Mosekarel. So which literally again I will say, so we'll see exactly what that pasuk means. In Haya, so watch this. We'll say first wide line. In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Harehu Bechlav Elohim Lo Sekara. So we'll say, so what we're understanding right now of Elohim is Elohim refers to a judge. Do not curse a judge. So now we must listen to that. Let's say again, right? Reuben has a father Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Dayan. So if Reuben curses his father, so not only is Reuben chayiv for cursing his father, but he's also chayiv for cursing the judge. In Haya Aviv Nasi, and if your father was right, Reuben's father was a Nasi, or Hari Reuben Klav the Nasi was saw. So we'll say, interesting enough, there's a prohibition to curse a Dayan. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if Reuben's father Yaakov was a Dayan, he'd be chayiv for Elohim Lo Sekalo. If he wasn't a Nasi, he'd be chayiv for Nasi Lo Saor. What happens? Ain't no Dayan below Nasi Naim. But how do I know that if Reuben cursed his father, and his father is not a Dayan, and his father is not the Nasi, that Reuben is still going to be chayiv? So the Gemara says, Amrit, we'll say third wide line, Amrit, so Minai, Amrit, Hare Atantan, Binyan Ab, Mishnei. It was like it's interesting enough I could create a paradigm. Binyan Ab is a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lori Nasi Kiri Dayan. So a Nasi is not like a Dayan. The Lori Dayan Kiri Nasi, and a Dayan is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lori Dayan Nasi. Why? Shahari Dayan Atam Mitsuba Al Hora Asal. Kirai Nasi Shi Atam Mitsuba Hora Asal. So let's say the halacha is like this. A Dayan, right? Let's say a Dayan or a judge or something. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it. And failure to adhere to it can actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a Nasi. It's interesting, right? If you violate the halakhic rulings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? Right. This is Parsha. Oh, that's incredible. Parsha Mishpatim. Like Mami Parsha Mishpatim. Thank you. Lo Nasi Kirai Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan household. Shanasi Akalutsual Hamra also Kirai Dayan Shetam Sabahalo. See, a Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halachic leadership. And therefore, in Halacha L'Maisa, the Dayan issues a halachic ruling, and you violate that, that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halachic leadership. And therefore, Nasi issues a halachic ruling, and you violate it. You're not chayiv death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader, you gotta follow it. If you violate it, you can be chayiv nisa. On the other hand, if a dayan gives a directive, you're not chayiv nisa. So two different forms of leadership. Yet, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Hatzara Shabbat Shabayin. What's the common denominator between them? She'im ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Va'asham Musa al Kilalasa. What is the common denominator between a Nasi and a Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse either. That's the common denominator. Af ani avi avicha sheba'amcha v'ata Musa Kilalasa. So if you create a paradigm, what's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, who even if the father is not a dayan or the father is not a nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, we'll say, remember, this is the ashara. This is what we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, Mala tzara Shabbat Shabayim, shekin yidulasan garma lahem. Why don't you say, on the other hand, maybe the common denominator between nasi and dayan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. So in other words, they both have gedula, they both have greatness. Now, Milomar, the Torah also says, don't curse the person who is deaf. So what do you see from here? The Torah is talking about even people who are not in the elevated positions of greatness. But again, maybe it's telling you that there's a specific bit of respect in the village, not personal village, because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi v'dayin yofichu, Malu Nasi v'dayin shekin, v'lasan garma lahem, Cheresh yofiach, v'chaz raden lo reizek reizeh, v'lo reizek reizeh. So it turns out that really we have three things over here: a Nasi, a dayin, and a Cheresh. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Zatzara Shabbat Shabahen Shein ba'amcha va'ata Musar al Kilalasa. What's the common denominator? Common denominator between a Nasi, dayan, and a Cheresh. What's the common denominator? They're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. Av ani av yavicha sheba'amcha v'ata Musar al Kilalasa. So to include the father, because the father also is Yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Malak sata shava shebahen shekin mishunin. So we'll say, well, maybe there's not a shava shebahen. Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Cheresh all have some unique difference. In Kinicha, O Elohim b'Cheresh, O Nasi b'Cheresh, Elohim lamali. We'll say, if that's the case, why do I need the Elohim? In Eno Inyan Legufote in La'avid. Ultimately, I can also say, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for God. We'll say, it turns out that we're bringing out a paradigm and leave it between Nasi, Dan, and Cheresh. The common between all those three is that what? That Allah Kalamaisa, again, someone who is unfocused, someone who is part of your people, ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful and profound piece. What is the criteria for the Ahav L'Reacha Kamocha? Or at least, what is the criteria for not treating someone if they're Amcha? If they're a member of Klal Yisrael, you have to love them. You know, say, strike me, so beautiful. Soldiers on the bus. Last night, we were leaving Kiryat Arba. It's beautiful. It's like, you know what's interesting? So, what is the thing? That one. He's wearing the whole uniform. The idea, and you're like, wow, this guy who's mostly necklace with flowers, It's
not enough
really
day
tremendous.
and all this, and they're like, you're an
Well, it's
alcoholic.
important to understand that
You are.
every year
I thought my job
wears
was to
a
produce the
uniform.
show.
Right? And
Like,
the
you drink too
uniform
much, your
has
heart
to sell
rate is
another
bad.
thing.
Then
It's the
what? Sleep
uniform of
outside,
each
can you?
image of a
And also, we didn't think
every
of
single
any
issue
moving
wears
expenses for you. Like, we didn't help you.
and that love
So,
that
hey,
we
you're
felt for
living
that
with your brother
precious
now in
halal
Texas.
yesterday
What?
is the one you have to
Doesn't
wear,
sound like a
you have
good
to
job.
bring to every single thing. So no matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single human wears the uniform of its own image of God. And again, because that is unquote, because that is member of Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, they'll start at least, right? The baseline is don't curse. Right? The baseline is don't. The baseline don't engage in negative behavior towards them. Of course, that's where it starts. And eventually, hopefully, we go on from there. So we have to really ask every single day. Right? The Gemara goes like, "Hani chaman damar Elohim chol." So, by the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim lo sekalel is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can apply it to a father. Elamam Amar Kodesh Ma'idodimar. But according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim judge. Rather, what is it? It's Elohim Hakadosh Baruch Hu. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? B'Sanyo Elohim Chol Divrei Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim in this pasuk is not God. Elohim refers to a judge. But the Akiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. And he says no, it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tanya Belazman Yaakov Omer Azhar Levarches Hashem Minayin. From where do we see the warnings against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Talmud Lomar Elohim Lo Sikalel. To which the Gemara says Mandamar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So the one who says that Elohim in this context is called Chol means it's not God. It's referring to a judge. Then ultimately, again, we can learn out the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the prohibition to curse a judge. Remind the Amar Elohim Kodesh Gamiran Chol Mikodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Mishnah Laman Amar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So according to your opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Halachas kama v'kama kol shekin. You're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elaman da'amar Elohim Kodesh Gamar Chol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so you derive that you can't curse a judge from the fact that you can't curse God. To which the Gemara says, Dilma, HaKodesh Azar, HaKolo is. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not warning us against cursing the judge. In Cain, Lichto Pra Lo Sakel. If that's the case, the Torah could have just written it in the short form of Lo Sakel, don't curse my Lo Sekalo. Why does it say don't curse Lo Sakel in the elongated form? Shmamino Tarti. It comes to teach us two things. One of the two things. Number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, don't curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful. Let's go like it. Says the Gemara, Haba'al Nara Murasa. So let's say a person has relations with Nara Murasa. Someone like a Nara Murasa. Someone like a Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 and 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed, sin, right, but not Nisuin. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique, or she, but actually she was complicit, it's she, and the man who had relations with her are singled out for skila. As opposed to Kemet. So now Haba Nara Murasa, Eino Chayiv at Sheitain. So I was saying, in order to be Chayiv, ultimately again for Nara Murasa, skila. Remember, it's a unique punishment. Normally, adultery is punished by Kemet, strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skila. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa, in the following criteria. Number one, Eino Chayiv at Sheitain Nara, the girl has to be Nara. Number two, Shisuga. Number three, Nu'urasa, and number four, Sehi Neves Abiha. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's home. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the unique punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. If two men had relations with her, second, right? Then what? Harishon Skila Basheni Bechele. Then the first one is with skila. Because remember again, the first one has relations with her, his relations with the basula. The second one has relations with her, no longer basula, and therefore he's punished in a regular case of adultery by chelek. Okay. So the Gemara goes right there. Good. So as I said, happens to be over here. Rashi points out that the Kiddush over here is the following: that even if the men had relations with her, Bia Shaloti. So this Bia Shaloti, technically speaking, is physiologically she's still a Basula. So you would have thought that physiologically she's still a Basula. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should get Skila. Kamash Shalom knows the Torah recognizes two forms of Bia. Is Bia Kedarka and Bia Shaloka, and they're both are legitimate Bia. Therefore, again, the first guy has relations with her, even physiologically, her Basula is attacked, she's going to be a Ba'ula, and the second guy gets Chan, and ultimately, again, that's very interesting. I think that Shabbos table interesting, but interesting nevertheless. All right, so the word goes weiter. Turn around, Nara. So, right, this is one of these. Somebody asked this today. Just refer to the Muslim hospital. So Nara below Bulgaris. Most of the says Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara and not a Bulgaris. What's Bulgaris? Bulgaris, 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, Bisula. So that's the Bisula. Below Bula. Again, I was trying to point out, remember, even if a woman doesn't fulfill these criteria, you're still high for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of skila as opposed to chena. So in order to be high for this again, Besula, Ula, Mi'urasa, Dafka Erisin, along the Sua, the base Atiha, his home, Prat, Lishemasar Ha'ad, Shluke Hadal. This comes to exclude the case ultimately where the father had already given her over to the shluchim of the husband, where she is being given over, right, to be taken to her husband's home. Gemara says, good. So good. I'm ready with the Amarav. So did Rabbi Meir. These are all the words of Rabbi Meir. The Chum disagreed. And the Chum say that Nara Murasa most likely be even what? Nara Murasa could even be a Kitana. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir and comes to exclude a Kitana? According to our Mishnah, Nara Murasa is Dafka and Nara and not a Kitana. Maybe it's according to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amarle, Hai Eno Chayit Achekin Nara, Bisula Ma'orasa. Eno Chayit Ella Al Nara, Bisula Ma'orasa. So the Gemara says, it should have said, that's what it just said, Nara, Bisula Ma'orasa. Bisula maybe, because the Gemara says there's nothing more to talk about this. We just solidified the fact that, again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Ma'orasa is Dafka for a Nara, not a Kitana and not a Bulgaris. What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man did have relations with a Kitana who's in Arusa? What's the halacha in that situation? According to Meir, what's the halacha? So the Gemara is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or maybe it's just coming to exclude it from skila. So Amalei, the stabra miskila no. It's still prohibited as adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Right? What will it get? Get kind of instead. The Gemara says, v'hal ksiv u'meisu gam shneim. Actually, shneim sham. And here's the problem. That's what adultery says. U'meisu gam shneim. They will both die, which seems to indicate to us the equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both sides, if the Ketana engages in adultery, what's the halacha? She's not chayaves. Why she's not chayaves? Why? She's Ketana. So Ketana is not chayaves for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav was silent. He didn't know how to respond to this. Amar Shmuel, my time is Shasik Rav. I don't say Rav, why did the name Alei? Umei Saish Asher Shachavi Malavado. There's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see from here? There's a case, ultimately again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when a man is singled out for execution even though the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a kitana hamilasa. So again, she's going to be ketura. Why? She's kitana, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Which the Gemara says kitanoi. Reality is, we'll say this point is in fact a machol against Tanoi. Umesukam shnei in the positive because both of them will be looking at. Bless you. Actually, shnei and shab Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia is set to execute a couple for adultery. Both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Kitana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana Murasa. So she's not going to be executed because she's a Kitana, right? But the says he will be because he's an adult. The Ida. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What does he the Ida? Sorry, what does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be equality and liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse, that's not adultery. Again, not good, right? But the is not liable for death penalty. One does that. The other part, I'm going to say, of course not. I don't need a positive to exclude my sekidudin. Other acts of intimacy, that's not intercourse, that's nothing. Halachically, that's not recognized as anything. I don't need a positive to exclude that. The Gemara says, the Ida, Hai Levado, my dash. What does the other thing do with the Levado? So, give the Sanya, let's say again, 10 men have relations with an Aramura. But she still will be Suba. So how does that happen? Again, he is So 10 men have relations with her, but again, she's still a Basuba. So again, physiologically, Subin are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulan Beskila. So the first opinion is they're all liable to Skila. Now, why are they all liable to Skila? Because the halacha treats it as all of them had relations with a Na'ara Hamrasa. Because since she is still as the alliance with Basula, there's all Chayas Beskila. Rabbi says, no. Arisha Miskila, not true. The first guy is Chayes Kila, right? Because he had relations with an Arab Murasa. But again, even though it was Bishmol Kedarka, so Bishmol Kedarka as a valid form of. Therefore, after that first act, therefore what? She's no longer Basula. So the rest of the guys are Chayes. What are they Chayes for? What are they Chayes for? Adultery. But the Chayes for regular adultery. It's just regular adultery, right? So in regular adultery, well, again, by skilo, only punishable by bas ish koin kisecha. What's the first like now? Again, what's the sing about again the bas koin. So the Torah says, "Ubas ish koin kisecha." There's no esavi mechalalas, but ish kisecha. A unique punishment for a bas koin, because of bas koin, ultimately again with executed with straight up. So the verse is Bas ish koin kisecha lizos. Rabbi says, "Chilasa." So Rabbi Omer Chilasa. Take a look at that moment. Now she says over here, right? So Rabbi Omer Kisecha lashon Chila ulukamim mefarisha. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says Chila. That her liability is with Chila. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Omer Sa'isha Sheshach Havima Levado. Michael, what does Rabbi say? Rabbi can be Shmuel Skillet. Rabbi also can be Shmuel. What does Rabbi Shmuel say? The Amar Arusa Yotza L'Sreifa below the Suah. So we'll say it is only in Arusa Baskoin. We have this not focus on more. It is only in Arusa Baskoin. Ultimately, again, he was subject to Sreifa, not on the Suah. Not in the Suah. The Hakikam, this is what it means to say. In Tchilas, the Sreifa, the Idach, the Chenek. So we'll say, if a Baskoin who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Sreifa. relations, ultimately again the Chana. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Bishop of Kedar. So the first man who has relations going, he's punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Pesuma, will be treated like regular pieces of adultery, and therefore again Chana. So the Gemara says, "My pain." Well, what's the pain? So the Gemara says, "Kiyasam mahas in the Kilas Kiyasam Shtaikra." Just like her talking about over there, initial act of Bia, Hakanami the Kilas Bia Mishka Mishra. So to over here, Torah's talking about an initial act of Bia. Amalei, Bibi Barabaye, Mar Lo Hafiyawal. So Rabbi said Abaye, but Abaye, my Rabbi didn't do this. Who's Rabbi's referring to? Rabbi Meir. Right? So Rabbi Yosef. Who didn't say it? Rabbi Yosef. So Rabbi Rabbi Meir Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nises La'acham Minach. Nisas of the Chanak. Again, Rabbi holds as follows. So say Halacha my son. How can you ultimately again? How can you have so Rashi points out? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Malay the Amar Bas Coin Nesua L'Kasher B'Sreifa. Aval Nisis La'acham Minach Psul. And listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. You see about saying Rashi is 2 lines up the bottom of the page. If a Bas Coin, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Coin or so? Only achieved to a person who is. However, again, Aval Nisis La'acham Minach Psul. So let's say a Bas Coin is married to a apostle, to a psul. Now she's married to a mamzer. So she married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, look at Rashi. Shas Pisuin, Shu Eina Ella Bechenek, by Tchiva the Kamer Rabbi Yafi. So also, then he holds it very narrow. What does the Meir say? The Meir says like this. The Meir says, when the unique punishment for Arisa Bas Coin, only when she's married or has irrisin to someone who is kosher. But if she didn't need irrisin to someone who's apostle, let's say again, she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote been profaned. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of Sreifa to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says, and therefore again, it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. But here, what it means to say, in Tchilas Achalasa Biznos, the Sreifa. If Halacha L'maisa the first time she was profaned was through the act of adultery, then there's a Chi of Sreifa. But if technically speaking, she was already profaned, how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be Chayiv Chenek, not Sreifa. The Idach. So we'll say the Idach and the other, right? The Idach, the Chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, right? The other person will be Chenek. Well, my the Chenek. So we'll say ultimately, again, what's the case of, what's the Chenek? Look at Rashi. Hacha lo kapit el atchilas chilo, or lo atchilas bia, bahasam atchilas bia inami kapit. So we'll say, so again, halach l'raisa, what is the Chenek? What is that coming to teach? We have on Samas Zayin, Kamas Zayin, Simna ba'almas. Ultimately, again, the Chenek by the other case, only Simna. What is it? Look at Rashi. Or the tchilas shum davar akasim medaber. The tchilas chilo miha haba. So we'll say, so what it turns out is we have interesting, we have 22 different cases. In the case, ultimately, again, of now, so let's kind of bring this together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa. So what do we have in Nara